Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway. You join us here down on the southwest coast of England for round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. And what a day of action we've got coming your way today. My name is John Ratcliffe. I'll be guiding you through the action here today from the commentary box. As you can see, drivers out there on circuit at the moment. We're just wrapping up the qualifying sessions at the moment. Of course, out on circuit, as you can see, the seniors and the 1-7 Serens. Here's a bit more about the track, though. 815 metres in length here at Clay Pigeon, so quite a short circuit and only 6 turns. So a lot of the drivers I've been speaking to have been saying not very many opportunities to overtake around this track, especially with the heats and the finals today being so short and sharp. You've got to make sure you get it done as quickly as possible, and moves where maybe you think better of it at other circuits, you maybe kind of got to go for it here today. You get to get yourself up the order and get yourself a good grid position for the finals later on this afternoon. Weather is looking okay today. It's looking all right. There's some blue sky there you can see at the top of your picture, but a few darkish looking clouds as well. I don't think rain is going to be threatening us today. But as we always say at Clay Pigeon, it is quite the microclimate down here on the southwest coast, so you just never know. You just never know. But a lot of the drivers will be hoping that it stays nice and dry out there on circuit today. I will say, though, we are yet to see a wet race in the SuperOne Series so far in 2025, and we're almost halfway through the season. End of today, of course, will be end of round number 6. There's 12 rounds across the whole season, so we will be at the halfway point of each individual championship across each different class. And the championships starting to work themselves out. Now, of course, we already had a racing day here at Clay Pigeon yesterday for round number 5. Now, sadly, no stream for that yesterday from round number 5, but we have done interviews with all of the class winners in the finals. Now, if you really are wanting to listen to those as soon as possible, you can head over to the SuperOne Series Facebook page and watch those immediately. If not, you can watch all of those at the lunch break as well. We'll be bringing you all those interviews, plus also the driver parade, which happened earlier on this morning. Some beautiful shots of the circuit here as the drivers continue on round. Just less than a minute to go of this qualifying session. Of course, we don't usually bring you the qualifyings from SuperOne, but it's great to have a little insight here at the last of these sessions. First race that we're going to see out on circuit is going to be for our MightEs, the Bambino class. The cadets will be slightly later on as we head through into the afternoon. Yesterday, though, round number 5, the MightEs, was a very exciting final. Some aggressive moves, particularly on the last lap. It was very feisty between Felix Tandy and Mr. Zane Sofuoglu. Now, Felix managed to get past Zane on the final lap. Stewards decided it was a bit too much of an aggressive move, gave him a penalty for that overtake, and Zane Sofuoglu took the win overall in the MightEs yesterday. That's helped his championship charge, and I'm sure that's to the delight of lots of people in the live chat. It's been amazing to see how many people we've had enjoying the live streams this year for the SuperOne Series, and quite how many Turkish flags we have seen in the live chat. A big hello to all of the Turkish fans out there in the live chat. Of course, to all of the fans out there, no matter who you're supporting, thank you for joining us today on the Alpha live stream. Be sure to let us know in that live chat, one, who you're supporting out there on circuit, and preferably what class they're in. That would really help me out. And also, where you're watching from as well. It's always nice to see where everyone's enjoying the live stream from. But we're about ready to go then. Checkered flags out on this qualifying session. Let's get on with the heats then. Heat number 1 will be the MightEs. Here we go then, first race of the day here from round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. The MightEs about to head on circuit. Here's what your grid looks like. Felix Tandy, fastest in qualifying. Only driver getting down into the 48, so 48.990. Gets pole position for the E-plate. Luca Piad is there alongside him on the front row. Good qualifying session for the number 47. Behind them on row 2 is Teddy Smith and Bobby Slater. Then it's Nico Veslovsky and Zane Sofuoglu there on row number 3. Row 4 will have Arthur Bowers and Hayden Bailey. Arthur's going to be a little bit frustrated with that qualifying session. We'll see what he can do there from P7 on the grid. They'll be followed by Stanley Thurston, Aidan Castleman, and Jayanash Rayaru. There we go then, 11 drivers on the grid for this MightE race. And like I said yesterday, Felix Tandy on the E plate, Zane Sofuoglu on the 54 plate. Got pretty feisty in that final at the end of today, but there's quite a bit of distance between them here on this grid, at least for heat number 1. And then, of course, all the grids will change as we go throughout the day. As drivers gain more points towards their round score, all to set themselves up for the grid in the final later on this afternoon, because not only does that mean good points towards the championship, that's when you get a trophy to take home. And of course, that's the biggest thing, isn't it? You want another trophy for the mantelpiece, as all drivers want to get as much silverware as possible in their bedroom, or if they're really successful, in their own little trophy room. But here we go then, ready for race number 1. Great to see, as I say, so many people in the live chat supporting so many different drivers. We've got Lindsay saying go on Arthur Rhodes. Of course, loads of support for Zane Sofuoglu out there. James Yap says come on Teddy. And again, loads more Zane Sofuoglu support. Good luck to Isla Parsons, says Freddie in the live chat. Adam says massive shout out to my cousin Riley Bishop and all of the X-Kart team. Best of luck to you all. A big shout out to all of you in the live chat. Thank you very much for joining us here for this live stream, courtesy of Alpha Live. Of course, like I mentioned, we've got a second half of the season still left to come. So if you don't want to miss any of that, make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so that you don't miss any of that. Of course, we're enjoying the action here from Clay Pigeon. Next time out, the drivers will be heading to Fullbeck. That'll be on the 5th and the 6th of July. Then they head on to Wilton Mill on the 2nd and 3rd of August. And then finalising the season on the 30th and 31st of August down at Shennington. Right then, drivers about ready to go. Foot to the floor, we're lights out. We're underway and racing here for the first heat of the day. Good start from Felix Tandy. There on the E-plate on the inside. He will hold that lead heading through the first section of corners then, as the drivers battle it out there through the S's. Down towards the hairpin they go. This can be quite a cheeky overtaking opportunity, but a difficult camber there through the hairpin can really catch drivers out. They leave that braking too late. It can all go very wrong. It's happened to me in the past, so I can speak from experience on that one. Not happened to any of the MightE drivers out there on circuit at the moment, though. They've all made it through with flying colours. Top 4 starting to press away then. And look at that, Zane Sofuoglu has jumped ahead already from 6th place to 4th. And he's made this go from a 2-kart battle to a 4-kart battle. Who's in there with him? So it's Felix Tandy from pole position there in the lead. Still Luca Pian following him there in 2nd place. Teddy Smith is there in 3rd. There's a move down the inside into Billy's blind. Was that Arthur Bowers getting the move up and under? I think it might have been the 86 of Hayden Bailey getting through on Nico Veslovsky. So that's a change for 7th place then. They were battling in the background, Bobby Slater and Arthur Bowers. We'll wait and see whether those two switch positions as well, but we keep our eyes firmly locked onto these top 4. Sofuoglu trying to put a bit of pressure here onto Teddy Smith. Doesn't look like the top 2 are scampering off too quickly at the moment, so I don't think Sofuoglu needs to do anything too crazy here to press himself up the order. As we say, short laps here at Clay Pigeon. Even in the MightEs, we're down in the 49s already in this race. So although these races short, we're going to get quite a few laps in, particularly as we get up to the higher powered classes later on today, into the juniors and the senior Rotaxes. They're still nice and short, sharp races, as we say. 6 minute plus 1 lap for the qualifying session. All of those are done and dusted, so we'll run through the grids as we get into the heats. And it's 7 minutes plus 1 lap for each of the heats. And then later on this afternoon for those finals, 9 minutes plus 1 lap for those. Heading through to the end of lap number 3 then, still Tandy in the lead of this race. Felix Tandy looking to make up for the difficult end to the final yesterday. Sure, that wouldn't have knocked his confidence though. Felix, incredibly impressive in a MightE kart. We've seen him win plenty of races so far this season. I'm sure he's on for a few more today. He's just set the fastest lap of the race so far in this one. Very impressive considering he's the one leading the charge here as they head down into the hairpin once again. A 48.891. Now that time to beat a few more drivers finding some good pace out there. Of course, like I mentioned, Felix Tandy was the only driver to get into the 48 in the qualifying session earlier on. And now we've got Luca Piad joining him there in the 48s here in the race. So clearly sticking on behind him, learning a thing or two, and able to use that slipstream as well. Heading down the main straight, should gain a couple of mile an hour or so in these MightE karts. With Teddy Smith struggling to hold on to the back of the top two, SuperOne's fallen off as well. So both of those drivers falling into their own races then at the moment as the top two continue to break away. It looks as though we've got relatively similar gaps throughout the field here. It looks to be relatively close between 8th, 9th and 10th. Aiden Castleman, Bobby Slater and JNS Ryaru are all pretty close. But Arthur Bowers has dropped down to 11th place. I've missed how that has happened, but either way, Arthur Bowers has dropped down to the back of the order, and that's not something I'm used to saying here on a SuperOne stream. Arthur Bowers always looking impressive. And if I remember correctly, well, I'll double check, I've got my notes in front of me. Yeah, Arthur Bowers did take the round 1 final win at Rowra, because I remember interviewing Arthur. He was a cheeky chappy enjoying an ice cream after that race. It was rather warm up at Rowra. But sadly, heat number 1 not quite going the way of the 98. Now, Luca on the number 47 has looked very speedy in this one. Unable to find a way through just yet, though, on Felix Tandy. Now, will we see a move made? You can see Felix gesticulating on almost every straight bit of tarmac that he wants to work together with Luca and continue to press on. I think Luca will know he's got a nice, sizable margin between himself and Teddy Smith in behind in 3rd place. As there you go, checks over the shoulder. He definitely does know now that he's got that nice gap. So we'll see. Does he decide to just continue to work together with Felix and they press on and gain some good points in this first round? Or will he decide to go for it late on in this first heat of the day? 2 minutes plus 1 lap still left on the clock then. Not too long for Luca to try and think about making this move. You just see there Felix Tandy hopping and skipping over that inside apex curb. They're on the left-hand part of the S's. They head down through the hairpin once more, still following line astern. It looks as though Tandy has gained a slight bit of time on this lap around the circuit. But as they head through the horseshoe once again, Luca looks to close back up. You can see there as they head through the final corner, Teddy Smith and Zane SuperOne have fallen a decent margin off the back of these top two now. And as Felix Tandy continues to press on, continues to point forward and want to work together here with Luca Piad. Luca has now stolen the fastest lap though. 48.6 now the time to beat, 48.7 from Felix Tandy. The rest of the drivers down to the 49s and the 50s at the moment. Arthur Bowers has managed to get back up to P9 now. He's on the back of Stanley Thurston, looking to gain a few points back. So whatever happened, it dropped Arthur to the back of the pack. He's doing his best to make his way back up the order though and gain a few points back towards his championship charge. And only a few more laps left to go in this one. Still loads of support in the live chat for Zane SuperOne. It's been a bit of a lonely race this one so far for Zane. Still sitting back there in 4th place. He is right on the back now of Teddy Smith though. So potential for moves. They're heading down through the first couple of corners now are Teddy and Zane. So we'll wait for them to head out through the S's. Here they are then. Zane SuperOne looking to put the pressure on to Teddy Smith. Not this time down into the hairpin, but absolutely nose to tail as they go to the exit and through into the horseshoe. Looks to the inside and goes for it. The Zane SuperOne late move up the inside. Shuffles the 79er Teddy Smith to the exit. Can't quite use that speed though. Has to drop back in behind once again to SuperOne. Time has hit 0. The leaders will come across the line and head on to the final lap of this race. Now, Lucas had plenty of opportunities to make moves as they go on to the final lap. He's not close enough, but Zane just might be. Down into Billy's blind they go then. Down the inside goes Zane SuperOne. A committed move there through Billy's blind, and SuperOne is up into the top 3 here on the final lap. Great committed move there from the Turkish driver, and he moves his way up into 3rd place. That'll be a good few extra points for him in terms of the championship. And look how far they've dropped off the leaders in this race. Felix Tandy has led a brilliant race from the front here. It doesn't look as though Luca Piad is going to be able to close in. They head through the final corner now. And out they go towards the start-finish gantry. It is going to be the E-plate of Felix Tandy, who sees the checkered flag first and wins heat number 1 here in the MightE E's. Luca Piad across the line there in second place, with Zane Sofuoglu grabbing third on the final lap. Teddy Smith follows him across the line in fourth place. Nico Veslovsky rounds out the top 5. Looks to be a good battle in behind them. Who's going to get out ahead? It is going to be Arthur Bowers, who grabs 6th place there on the last lap. Good movements through the pack there after earlier issues for the 98. Shuffles Hayden Bailey down to 7th and Bobby Slater down to 8th, loses 2 places on that final lap. That's gutting for Bobby Slater. Sandy Thurston, Aidan Castleman and Jayanash Ryaru, your 11 finishers in that MightE Heat number 1. Well, there you go, there's a final look at those 11 drivers who took to the track in anger there for our first heat today of round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. A little bit more of a calm first race to kick us off today, which I think we all needed. I think we all needed to start this this Sunday's action here from Dorchester. But MightE's done and dusted them for their first race of the day. We're going to quickly run through these though from SuperOne. As you know, if you've tuned into any of the rounds so far this season, we fly through these races out there on circuit. So MightE's done and dusted then. We'll move straight on to our second heat of the day, which will be the MightE Cadets and our IAME Water Swift Restricted. There you can see the cadets heading out on circuit then. We are about ready to go. Starting grid then, we'll start off with those MightE cadets. It'll be William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey on the front row, with Jack Swan and Harry Stinson on row 2. Ansel and Daniel Stangarine are there on row number 3. Row 4 has Will Beattie and Zachary Parr. Then it's Noah Maiba and Chase Wilmington there on row number 5, followed by Brandon Hartley and Heath Smith. Row 7 sees Logan Jackson and TJ Mackay, and then we've got our 2 IAME Water Swift Restricted runners of Freddie Baker and Riley Aston Wilkins. The split grid then, this one you can see the 2 there following the rest of the pack round. So the MightE Cadets will go for a race start, and then about 10 or 15 seconds or so later the IAME Water Swift will kick off their race as well. We'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on across both of them. MightE Cadets though, lined up 2 by 2, they see the green flag and we get racing here in MightE Cadets. Good stuff on the inside of the grid, but a spin there and takes out another driver. 2 drivers off into the barrier, and we got more spins ahead of them as well. Not an ideal start for a number of drivers there down into the first corner, and that's going to mean yellow flags as the Water Swift Restricteds come through. That's the 14 there who's off in the barrier. That's Zachary Parr, who has been, who's had the biggest issues out of that one. Straight off into the barrier backwards there. To no fault of his own, he was on that outside line and just got collected as another driver spun off. And he got absolutely nerfed into the barrier. That's gutting for Zachary. Not the ideal start to the day, but plenty more opportunities to the next heat and the final. It's going to be difficult for him to catch the rest of the pack though through this one. Across the line they go then, end of lap number 1. William Crombie still in the lead of this race by 2.3 seconds off of that start. He's really benefited with the issues of the drivers behind. Will Beattie in second place. Logan Jackson has benefited massively out of that one. Up 5 places on the first lap of this race. Logan Jackson is into P3. TJ Mackay up 3 spots into 4th place as well. Brandon Hartley into 5th. And then we've got the 2 IAME Water Swift, Freddie Baker and Riley Aston Wilkins. The 192 and the 111 stayed as they were then off of the race start. Then they go through Billy's blind once again. William Crombie holding on to the lead at the moment. Still 3 seconds I've got down as his gap at the front of the order. I'm not so sure it is though. I'm trying to spot how that could be 3 seconds. wait for them to come across the timing line again, and we'll keep you up to date with what is happening out there on circuit, because it looks as though we might be missing a couple of drivers off of the timing screen. Across the line they go then, still struggling to pick out any numbers on my screen, which is abysmal, because I've got the biggest screen in the world here in my commentary box. Right, there's the 44. So the 44, Xavier Ramsey, is there in third place. So yeah, the timing is completely shot for this one, of course. It's the MightE Cadets, I should have remembered. The electrical field caused by these MightEs affects the timing somewhat, shall we say. So we can't trust the live timing on this one. We'll try and do it off sight alone. It's definitely the 15 of William Crombie in the lead of this race. The 44, then of Xavier Ramsey, is there in third. So Xavier has lost the position on the first lap of this race. So ignore everything I said after the first lap of this one. There is the 91, I believe that is. And we're getting some more zooms in on numbers. Thank you very much to the fantastic Alpha Live camera crew. We're trying to make my job a little bit easier here in the commentary box, as they head on down through the hairpin. Through the horseshoe they go then. Continuing on to the end of this lap. Looking like a move for the lead, side by side as we come across the line, and Xavier's giving them a little push as they head through towards the lead of the race then. Down the inside is that Jax Wong, a little bit too late though, and goes wide. All of the drivers are going to go up and under into the S's. A committed, bold move to the apex there, but couldn't quite get it stopped. Ran out to the wide point of the circuit there down at Billy's Blind. And as you'll know, if you've driven at this circuit, as soon as you go wide down at Billy's Blind, it's a very difficult one to pick back up again. You get on the marbles, and also the camber drops away there at the edge of the circuit. So as soon as you start to drift wide, it just drags you further and further away. You lose more exit speed, and exactly that happens. The drivers go up and under on you and steal away the places. Now it's Xavier Ramsey's turn to try and put the pressure on here on William Crombie. The 98 there is of Ansel, who's moved his way through into third place. And I do believe it is Jax Wong. Yeah, it is Jax Wong on the Synergy car, I believe, in fourth place. Because we've got the 76 and the 78, who should be particularly close in terms of where they are on circuit. There's the two yellow, so there's one of the yellow plated carts, sorry, of our IAME Water Swift. So that's how you can pick them out on the live stream at least. Blue plates are our MightE Cadets, and yellow plates are our IAME Water Swift Restricted. Xavier Ramsey looking pretty feisty out there on the number 44. Trying to find a way through on William Crombie. Xavier's got a great exit here as they head down into the hairpin. Doesn't quite feel it's enough though to go for the move down the inside. Sits back in behind once more. They head on through into the final corner then. Just under 2 minutes left to go on the clock for this one. And again, Xavier Ramsey's got a great exit off of the final corner. Hasn't got a pusher though. To the inside goes Xavier Ramsey, down into Billy's Blind. And Xavier Ramsey moves through to the front of the field. Great move there at Billy's Blind. Perfectly weighted on the brakes. Gets it done. Now Ramsey feeling the pressure from William Crombie. Takes that inside line as they head through the hairpin. I do think it is actually the 78 there in fourth place. Moved down the inside from Ansel. So William Crombie shuffled back down to third place now. 2 positions lost on 1 lap here in the MightE Cadets. Now William was very speedy out there on track yesterday. Wasn't able to take the win in the final though. That went to Ansel, who now sits in second place in this race. William Crombie trying to find a way back through. We've got one of the Water Swift Restricted out of this race. That's Riley Aston Wilkins, who's come to a halt there out of the S's. That is gutting for Riley, and that means only Freddie Baker is left in this first heat of the day in the Water Swift Restricted. So we continue to keep our eyes locked on to this leading battle. 4 drivers still absolutely line astern, and it really could go any way between all 4 of these. They've all led at some point in this race, actually, except Ansel. But Ansel might be thinking about it here down into Billy's blind. They're actually trying to cover off from a move around the outside from William Crombie. Up and under. He's trying to drive from behind and gets it done. 2 places in 1. What a brilliant, brilliant move. Through into second place they go. Fantastic stuff. And that has allowed Xavier Ramsey to get a nice little gap as they head on through into the horseshoe. Now, I'm pretty sure that's the 78 of Harry Stinson who's moved through into second place there and not Jax Wong. I'm just struggling to tell whether it's a 6 or an 8 there on that car, but I do think it is the 78 of Harry Stinson. So first, second, fourth and fifth on the grid have managed to pull away in this one so far. Oh, late move there from William Crombie. Really thought about that inside line late on in that one. No, I do. I'm second guessing myself every time I see that blue car. I'm going to go for it that it's Jax Wong, only because Jax Wong is the driver under Synergy, whereas Harry Stinson is under RCE. And I know exactly what the RCEs look like. They're those bright orange cart you can see coming through the shot now. Your leader, Xavier Ramsey, in an RCE cart. As the checkered flag is out. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, no live timing, so I had no idea that was the last lap of the race. Well, there you go then. Xavier Ramsey takes the win in the first heat of the day for the MightE Cadets. A brilliant race there between the top 4, and I really do hope we see that throughout today's action because that was really, really exciting. Xavier Ramsey takes the win on the road. And then we had Ansel in second. Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't. It was Jax Wong in second place, William Crombie in third, Ansel in fourth, and then I believe Harry Stinson was the driver on the RCE cart, following them a couple of seconds behind there in fifth place. But as we've got no live timing, we can't bring you any full results on that race, so my sincerest apologies for that one. Of course, all of the manual timing will be done by the fantastic people here at the circuit. So if you do want those final results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. That's where you'll find the results and the live timing as well. Well, there we go then. Race end for the MightE Cadets and the IAME Water Surf Restricted. As we said, Riley Aston Wilkins sadly not making it to the checkered flag in that one. You can see his kart there on top of the barriers down at the entrance to the first corner. So just as we get his car off of the track, we'll then be ready to go for the next heat of the day. So with heat one done and dusted then for our MightE Cadets and IAME Water Surf Restrictor, we'll move swiftly on to our Intermaxes and Honda Cadet R200s. Looks like we're about ready to go then. Drivers getting ready to head out onto the black stuff for the first heat of the day in Rotax and Honda Cadet R200. Now, we've only got one runner in the R200, so no bets on who's going to win that one. Jackson Hilton is on pole position for the Rotaxes, though. JJ Lowe will be alongside him on that front row. Oscar Roach and Logan Rolfe on row number 2. Surprising to see Europlate there on the second row. Let's see what he can do from there. Jay Birmingham and Jensen Sale, they're on row number 3. Of course, Jensen Sale, another one to watch. Rocking that number 1 plate, your champion in Rotax from last year. Lucas Esser and Lewis Herbertson are on row 4. Kian Sullivan and Annika Hurd round out the top 10 on row number 5, with Evan Meller and Charlie Gregg on row number 6. Row 7 has Alexander Adams and Maria Roberto. Great to see Maria out here racing in Super 1. She starts there from 14th place. Layla Bell and Florence Walkington are on row number 8, with Louis Barker and Roger Guckelnath on row number 9. Row 10 is Luke Collins and Isla Parsons. Then it's Oscar Richards and Daniel Hulse, followed by Dylan Patrick and Toby Wortley. Row number 13, unlucky for some. Will it be unlucky for Logan Stanley Jones and Adam Causa? They finalise our grid, and it's Adam Causa, our one and only Honda R200 driver. Now, I've just spotted, we might be waiting a little bit for this race, because I've just looked out my window and I can see Logan Rolfe stood right outside the window. So he's not going to be heading out on track anytime soon. Drivers all having a bit of a talking to. Now, I'm not sure if this is words of encouragement or being told off, but I'll err on the side of positivity and say that they're all being told how fantastic they are at racing and to really enjoy themselves out on circuit today. But anyway, it looks as though they're having a bit of a talking to from the people running the operation here from Clay Pigeon, and of course a fantastic people from SuperOne Series as well. So we might have just a couple of minutes to wait to get this one underway. But like I mentioned, Logan Rolfe starting from 4th place. Now Logan has been rather dominant, shall we say, so far this season into Rotax. Now there's only been one race so far this season where he's not finished either 1st or 2nd. He finished 7th place in heat number 1 at round 3 back at GYG. He finished 2nd place in heat number 1 at round 1 at Rawa. And other than that, he's won every single race so far in this one. So while we wait for this race to get underway, I think we should maybe hear from Logan Rolfe before we see him head out on circuit from 4th place in this one. Of course, he was your final winner yesterday at round number 5, and I think we can hear from him in a moment's time. You join us here at the podium once again. You join here with Mr. Logan Rolfe, winner in the Inter Rotax here at round number 7. Now, Logan, you've won again. What do you have to say about
that? It's just constantly winning for me. I had Matt Roach, Oscar Roach's dad, telling me, honestly, when are you going to stop winning, Logan? Let us have a chance. It's just constant at the minute.
Well, it's impressive, mate. You've done a good job. I mean, it's not like you ran away with it. You started to have a decent battle right to the flag. I think it was like a 10th or 2 in it between you and Oscar and maybe a couple of other drivers as well. Now, they've certainly brought the heat to you, but you've extended your championship lead. What are you thinking ahead of the rest of the season?
Just trying to, like, my teammate Lucas Esser and Layla Bell for the SuperOne, just try and get them to hold my enemies off and all the other enemies, and then I can just take the lead and get a championship win.
Perfect. I think that sounds like a pretty good plan. Trying to get some team spirit going, it sounds like, in the awning. Finally, is there anyone you want to thank for this victory?
My dog Rolo, who's right behind you because he brought me good luck. My dad, my sister, and my mum for travelling in 3 hours up here on Thursday night, and they finally got here at 6, and which they didn't need to, but they wanted to. And also, I want to thank all my sponsors: Beta, Synergy Direct, and all the people that do all my media stuff. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, a big shout out to all of the travelling Rolfe crew, especially Rolo. We'll see him back again at next round. You join us on the podium here for the MightE Final at round number 5 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series at Clay Pigeon. He's only gone and won it 2 in a row. Mr. Zane Sofawoglu in the MightEs. A big well done to you, Zane. And of course, Kenneth, what a race that was.
It was quite close with Felix. Actually, the last lap they had to connect together and organization make a decision for him some fine. But we prefer they share podium together because Felix and Zane is doing great job together. Also, Arthur Bauer is doing good. We love to have competition like them.
No, the competition has been amazing, but obviously there was a win last time out at GYG. You've come to another new track of Clay Pigeon. You've won again. Surely the sky's the limit at this point.
It's going very good, but actually we are waiting a day to finish the season because we want to go to a bigger category. And we already start Friday on the Micromax training. Zane was one of the fastest on the Micromax. This is more interesting for us. Probably next year we will do SuperOne Micromax because he's a champion of Turkey for Micromax. And soon we are there, where we want to be.
Awesome, well, amazing. Well, I wish him the best of luck. Is there any final words that you want to say?
Maybe we are Zane. Zane, what? Ne söylemek istiyorsun?
I win.
Again?
Good.
I win? You win?
Yeah.
Yes, he win. I win.
Well, he's won. We'll send it back to you. That's very kind of you. Great to hear from a couple of drivers then, just before we get this next race ready to go. Of course, out on track next will be our Inter Rotax and Honda Cadet R200s. Great to hear from Logan Rolfe. Of course, like you said, winning's getting a little bit boring for him. Well, he's made it a little bit more difficult for himself, at least here in heat number 1, starting from 4th place. And of course, we thought we'd treat any Zane Sofawoglu fans who stuck around to watch the rest of the racing that don't involve the Turkish man to a little insight into an interview from yesterday after he, of course, took the win in the MightE Bambinos there at round number 5. We'll see if he can do the same later on this afternoon in the final at round number 6. Well, the drivers have finished having a little bit of a talking to out there. Again, like I said, I don't quite know what it was about, but we'll err on the side of positivity. They're all back in their karts now in the dummy grid, though, and it looks like we're about ready to go for their first race of the day. Already been through the grid before we head into those nice little interviews. But quietness descends over Clay Pigeon. It's a very odd sensation. We never get quietness here at a kart track. What is going on? I'm sure that it will roar back into life in only a few moments' time as the drivers are released from the dummy grid. Now, I do want to give a big shout out as well to Mr. Dylan Patrick, starting 23rd in this race, one of our rookies in the Rotax class. Had a lovely chat with himself and his dad both yesterday and this morning. Really, really lovely people, and great to see how positive they are, how much they're enjoying racing in the SuperOne Series. And of course, Dylan, one of our rookies out there on circuit, like I mentioned, getting in, getting involved, getting stuck in some great racing yesterday. His dad was so proud of him. Although he's gone down with a bit of illness overnight, so he's not feeling 100% this morning, but he's still out there on circuit, still going to give it his all, and we'll be supporting him all the way to the flag, as I'm sure you will in the live chat as well, along with all of the rest of the racers heading out there on circuit as well. Now, Dylan flying the flag of Germany, Charlie Gregg flying the flag of the Isle of Man, and Annika Hurd flying the flag of Australia out here today. Great to see so many different nations being represented in the SuperOne Series here in Great Britain. But we're about ready to go then for the first heat of the day in Rotax and Honda Cadet R200. Jackson Hilton and JJ Lowe lead us to the lights. We're underway in racing here as they head down into the first couple of corners. Up and under goes Logan Rolfe, picks the pocket of JJ Lowe and sends himself up into second place. It's all a bit of argy-bargy down there at the S's. 2 or 3 drivers off there onto the grass, and they'll be dropping all the way to the back of the pack. And a spin there for one driver as he tries to get himself back onto the black stuff. That was less than ideal. You can see the drivers there heading through into the middle section of the circuit and through to the end of the lap. Now, the start's been called. The start has been called. False start then on that initial attempt. So a little bit too scrappy there down through Billy's blind and the S's. So we'll try that one again for the first heat of the day here for Rotax and Honda Cadet R200s. And that just means that Logan Rolfe's going to have to do that all again. What a start that was from Logan Rolfe, heading from that outside line to the inside. That's the main thing really here at Clay Pigeon. You don't want to get stuck on that outside line, because as we've seen already today, drivers have issues on the inside line and just end up taking you out as they head through towards the barrier. It's been another beautiful start though from Logan Rolfe, and once again he's got himself to the inside line, and once again he's got himself to second place already. Can the drivers give each other a little bit more room this time through the S's? Yes, they can. They all make it through on this second time of asking. Big slide there for the orange helmeted driver. They're going to slide all the way to the exit there. I think that was the 55 of Lucas Esser there, having a bit of a slidey moment down at the hairpin, and he's going to drop about 3 or 4 positions, I think that was, to head through to the end of lap number 1. As they go over the gantry then, who is leading on this second attempt? It's JJ Lowe who takes to the front of the field, so it's actually Jackson Hilton from pole who's lost out in that. He's dropped down into 3rd place, but he's got him back now. He's already got back past Logan Rolfe then, down at Billy's blind. So Jackson Hilton for the Kiddix crew fires his way back into 2nd place, relegates the O plate of Logan Rolfe back into 3rd, but it's still JJ Lowe on the number 28. He's leading from the front. Round the final corner, they come yet again. Driver's line astern. There's Jensen Sale on the number 1 in 4th place, trying to hold on to the coattails of this leading battle. He's got Lewis Herbertson, Oscar Roach, and then basically the entire rest of the field right close in behind them still. Down towards the hairpin they go yet again. No moves at the sharp end of the order. You can see them all pitching in the kart there, using the brakes to help that rotation through the hairpin, particularly key there at the hairpin with that camber. You can hook it up right, you can power all the way through to the exit, and really that's what it is with this Clay Pigeon circuit. There are a lot of corners where you've got to sacrifice that entry speed a little bit to carry the speed through to the exit. Move for the lead though, down the inside goes Jackson Hilton. Logan Rolfe trying to follow him through. They're going to be side by side into the yeses. Space given by JJ Lowe. And that allows Logan Rolfe to slip on by, and he's going to lose more places into the hairpin. Jensen Sale moves his way through. Down the inside goes the number one. He takes third place away from JJ Lowe. And Lowe slips down to fourth place. We often see that in karting. You lose one place, you end up losing 3, 4, or maybe even more if it all goes Pete Tong. The new race leader then, Jackson Hilton, your pole sitter, finds his way back to the sharp end. Re-overtake there for third place. Up and under tries the 96 as well. That's Oscar Roach getting himself involved. And Jensen Sale drops from third to fifth with that one. So JJ Lowe back up into P3. There's the move for the lead though. Down at the hairpin. Down the inside goes Logan Rolfe. And the O-plate finds his way back to the lead. We said he made it a little bit more difficult for himself starting in P4 in this one. It doesn't seem to have mattered. Not even halfway through this race, and he already has found himself back in the lead. Under a lot of pressure though, into Billy's blind, back down the inside goes the 44, and a copy move there. Down the inside goes Oscar Roach into third place. So Jackson Hilton is back to the lead here into Rotax. Jensen Sale there has actually got through. Jensen Sale's into third place then. Roach is in fourth. Then we've got JJ Lowe down into fifth. Herbertson's still very involved with that squabble as well. So is Annika Herg, Keaton Sullivan, Lucas Esser, and Maria Roberto's just got past Evan Miller on the last lap. Maria rounds out the top 10 in this one. Around the final corner they go yet again. There is the 45 of Jackson Hilton. Leads us into Billy's blind. Logan Rolfe not feeling like he's close enough to go for a move this time. The 53 of Lucas Herbertson wrestling that kart there to the exit of Billy's blind to hook up the speed and try and make some moves. And I think that's exactly what he might have just done there. Lewis Herbertson trying to find a way through, or was that a move from behind? We'll wait and see as they come across the gantry. Lowe, Herbertson and Hurd definitely having a little feisty battle out there. 2.5 minutes just over on the clock. And Jensen Sale has closed back up to your two leaders. Jensen Sale has the fastest lap of the race, and he's got even faster on the last lap, 36.8. Now that fastest lap, and defending. Jackson Hilton is defending then. That's going to close the rest of the drivers up in behind and make it even more exciting for us to watch here on the live stream. There was a move in behind as well, so Herbertson did get through on Lowe on the last lap, but I think we've just seen Lowe get past here on lap number 8. So continuing to swap positions. Top three, absolutely line astern as we head into another lap. Will this be a move? Yes, it will. Rolfe down the inside. Whoa, quite late on the brakes though. Nearly a bit of contact between Rolfe and Hilton. Hilton able to bleed out of the brakes though. Lets his car drift a little bit wider than maybe he would have liked, but just avoids contact and avoids losing that position. But that bit of battling between the two of them again allows for those drivers in behind to close up once more. Sale and Roach right on their rear bumpers. As we mentioned, a lot of wins so far this season for Logan Rolfe, but Oscar Roach, JJ Lowe, Lucas Esser and Jensen Sale have been the drivers absolutely nipping at the heels of Logan Rolfe throughout this season so far. It's all changed though down at Billy's blind. Logan Rolfe has got through then on Jackson Hilton. Sale's under pressure there as they head down into the hairpin as well. I think Oscar Roach might have just gone down the inside there at the hairpin. So as they head up through into the final corner yet again, it's Logan Rolfe who finds his way back into the lead of this race. Less than a minute left to go on the time, and then they'll cross the line. I think we will just about get 3 more laps of this race. Up and under though, look at that move, side by side into the S. It's got our two leaders, and Logan Rolfe has to give that one up on the exit. That's going to mean he loses speed down towards the hairpin, and again, he's under so much pressure from the drivers in behind. Roach and Sale all over his rear bumper, and if Rolfe felt he needed to defend there, he's going to have lost time, and that's exactly what has happened. You can see the gap between Rolfe and Hilton as they come around the final corner then to start another lap of this race. Hilton still has 2 laps left to go to get this one finalised though, and that's plenty enough time for things to change. Well, JJ Lowe has found the fastest lap of the race, and JJ Lowe has closed back in to this battle at the sharp end. Rolf's dropped down to P3 then through the first section of the circuit, so Roach is now through into second place. So now it's looking like Hilton leading Roach, Rolf, Sale and Lowe. That is your top 5 group. Herbertson has dropped off ever so slightly of these leaders. He's now finding himself under a bit of pressure from Annika Hurd, and their battle for 6th place. On to the final lap we go then. Last 815 metres of this heat. And Oscar Roach doing a great job fending off the pressure from the now 4 drivers, trying to find a way through, but Oscar's defending as they head down into the hairpin. And through we go then into the horseshoe, holding the inside line, unable to do anything with that overspeed is Logan Rolfe as they head through into the final couple of corners then. There is Jackson Hilton leading us through, and it is going to be Jackson Hilton who takes the win in the first heat of the day. Rolf goes side by side with Roach across the line, can't quite steal it at the checkered flag. 300ths of a second separate the 96 and the O plate across the line. And JJ Lowe manages to sneak on by Jensen Sale there on the final lap. Gets the fastest lap and also steals away 4th place. Jensen Sale, your number 1 plated driver, will have to settle for 5th when all is said and done in that one. But there we go then. End of the race for the first heat of the day in Inter Rotax and Honda Cadet R200s. Let's have a look at those full results from that first heat of the day. You've already gone through your top 5, only separated by a second there. Hopefully we see more racing like that throughout today. Lewis Herbertson stays ahead of Annika Hurd there to finish in 6th place. Annika actually dropping a bit off of Lewis Herbertson on that last lap. She stays ahead of Kian Sullivan, Lucas Esser and Evan Mellor though. Those were your top 10. Maria Roberto just outside of it in 11th, followed by Jay Birmingham, Roger Gurkelnath and Louis Barker. And 15th place was Charlie Gregg, followed by Luke Collins, Florence Walkington, Layla Bell, Isla Parsons, Daniel Hulse, Alexander Adams, Toby Wortley, Dylan Patrick and Oscar Richards were your Inter Rotax drivers. And your one and only Honda R200 there, Adam Corsa. They're finishing towards the back of the field. Right then, Inter Rotax and Honda R200s done and dusted. 3rd race of the day complete. Soon heading out on circuit though will be our IAME M1s for their first heat of the day. So it looks like we're about ready to go then for our first race of the day in the IAME M1s. Always an exciting classification here in the SuperOne Series. For some reason, my laptop I had totally lost Wi-Fi there, but we've got everything back, don't worry, and I've got the grid ready to go for you. And I think the drivers have already started the race. No time to go through the grid then. Hendrix Verlat will lead us away down to turn 1. It's Hendrix Verlat and Arthur Rhodes who are on the front row. Presley Knight, Logan Edwards, Teddy Smith, Hugh Riley, Oakley Rudman, Shay Downey, Buster Scott and Elijah Sang, your top 10. While we wait for the cameras, I might as well go through the rest. Nicholas Ansett, Jensen James Williams, Sebastian Talbot, Etienne Gardner, Freddie Dye, Tommy Walton, Jensen Drummond, RJ Harrison, Gabriel Chu, Harley Bev, Noah Brad, Archie Ashworth, Jack Minnow, Lucas Otley Thistle Thwaite, then Arthur Bowers, Stanley Thurston, Tommy Delaney and Reggie Peters. That was your grid for this IAME M1 heat. We're already underway though, and the top 3 trying to scamper off immediately in this one. They've got a nice little gap already to the rest of the running order. And let's see if your pole sitter of Hendrix Verlat has held on to this one. No, he hasn't. Hendrix has dropped down into 3rd place then on that Nigel Mansell-esque kart and helmet. It's Calman Simon who has got through into the lead, with Cole Parrish following him through into 2nd place. That following gaggle is Freddie Purnell, Max St. Hilaire, AJ Halil and Isaac Young. Then we've got Jensen Drummond, Briella Stevens there in 9th place, with Ezra Robinson Matthews in 10th. This is why I was getting confused. This isn't the IAME M1. So that's why I was getting myself confused, ladies and gentlemen. My sincerest apologies. We're not quite on heat number 7 yet. That'll be race number 7 even. That'll be out in a few moments' time. We're only on race number 4. It's the Coma C50s out now at the moment. My sincerest apologies. So your grid actually looked like Cole Parrish, Calvin Simon, Freddie Pennell, Hendrix Villat, AJ Hillel, Max St. Hilaire, Isaac Young, Briella Stevens, Jensen Drummond, Hayden Bailey, Ezra Robinson Matthews, Ayrton Edwards Jones, Tommy Lovejoy and Dalton Dyke Whitfield was your grid for this one. Again, my apologies for getting that one totally wrong. It's the Coma C50s who we've got out here for their first heat of the day. So actually, I tell a lie. It was a great start from Calvin Simon up 1 spot. So it was just a switch of positions there between the top 2. Hendrix Villat gaining 1 up into 3rd place. So a little bit of a shuffle over the first lap of this race, but not as crazy as I had once thought. But again, catching me out because a couple of the drivers are doing 2 different classes across the day, which is amazing to see, especially with such young drivers as well. Very, very tiring to be doing multiple classes across a day's racing, but fair play to them. The best way to learn is getting time in the seat, time out on circuit in proper racing conditions. And that's exactly what these drivers are getting. It's a perfect way for them to find some pace and get used to battling wheel to wheel out there. That's exactly what Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish are doing at the moment. Cole Parrish putting the pressure on to Calvin Simon. But Calvin Simon with the fastest lap at the moment, 49.3. All the drivers, the 49s, 50s, 51s, and a couple of 52s, and then a couple of drivers just slightly off of the pace at the moment. It looks as though we've already lost Tommy Lovejoy from this race, which is gutting to see the number 77. A fast little racer is Tommy Lovejoy. I'm very used to seeing Tommy down at Rye House. Gutted to see him already out of this race, taking to the grass though there in the background. I think that was Freddie Pennell. Max St. Hilaire having a nice move there on the exit of Binny's blind. Tried to go side by side as they headed into the S's. And Freddie decided, I don't think we're going to make it through side by side there. I'm just going to take to the grass and do a bit of rallycross here at Clay Pigeon. It looks as though he slotted back in, but I think he has lost the place to Max St. Hilaire. So that's a change for 6th position out there on circuit at the moment. Top 2 still as they were then. Calvin Simon leading Cole Parrish down into Binny's blind for the 6th time so far in this race. And they're pulling a nice little gap, to be fair, over Hendrix Villat. Working together well, of course, with these lesser powered karts for these young Bambino drivers. Working together is really beneficial because you've not only got one small Coma C50 engine pushing you forward, you've got 2. So that always helps with finding a little bit more lap time. And like I said earlier, with this Clay Pigeon circuit, a lot of it is carrying the speed through the corners as best as you can, sacrificing a bit of that entry speed to make up for it on the exit speed, which you can carry through the rest of the winding circuit, especially in these karts where really, it's only really 2 places where you're properly braking. It'd be down into Binny's blind and then down into the hairpin as well in these Coma C50s. Otherwise, I don't think they're probably really braking at all on this circuit. Maybe just a bit of a lift to try and hold the slide, say through the horseshoe and through the final corner as well. Staying as they were then, these top 2. We drop back to Briella Stevens, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Ayrton Edward Jones this is in the battle for 8th place. Ayrton going for the move down the inside there, committed, but will run wide into the horseshoe. And Ezra Robinson Matthews will say thank you very much, goes up and under, retakes 9th place. And all that's going to do is give a bit more breathing room to Briella Stevens as she presses on ahead there in 8th place. Top 2 remaining as they were. We had a brief look there at Max St. Hilaire, Jensen Drummond and Freddie Pennell. They're still following Lina Stern in their battle for 5th place. 48 seconds left to go on the clock then. When they come across the line this time, they'll be starting their penultimate lap of this race. Now coming into the weekend, I should say, because championships will have been reshuffled somewhat after yesterday's action. It was Hendrik Verlat leading the championship, Cole Parrish in second, Freddie Pennell in third, and Kalman Simon in fourth place. Kalman Simon only with one win under his belt so far. That was in heat number 2 at round 2 at Rowrah. But he's looking to change that here in heat number 1 at round 6. Changing the group behind though, St. Hilaire in 5th place. Jensen Drummond jumps up into 4th. Isaac Young drops down into 6th place. Timer hit 0 though. I was indeed correct in my prediction. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. Look at the gap that Simon and Parrish has gained over Verlat though now. 6.1 seconds as they started this second to last lap of the race. But less than 2 seconds now separating Verlat and the charging pack of Drummond and Hilaire and Young. But then those three battling though isn't going to help them at all. Look at these two though as they head on to the final lap. Gloves are off between Simon and Parrish. And Parrish looking to the right side, looking to the left. We'll try the up and under, and he's got it. Great move from Cole Parrish. Just as they find the back marker there, the number 14 of Dalton Dyke Whitfield. They both managed to find a way through, but Kalman Simon is held up ever so slightly on the exit of the S's there. And that's just going to be able to give Cole Parrish a little bit of breathing room as they head into the horseshoe. He still holds that slightly defensive line as they head through sector number 2. But it looks like Cole will have done enough here as he heads into the final corner. Cole Parrish leads us around the final corner. It's a good exit from Kalman Simon, but I'm not sure it's quite going to be enough. It'll be a run to the line, but it will be Cole Parrish who steals away the win on the final lap of the race. Great overtake there down into Billy's blind from Cole Parrish. Read that one beautifully. Saw Kalman just go a little bit wide there into Billy's blind and did the up and under move and got it sorted. So despite having the fastest lap in this race, the number 12 of Kalman Simon having to settle for second place, which he's done a couple of times so far this season. But it's Cole Parrish who adds another win to his tally. And Cole Parrish setting himself up for a very positive day out there on the black stuff. As the rest of the drivers make it across the line then, let's run you through the final finishing order then in the Coma C50 heat number 1. Cole Parrish taking the win, just over a 10th and a half. Behind was Kalman Simon, followed by Hendrik Verlat, Jensen Drummond and Max St. Hilaire, your top 5. Then it was Isaac Young, Freddie Pennell, Briella Stevens, Ayrton Edwards-Jones and Ezra Robinson Matthews, your top 10. They were followed by Hayden Bailey, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, AJ Hillel and Tommy Lovejoy. Your 14 drivers in that Coma C50 heat number 1. Gutting to see that not only did we lose Tommy Lovejoy early on in that race on lap number 1, we then lost AJ Hillel on lap number 3 of that race. So a couple of the C50s not making it to the checkered flag in that one. But we're about ready to go for the next heat of the day then, which will be our Junior Max heat number 1. Here we go then, Junior Rotax heat number 1 about ready to go. And he's done it again. Your winner in the final yesterday, Teddy Cooper, has stuck it on pole here today for round number 6. What a lap from Teddy Cooper. Down in the 34.6s. Rest of the drivers in behind. To be fair, not even far off. It was a great lap from Teddy Cooper. But there's what, 3.5 tenths separating 1st and 12th place on the grid. That is how close it is here, not only in the SuperOne Series, but particularly here at Clay Pigeon. I was saying to a couple of drivers, not only in general chats around the paddock, but also in the podium interviews yesterday, Clay Pigeon is one of those circuits where I feel it's relatively easy to get a good lap time at Clay Pigeon, but getting a great lap time takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, because finding those extra few tenths here at Clay Pigeon is easier said than done, I'll tell you that much. Let's try and run through the grid then for this junior Rotax heat number 1. As I mentioned, Teddy Cooper lines up on pole position with Oliver Smith alongside him on the front row. Then it's Riley Bishop and Jackson Lane on row 2, with Jake Cossey and Milo Madison on row 3. Amy Peacock, Lewis Holt on row 4, with Leon Barlow and Charlie Benson rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Rory Hinckley and Sam Finn go from row number 6, with Joseph Murphy and Jensen Powers on row 7. Then it's Drew Preisner and Adam Yadatis on row number 8, with Isaac Parkinson and Hayagriva Gokulnath on row 9. Isaac Jameson and Aidan Young round out the top 20 on row 10, followed by Cassidy Southall and Alfie Clark. Then it's Trevor Leon Sanson, Neve Allen, Jordan Martin, then Travis Dolby, Mia Caruso, Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle, Riley Linnell, Maxim Kurok, and Alex McCullough. 32 drivers on the grid here for Junior Rotax. Here we are then, 2x2 around the final corner. Let's get this first race of the day underway. First time of asking junior drivers, and we will. Down to the first corner we go, and it's a great start for your pole sitter. Less great start though from 3 drivers in behind, all finding the green stuff on the outside of the first corner. It's easy to do when the track is that busy, and it will be a false start for that one then. You can see the green and yellow chevron flag on the Marshall hut there on the left-hand side of your screen. But we'll go around again. Just like I said, I was hoping that we get that one done first time of asking. We did for a bit, but sadly wasn't to be there in the first heat of the day in Junior Rotax. We'll go around again for a second opportunity at the start. It was a great start from the inside row then for your pole sitter, Teddy Cooper. He had a blinding start for that one. Oliver Smith on the O-play got caught napping a little bit. Let's see if this one starts off a bit more side by side. It will do for a moment, but again, dropping to the outside line. No, it's Teddy Cooper, sorry, who's dropping back. So it's the O-play who's had a great start. Big collision, though, down at Billy's Blind. We've got a number of drivers off. The 31 and the 40 there coming together. And that is Kian Hundle and Riley Linnell. Or Riley Linnell. Sorry, Riley. I promise I'll try and get your pronunciation correct. We've got 2 more drivers off there on the exit of Billy's Blind as well. So it's been a difficult start for a number of drivers. There's the 31 of Kian Hundle, not making it to the end of lap number 1 in this one. So I actually got it wrong. It was the anti-pole side who got a great start in that one. So Oliver Smith flew off at the start of that one. Yet again, even at the second time of asking, Oliver Smith had a brilliant start. And your pole sitter, Teddy Cooper, drops down into 4th place in that one. And of course, as all the drivers had to follow line astern until they get to that start-finish line. You can't overtake until you get to the start-finish line. And thus, any driver on the odd side of the grid, 1, 3, 5, 7, and so on, all losing out on that race start. Jackson Lane gets past Milo Madison there on lap number 2. And there's more moves in behind. I think that's Drew Prize. They're losing a place to Isaac Parkinson as they head down through Billy's Blind. One driver going a bit slowly. I think that's one of our lap drivers there, just trying to move out of the way. That was the number 14 of Cassidy Southall. So it hasn't been a great start of the race for Cassidy Southall. Looks as though we lost Jake Cossey on that first lap of the race as well. The 69, I believe, was one of the other drivers involved in the incident down at Billy's Blind, with a yellow flag there at the final corner as well. So it's certainly not been a relaxed start to this Junior Rotax race, as we see Lewis Holtz go down the inside of Amy Peacock there, change for 6th place. And there's a move down the inside as well from Teddy Cooper. That's getting back past Milo Manderson. So Teddy Cooper had made the place up on the last lap. Manderson had got back through. And Teddy Cooper once again repaying the favour. Teddy Cooper back up into 3rd place then. So he's in a battle with Manderson, Bishop, and Peacock and Holt also joining the fray as well. But Oliver Smith still leading this race as it's all switched again. It's all changed. Cooper is down into 5th place as Manderson and Cooper back down the inside then. That's on the 57 of Jackson Lane. Lane loses 3 places there down at the hairpin as the number 2 of Riley Bishop scampers on by as well. So that'll be Jackson Lane down to 6th place. Madison into 3rd, Bishop into 4th, and Holt into 5th place. It's Madison into 2nd. Not for much longer though. There goes Teddy Cooper down the inside. They'll be side by side as they head into the S's. And Teddy Cooper gets just enough of a bump there from Riley Bishop to head on by as they headed through into the S's. A real pinch point of the circuit, that one. And really offers opportunities for issues there for drivers. This is probably the way of putting it on the live stream. But either way, they managed to make it all through. Halfway through this race then, just under 3.5 minutes left to go. And look at the gap that's now been gained by Oliver Smith. With all these drivers squabbling in behind, Oliver said, thank you very much, I'll take the fastest lap and I'll press on ahead. Move there from the 17, that's Amy Peacock getting past Milo Manderson. Shuffles Manderson down into 5th place. And Amy Peacock, we saw her going well back at Rowra, racing really well in and amongst the top 10. But then was involved in an incident, trying to remember whether it was Heat 2 or the final, where she made a great move into one of the hairpins up at Rowra. But then as they got down into the Stewart S's, a cart went up and over the front of her cart and smacked into her right leg. I think she wasn't too damaged, but very, very bruised, and I don't think enjoyed the rest of the racing that day too much. Well, she obviously enjoyed it as much as you can with a bit of a bruised leg. But clearly has had plenty of time to recover from that. Has been to GYG, since then. And she is really enjoying Clay Pigeon at the moment, up in 4th place. We've still got yellow flags there out of the final corner, so clearly either a cart off at the side that I can't see, or maybe some barriers that need repairing, which can't be done under live circuit conditions. Either way, final corner not usually an overtaking opportunity, but it can be done. But one corner locked off there for overtaking. Still just over 2 seconds separating Oliver Smith in the lead and Teddy Cooper in 2nd place. Teddy Cooper has just taken a new fastest lap though. First driver down into the 34s in this race. 34.838, so now he's managed to get himself to the sharp end of this chasing pack. He's really started to press on in terms of lap times. Or, as I say that though, Oliver Smith and Riley Bishop join him down in the 34s. All 3 of them doing 34.9s on that last lap around the circuit. So very quick pace, but that is not going to allow for Cooper to close in on Smith anytime soon. We've only got just over a minute left to go in this race. All of the championship contenders though at the sharp end. Oliver Smith leads us in to the Clay Pigeon event ahead of Teddy Cooper and Milo Manderson. No moves opening up here though on this 3rd to last lap of this race, I think this will be. And 30 seconds on the clock then as they come across the line. It will just about be the penultimate lap of the race started then for Oliver Smith. There's a move down the inside, that'll be on Amy Peacock. Through goes Milo Manderson, then retakes 4th place away. And now Amy Peacock's in that difficult position. Well, maybe not for much longer. Holt down the inside. Committed move there to the apex of Lewis Holt. Grabs 5th place away from Amy Peacock as they then headed into a yellow flag zone. We had a driver there off on the outside of the circuit. Not quite sure who that was out there. But either way, they found the green stuff, and that won't be helping with their charge in this race. Final lap has begun then for Oliver Smith. Gap has closed to about 1.7 seconds, courtesy of a new fastest lap of the race on the last time around the circuit for Teddy Cooper, down in the 34.6s. Pretty close to his pole position time in this race, but it's going to be too little, too late for Teddy Cooper. Oliver Smith rounds the final corner and wins heat number 1 here in Junior Rotax. The championship leader adds a few more points to that tally. Teddy Cooper looking strong though with that pole position. Has to settle for second place in this one, I think really due to a difficult start that he had. Now I didn't see any jump start penalties come through because of that one, but we can see if that changes when all is said and done and results are finalised. Of course, to remind you, all the results that I give you here on the live stream are very much provisional. They're only the on-track results. Any final results, as I mentioned earlier, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. Well then, race done and dusted. Let's run you through the final finishing order from that one, as we've got a couple of carts to collect from the circuit. Oliver Smith will take the win then in Junior Rotax Heat number 1. Teddy Cooper and Riley Bishop round out the top 3, with Milo Manderson and Lewis Holt rounding out the top 5. Amy Peacock, Jackson Lane, Joseph Murphy, Charlie Benson and Adam Yadatis were your top 10 in that one. Followed across the line by Leon Barlow, Drew Preisner, Isaac Parkinson, Jensen Powers, Rory Hinckley, Jordan Martin, then Isaac Jameson, Alex McCullough, Aidan Young, Neve Allen, Alfie Clark, Hayagriva Gokulnath, Travis Dolby, Elijah Hartley, Sam Flynn, Mia Caruso and Trevor Leanne Sanson. That was the last of your finishes in that race. Oh no, sorry. Cassidy Southall, Riley Linnell were the last of your finishers. And then it was Maxime Karuk, Jake Cossey and Kian Hundle that we all lost from those first lap incidents down at Biddy's Blind. Well then, that was a very exciting Junior Rotax Heat number 1. Lots of squabbles up within the top 5 of the order. But Oliver Smith, Europlate then, takes the win in that one. We've still got a few heats left to go then. Or do we have too many heats left to go? Let's see if I can reload this. We've got 3 more heats left to come, if I can get my maths right. And then we go straight to the lunch break. Of course, with the schedule here at SuperOne, we had all of the qualifying sessions to set the grid for these heats earlier on this morning, which we did not bring you on the live stream. But as I say, you can find all those results over on the Results Alpha Timing page. And then we run through all of the first round of heats. After that, like I say, we're going to go to the lunch break. You can see the all of the interviews and the drivers' parade. And then after the lunch, will be the second round of heats and all of the finals. Let's have a look at the grid then for Micromax and Honda Cadet GX200. Front row of the grid then for Micromax sees Oscar Churches and Freddie Baker. Then it's Noah Wicklow and Benjamin Slavar on row 2, with Theo Jepson and Will Hatton on row number 3. Braith Owen and Isaac Garther on row 4, with Charlie Kale and Arja Bilinov there on row number 5. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Lani Eden, Teddy Roberts, Ellis Holt, Henry Perrin and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Your 15 drivers there in Micromax. Then we move on to the Honda Cadet GX200 grid. It's Henry Colborne there in 17th place on the grid, but pole position in the Hondas. Followed by Jesse Bailey, Riley Blakemore, Joshua Bailey, Arthur Roberts, Ethan Pearson, Jerry Dufficy, Archie Edgar, Joshua Kynaston Wade, then Reggie Dufficy, Oliver Vickers, Alfie Hennell, Milo Taylor, Finley Thompson, Kai Sari, and Zara James. So 31 drivers total out on track for this one. 15 drivers out in the Micro Maxes, and then 16 drivers out in the Honda Cadet GX200s. Now we've got a slight change to the schedule for today when compared to yesterday. For the finals later on today for these two classes, we will be splitting them. So the updated schedule, the Micro Maxes will be at the same time as expected, but the Honda Cadets are now the last final of the day. So they will be happening after the Senior Rotax and 177s final. Right at the end of the day is when you're going to see the Honda Cadet. So if that's what you're waiting to watch, that's when you need to be back here. That is scheduled to start at 10 minutes past 5. You can see their drivers all getting ready to go. clearly, there's still some carts being collected from the circuit, as none of them are in their carts. They're all there at the side of the track, watching on, having maybe some final meetings with parents and mechanics to go over strategy, but also just bantering and having a bit of fun with their fellow drivers. Of course, all still very young, the drivers out here in the Micromaxes and Honda Cadets. Let's see if I can give you a little bit more info on some of the drivers heading out there on circuit at the moment. We start with the Honda Cadets. Archie Cannon was leading the championship as we headed into this weekend's action, but Archie not here this weekend. Riley Blakemore second in the standings we headed into Clay Pigeon, and he is here today. He's starting third place on the grid here in our first heat of the day here for round number 6. He's also our top rated rookie according to my timing screen as well. Now your winners in the finals so far in Honda Cadet. Archie Cannon has won 3 of the 4. It's a big wave to the live stream. Hello down there. And all the people at the side of the circuit thoroughly enjoying all of the action as the grandstands are full to the brim here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Of course, great to see lots of people enjoying the action, not only in the classes that they're supporting, but of course across the racing action. And a big thank you again to all of you watching on from wherever you are in the world as well. We're almost ready to go for this first heat today in Micromax and Honda Cadet GX200. As we were saying then, Archie Cannon, 3 of the 4 final wins so far this season. The only driver to win one who's not named Archie Cannon is Mr. Riley Blakemore. You have to wait until the end of the day to see whether he is able to do that at the end of today. What were we looking like yesterday? Let's try and open up the results. So Micromax, it was Freddie Baker. Of course, Freddie Baker, a double win out on circuit yesterday. Freddie Baker took the win in the Honda Cadet GX200, I believe. No, sorry, the Micromax has me getting myself confused. Well, looks as though the drivers are heading out on circuit anyway, so that is positive. That's what it is, of course. Freddie Baker, IAME Water Swift restricted final winner yesterday, as well as your Micromax final winner from yesterday as well. So Freddie definitely one to watch. He starts this one from the front row. So scratch what I said. It's Riley Blakemore who has taken all the wins in Honda Cadet. But Freddie Baker, it was his first time racing in Micromax yesterday. And he's already taken a win. Very, very impressive from Freddie Baker. We'll see how he does. It looks as though... No, that is the black numbers. So I do think we've got the Micromaxes heading on first. And then the second group will be the Honda Cadets. Around the final corner then come our Micromax drivers. They will head to the lights. And hopefully we'll get this one underway first time of asking. They head down into Billy's blind, and down the inside goes Oscar Churches. He'll hold on to this race lead from the pole Side of the grid. There go the Honda Cadets then as well. Jesse Bailey and Henry Colborne side by side down into Billy's blind. Side by side still as they head through into the S's. Great move there, committed move, and steals away the lead from the Project One driver. So that's Henry Colborne through on Jesse Bailey for the lead in Honda Cadets. Micromax is heading through to end lap number 1. It's Oscar Churches ahead of Noah Wicklow in the Micromaxes. Here are the Honda Cadets heading through to end their first lap of the race then. And it looks like it's gone pretty well then for the overtaking drive. I do think that was Henry Colburn, but we'll double check as they come across the line now. If my timing wants to actually update itself, that would be very helpful. It doesn't seem to want to, so I'm going to struggle a little bit there, ladies and gentlemen. Either way, heading through onto lap number 2. Here are the Micromaxes around the final corner. Churches, Wicklow and Baker, your top 3 group there. As they head through to the end of the second lap. I got it wrong. It's Joshua Bailey who's in the lead of the Hondas. And here we look back to them. Round goes third place. Contact with another driver there as well. That's the 92 spinning round. And I've not got the 92 on my timing. Fantastic. That's Freddie Baker, that is, who's gone round. So that was the Micromaxes who were heading down into the first corner. Here we look back to the Honda Cadets. It's so difficult. They both got yellow plates, so I'm trying to look at which colour the number is. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen at home, for my disjointed commentary so far this morning. But either way, Freddie Baker, your final winner yesterday at round number 5, facing the wrong direction there on lap number 3 of this race down at Billy's blind. So despite having the fastest lap so far in this race, Freddie Baker goes for a spin, and it was Theo Jepson that he collected there whilst rotating down at Billy's blind. That is gutting, but Theo Jepson did a really good job yesterday as well, was clearly racing well so far in this one. But it's all got a bit wrong for those two down at Billy's blinds at the opening part of this race. There's been a change. No, it hasn't been a change at the front of the order. My apologies. Still the 18 of Oscar Churches, who leads us down into Billy's blind. Clearly feeling under a bit of pressure, though, from Noah Wicklow. Has to hold that inside line down into Billy's blind. I say that, though, can't be feeling under too much pressure. Churches has just done the fastest lap for the first driver down into the 39s. Here are the Hondas, though. Henry Colborne is now leading this race. Down the inside goes the Project One driver. That's Joshua Bailey. Oh, no, it's not, sorry. That is Riley Blakemore through on Joshua Bailey. So Blakemore sends himself back into second place. Shuffles Bailey down to third. And we've got Ethan Pearson, Jesse Bailey, Arthur Roberts, and loads of drivers sticking with them as they head through sector number 2. We look back to that battle for the lead then in the Micromaxes. Churches still ahead of Wicklow ever. Just about manages to keep it ahead then as they head on through. Still loads of pressure on the rear bumper of Oscar Churches. Look at this gaggle in the Honda Cadets. It's just ridiculous as they head down into the hairpin. We've got pretty much, I want to say, the top 10 all line astern. I'm pretty sure we've got Henry Colborne all the way down to Archie Edgar. Pretty much line astern then for the Honda Cadets. Still 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock in this one. New fastest lap of the race, though, has gone the way of Noah Wicklow in our Micromaxes. So again, Noah Wicklow continuing to pile on that pressure. You know what they say, pressure makes diamonds. Let's see if that saying holds up in this heat number 1 for Oscar Churches again. Bending off from Wicklow as they head down into Billy's blind. Looking to that outside line was Noah Wicklow. That's an incredibly difficult move to get done there down at Billy's blind. Like I mentioned, with how the camber drops away on the outside of the circuit, holding it to the outside line there and keeping your speed without just running totally wide and having to lift off is near enough impossible. But Noah Wicklow still fancy giving it a go. Sadly, did not work out for him. is Noah Wicklow, who was leading the championship going into this weekend. Ahead of Evan Mellor, Ray Owen, Benjamin Slavar and Theo Jepson were your top 5. And Oscar Churches, we didn't see him at Raura for rounds 1 and 2, but he was there at GYG. A best finish of a P4. He did that in both of the heats at round number 4. So Oscar Churches looking for his first Super One victory in 2025. And Noah Wicklow, your championship leader heading into Clay Pigeon, looking to try and stop him from doing just that. But Churches, I was about to say, has re-stolen the fastest lap, but he hasn't. Slightly wrong on the timing tower on the left. It is Freddie Baker who's taken back that fastest lap. Of course, we saw him facing the wrong direction down at Billy's Blind in the opening couple of laps of this race, but he is flying back through the order. A 39.6 new fastest lap of the race from him on the last lap. He's 7.7 seconds behind the leader, 2.3 off of the group ahead. Is that a move for the lead in Honda Cadets? They're trying to chop and change. It's the 68 of Riley Blakemore who's made it back to the front. So it was Henry Colborne trying to squeeze back through and retake his lead. But Riley Blakemore holds onto it. Change at the front of the order though in Micromaxes. Through goes Noah Wicklow. And that is heartbreaking for Oscar Churches. Like I said, looking to take his first ever win on circuit here in the Super One Series. And as the clock strikes 0, it looks like that opportunity is falling away for Oscar Churches. Here are the Hondas down into the first corner. Have we changed around again in the Hondas? Yes, Henry Colborne back to the front. Joshua Bailey into second place. Riley Blakemore down to third. Jesse Bailey, Ethan Pearson, Arthur Roberts all still right in tow behind them. There they head on to the last lap though. Micromaxes will start the last 815 metres of this race. A bit of grass cutting there for a couple of the drivers, kicking up the dust there on the inside of the S's. But how will it finish though as they head through sector number 2 down into the final parts of the circuit? And who will see the checkered flag first? There's a move for the lead down at Billy's Blind in the Hondas. Henry Colburn and Joshua Bailey battling it out through the S's. They're still side by side to the exit. What a battle between those two. We wait to find who wins. It's going to be Noah Wicklow in the Micromaxes. Wicklow stays ahead of Churches then with Benjamin Slavar rounding out the top 3. Where are our Honda Cadet drivers though? We wait and see who sees the checkered flag first in the Hondas. Will it be Henry Colborne? Will it be Joshua Bailey? Will it be Riley Blakemore? We wait for them to see the flag. It's Joshua Bailey! Joshua Bailey comes across the line first, and look at that train of Honda Cadet GX200 drivers. I am a bit gutted that we have a split grid there for those two because they're both so exciting, both of those classes. I'm so glad that we split them up for the final later on. It extends our day ever so slightly, but I personally think it's very, very much worth it for the racing action we're going to be bringing you live here, courtesy of Alpha Live. But what a race that was across the Micromax class and the Honda Cadet GX200s. Noah Wicklow, though, denying Oscar Churches that first ever win in the Super One Series in 2025. So Wicklow finishes ahead of Churches and Benjamin Slavar, your top 3 in Micromax. Let's run you through the full finishing order. Will Hatton finished in 5th place. Ray Owen just ahead of him in P4. Freddie Baker gets back through to 6th place. Fair play to the number 92. Isaac Garth and Arja Bilanov there in 7th and 8th. Then Charlie Cale and Teddy Roberts round out the top 10, followed by Theo Jepson. He did a good job getting back to P11 thereafter, getting collected by Freddie Baker in that incident down at Billy's Blind. Followed across the line by Ellis Holt, Lani Eden, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, and Henry Perrin. Those are all of your micros that made it to the checkered flag. Joshua Bailey takes the win in Honda Cadet GX200, followed by Riley Blakemore, Henry Colborne, Ethan Pearson, Arthur Roberts, Joshua Kyle Aston Wade, Archie Edgar, Jerry Duffersey, then Jesse Bailey, Kai Sari, Oliver Vickers, Finley Thompson, Milo Taylor, Reggie Duffersey, and Sarah Janes. And sadly, only driver we lost in that race was Alfie Hennel. I'm not even sure if he made it to the start there, or maybe we lost him in that first lap incident. Either way, Alfie Hennel not making it to the checkered flag. What a race that was in both of the classes. Like I say, I'm looking forward to them being split up for the finals later on today. We're about ready to go for the next race. I've just seen them go outside of the window. That was a quick turnaround. And we're already going for the next race. IAME M1s have already kick-started. They head through the first couple of corners. So we know it's speedy here at SuperOne, but that was mighty fast. It caught both me and my producer out here, I think, in the box. But we're underway and racing here in the IAME M1s. Their first heat of the day has begun. It was Hendrix Verlat who lined up on pole position for this one. We got yellow flags, so down out of the hairpin, potentially drivers off there. Arthur Rose, Presley Knight, Logan Edwards, Teddy Smith, Hugh Riley, Oakley Rudman, Shay Downey, Buster Scott, Nicholas Sansa, Sebastian Talbot. That's your top 10 starting off this race. Well, what's it going to be looking like as they head to the end of lap number 1? Will Hendrix Verlat still be in the lead? No, he will not. Logan Edwards up into the lead then. The 21 sides on through. If I remember correctly, it was Logan Edwards who took the win yesterday. Yes, it was. Logan Edwards, your final winner yesterday. And he's looking to repeat that here for round number 6. He's doing a good job of it for the moment. Anyway, still 5 minutes and 45 seconds left to go on the clock, though. We're barely even a smidge into this race. But Logan looking to put a nice gap already in between himself. Arthur Rhodes, Hendrix Verlat, all following in as they cross the line. That gap has extended by nearly a second on that last lap alone. Unbelievable from Logan Edwards. It's now a 1.2 second gap as they came across the line. Arthur Rhodes in second place, Hendrix Verlat in third, Presley Knight in fourth, Hugh Riley in fifth place, then Teddy Smith, Buster Scott, Oakley Rudman, Freddie Dye and Sebastian Talbot, your top 10 at the moment in this race. And who's in the barriers? It's the 33 of Tommy Delaney off into the barriers. Another member of the RCE team sadly finding the edges of the circuit there down at Billy's Blind, and will be losing a lot of time and a lot of positions there, sadly for him. Drops all the way to the back of the pack, does the number 33. A big shout out though to the RCE team. Thank you again to the RCE team for their fantastic little media booklet, giving me all little fun facts and information about all the drivers in their team. That's so fantastic to see from RCE, that they're putting in that effort for their young drivers to give them the best springboard into their motorsport career. And it really helps me out too. I can see a wild Josh East there at the end of that shot in his bright orange hat. He's always in some array of bright items that Josh is always wearing. Down here taking all the photos, all the official photography for the SuperOne Series. And Josh East, a very lovely bloke. So if you don't know him already, make sure you get to know. And take some pretty fantastic photos as well. There's the 21 of Logan Edwards. 2 seconds now the gap that he has to those chasing drivers. Still Arthur Rhodes who heads up that battle for second place. Hendrix Verlat all over the rear of the 82 car. Of course, like I said earlier, you might be looking at the drivers and thinking, hold on a second, we've seen them before. How are they out again? A few drivers doing 2 classes across today. The one that's standing out to me at the moment is Mr. Hendrix Verlat. We mentioned his Nigel Mansell-esque livery on the car and on the helmet, and it's exactly the same here for the IAME M1s as well. Hendrix back out yet again. It doesn't matter what class, we always seem to see Mr. Verlat battling at the sharp end. He's doing just that at the moment. He's under a bit of pressure down into Billy's Blind from Presley Knight. But Knight not able to force the door open there. Has to settle back in once more. Arthur Rhodes doing a really good job, though, of dealing with the pressure. Hendrix Verlat thinks about it down into the hairpin. Move does not materialise, though, and have to rethink that yet again. So far this year, then, it was Logan Edwards who took the win at round 1, Arthur Bowers who took the win at round 2, Arthur Bowers who took the win at round 3, and you guessed it, Arthur Bowers who took the win at round 4 in IAME M1. However, Arthur not race. Oh no, he is. Sorry, my apologies. Arthur's down in 12th place at the moment. Of course, we didn't run through the grid. I totally forgot. Great up and under move there. Might get 2 for the price of 1. Uh-oh, going to lose out though. That's Arthur Rhodes trying to get back through. So a good re-overtake then from Arthur Rhodes there to steal back 3rd place away from Presley Knight. But Hendrix Verlat has made up a position in all of that, up into 2nd place. Good movements up in the sharp end of the order, but lap on lap, they continue to fall further away from Mr. Logan Edwards. Still has that fastest lap of the race. The only driver to have got down into the 42 so far in this one, a 42.958 for Mr. Logan Edwards. And my racing number is 21 as well, so showing the speed of the drivers who use the 21 there is Logan Edwards. I definitely can't say that. I'm nowhere near as fast as that young racer, that's for sure. I definitely wouldn't be in one of these karts. I think my power to weight ratio wouldn't be ideal in an IAME M1. But these young drivers, all the perfect stature and size for such an engine and such a kart. Of course, in the sort of Bambino classifications is the IAME M1. Provides some really, really good racing, though, to these karts. With just over a minute left to go. Not too much racing left to be seen out there on the black stuff here for this first heat of the day. Through they continue. Down in Blee's blind yet again. There is the number 19 of Teddy Smith, trying to fend off from Freddie Dye and Hugh Riley, that is. No, Riley's fallen behind Elijah Sang in this early part of the lap. Through they go into the horseshoe then. It's all rather faces. Yes, Sang has got past Riley and has scampered off from Hugh Riley as well. Riley's dropped back into the clutches of Arthur Bowers now as Bowers continues to press on through the order. Now, I can only assume that Bowers has had an issue in qualifying earlier on because I don't think he set a time, starting down on 24th on the grid in this race, and Arthur Bowers is already up into 8th place. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race, and his timer is about to tick to 0. And Logan Edwards, look at that, 4.5 seconds now the gap in the lead. What an unbelievable start to the day for Logan Edwards. Absolute domination here in the IAME M1. He's going to come around the final corner and start the last 815 metres of this race. Battle for second place is heating up though, as Falat and Rhodes do battle for second place. They've broken free of Presley Knight. He's dropped back into the clutches of Teddy Smith. Through the first corner they go then. A little bit of argy-bargy between Falat and Rhodes, but nothing too major. Rhodes continues to follow. Absolutely glued to the back of Falat, but Falat knows he's under pressure. Will go to the inside line, but they're chasing down a back marker as well. Just got to be a little bit careful. Great movements from the back marker, though. Keeps himself out of the way. Well done to Tommy Delaney, who, of course, we saw backwards in the barrier earlier on in this race. Battle continues to second place as Rhodes tries to find a way through, but it will be Logan Edwards who's going to take the win in the first heat of the day in IAME M1. But who's going to get second place? What an exit from Arthur Rhodes, and he steals second place there at the final corner from Hendrik Falat. Good bit of racing then in the IAME M1, so their first heat of the day. But Logan Edwards, your final winner in yesterday's action at round number 5, continues that momentum on here into the Sunday for round number 6. And Logan Edwards starts off his day with a Heat 1 win by nearly 6 seconds. Arthur Rhodes and Hendrik Falat then your top 3. Great move at the final corner from Rhodes to steal that away. Ahead of Presley Knight and Teddy Smith, they're your top 5. It was Freddie Dye, Elijah Sang, Arthur Bowers, Oakley Rudman and Hugh Riley, the top 10. Arthur Bowers getting up there from, 24th position to P8. Fair play to the 99. Watch out for him throughout today's action. Outside of the top 10, though, were Buster Scott, Nicholas Anser, Jensen Drummond, Sebastian Talbot, Etienne Gardner, Reggie Peters, Shay Downey, RJ Harrison, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, then Noah Brad, Archie Ashworth, Harley Bebb, Tommy Walton, Jack Minnow, Tommy Delaney was the last of your finishers. Sadly, we lost Jensen James Williams and Gabriel Chu in that one with some early incidents for our IAME M1 field. Well, I believe we've only got one more race to go before the lunch break, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. Only one more heat left to come before we have a little bit of time to relax and get ourselves prepared for the second round of heats and the finals later on this afternoon. Just so you know, I think the lunch break should be around 30 minutes or so in length. But don't go anywhere. It's not a time to turn off the live stream. We've still got loads of content coming your way during the lunch break. Not only the drivers' parade from this morning, but also all of the interviews from round number 5 yesterday. Right then, let's go then. Final race of the first round of heats. It's Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Here we are then, first heat of the day for Senior Rotax and 177 Rotax. Let's see how this one goes. Let's run you through the grid as they head out of the pit lane. Jarek Metters lines up on pole position with Henry Swanson alongside him. Championship leader Lucas Blanford starts in the second row. What's happened there for Lucas Blanford on the O-plate? Morgan Hudson-Brown, his closest challenger, is there on row 2 in terms of the championship. Then Archie Flint and Jasmine Taylor on row number 3. I'll try and go a little bit faster now. Noah Hadley, Max Chown, Gino Cook and Jay Pearce in your top 10 with Billy Edgecombe and Kieran Denya. There on row number 6. Row 7 as Max Davies and Izzy Lawton. Then it's Braden Donahue, Max Lorna-Bennett, Max Rowley and Kian Eastick. On row 9, running out the top 20 are Sky Frazier and Tom Williams. And it's Matthew Kendall, Savadon Newman, Tom Nottingham and Callum Gosh. Behind them, Alfie Barron Oxbury, Jamie Salter, Martin Jackson and Raul Christian Folanu. Now those 4 at the back with those green plates, they are your 177 drivers. And fair play to Alfie Barron Oxbury, your championship leader in the 177s, getting that pole position. Of course, it's been a little bit simpler for Alfie. He's been the only driver in the 177s to attend every single round this season, and thus why he is in the championship lead. But at this round, the most we've had in the 177s, 4 drivers out there on circuit. He's still shown he's got some pace out there, setting the fastest time. Right, let's get this one underway then. Last of the first round of heats, the seniors in the 177s head to the start line. We've got Jarek Metters on the WC plate, Henry Swanson on the 74. Who will lead as they head down through Billy's blind? What a great start that is from Jarek Metters. Is able to sweep across immediately and hold on to the race lead. You can see there, Lucas Blanford trying to hold the inside line and trying to steal away third place. I don't think he's done it. I have to sit back into fourth. We had one driver's car already conk out there, only just after the start-finish line. That is absolutely gutting. One driver already out before they've even really got it underway here in heat number 1. So moves to the inside there, down at the horseshoe. Committed overtakes with these short and sharp heats. You've really got to grab those opportunities as soon as they come to you, particularly here at Clay Pigeon. You get into those rhythms, and it can be really difficult to get the overtakes done when you're all so close in terms of pace. We saw one driver there in the wall on the outside of Billy's blind. So if I can try and reload my live timing when that updates, I'll try and let you know who has managed to get to the sharp end after lap number 1. Still drivers with issues there on the outside of Billy's blind. But as we head through this second lap of action, it is still Jarek Metters on the WC plate who's leading the way. There he is on the WC plate. There we go. Finally, my timing decides it wants to update. Morgan Hudson-Brown is the driver that's made it through into second place. Lucas Blanford's there in third. Max Chown down into P4. Now, what happened to Henry Swanson? Where he's gone to? Fifth place. So Henry dropping from the front row of the grid down into fifth, sadly, at the opening part of this race. But Morgan Hudson-Brown was always the closest challenger out on track to Lucas Blanford throughout the season. They were always the two that would press on at the front end of the field and leave the drivers in their dust. But it's not quite happening today. Jarek Metters has been looking feisty throughout the season as well. Well, he's clearly finding some really good pace out there on the circuit here at Clay Pigeon as he continues to lead the way. But it is your championship leader of Lucas Blanford who has now stolen that fastest lap. 34.4 now the time to beat. Metters and Hudson-Brown have each got a 34.5, so very much not far off in terms of pace, but Lucas finding that little bit extra out on the black stuff. Move down the inside. That is a bold place to put your kart there, down into the first couple of corners. It doesn't really work unless you can get the up and under. Beautifully proven there by the number 40, that is. So Noah Hadley getting the move done there, I believe, on Jasmine Taylor. or potentially had got past Flint. Yeah, had got past Flint. So that was on Archie Flint. Jasmine Taylor is still ahead in 6th place. It was Hadley and Flint that went side by side across the line there. And like I was saying, you go on the outside line into Billy's blind, it's a difficult place to be because you can just get hung out to dry, shifted all the way out to the outside, but that's the only way you can make it work. Go a bit earlier on those brakes, hook it up, get back to the inside line as the driver on the inside has to brake on the slightly dirtier line. Heads on wide, you slip up and under and through, and that's exactly what we saw there from Noah Hadley. Great move, up into 7th place they went. We're just over 3.5 minutes left to go in this race. It's Morgan Hudson-Brown who has stolen away the fastest lap yet again. Both Hudson-Brown and Blanford now down into the 34.3s. And there you go, Jarek Metters joins them as well on this last lap. New fastest lap comes from Henry Swanson in 4th place though. Don't count out the number 74, ladies and gentlemen. He's only a 3/4 of a second behind those top 3. And there he is trying to close them down. That's Max Chown and Jasmine Taylor batting over 5th place. Then you've got Noah Hadley and Archie Flint continuing to battle over 7th. They head through the horseshoe now. But the WC plate, the 25 and the O plate all still pretty much nose to tail at the sharp end of the field. None of them quite close enough to think about overtaking just yet though. On to lap number 8 we go. And Jarek Metters looking to start this round beautifully. Put it on pole for this race. Looking to turn that into a lights to flag victory here. And put some great points on the board. Onto a new lap they go then. You can see that's a 2025 chassis kart for Morgan Hudson-Brown. You can tell by that nose cone with all the little front vents that is a 2025 Tony kart or similar. Other brands that are the same. Lando Norris kart, Carlos Sainz, you name them. There's loads of them. Either way, it's one of those. It's a brand new model. Clearly it's working for Morgan Hudson-Brown there in 2nd place. He has got Lucas Blanford nipping at his heels. And I asked Lucas, he did manage to win the final yesterday at round number 5, did Lucas. So he's still the only driver to have won a final so far this year in senior Rotax. However, going into yesterday's racing action here at Clay, he'd won every single race so far this season. All the heats and all of the finals. Sadly, that run came to an end yesterday. Didn't win one of the heats. So he's lost that ability to say he had the perfect run throughout the season. And it sadly looks like that's going to continue here in heat number 1. They're in 3rd place still at the moment. Just over a minute left to go. They'll get a few more laps out of this race. And Jarek Metters managing the gap really nicely at the front end of the order. It's all remained pretty stagnant between the top 4. No one really closing in or falling away particularly. I've just spotted in behind, though, that Jasmine Taylor has got past Max Chown on the last lap, so that's a change for 5th. And same again in the two-way battle behind as well. Archie Flint finds a way back through on Noah Hadley. We saw him do that great move up and under at Billy's blind a few laps ago, but Archie Flint has clearly repaid the favour at some point over that last 815 metres of the circuit. And it's all certainly changing again. What's happened to Max Chown? Max Chown is dropping down the order. Yellow flags down at the first corner as well. Do they have anything to do with it? I don't know. Either way, Max Chown is plummeting down the order like a sack of potatoes. It looks like the 76 is out of this race. We've only got about 15 seconds on the clock. That's gutting for Max. He was up there well within the top 10, looking to bag some really good points. The race ends in the worst possible way for Max Chown. Timer not quite a 0 when the drivers come across the line, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race, started by Jarek Metters. There's been a change for 2nd, though, down into Billy's blind. Lucas Blanford makes the move on Morgan Hudson-Brown. Sorry, no, that changed on the last lap, so that wasn't into Billy's blind. That was on the last trip around the circuit. Lucas Blanford, again, not looking like he's going to be able to get enough pace here on the final lap to steal away the win from Jarek Metters. But adding more points to his championship tally is our O-plate. I told him in the interview yesterday, I'm sick of talking to him now. He wins too much. I want to talk to someone else. But I don't think he's going to listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to still do everything he can to get himself up to the sharp end in that final later on this afternoon. Here come the leaders then, round the final lap of this race. And what a race it's been from the WC plate of Jarek Metters. He's been looking quick throughout the season, to be fair. But he's certainly found some pace here at Clay Pigeon. There's another kart not making it to the checkered flag, sadly, but round the final corner comes Jarek Metters, and he will win the first heat of the day in Senior Rotax. We're side by side for third place, and behind them, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Henry Swanson side by side across the line. And my timing star isn't updated. There you go. Morgan Hudson-Brown just holds on to it by 1/10 of a second ahead of Henry Swanson. Henry Swanson did get that fastest lap of the race, though. So impressive from Henry. Started on the front row of the grid for that one. Will be maybe a bit frustrated he dropped down into P4, but should still be happy with that one. And clearly shows he's got the pace to win races here at Clay Pigeon. Quick look back, though, to our 177s. Alfie Barron-Oxbury takes the win in the 177s. Well done to the number 77. Manages to fend off Martin Jackson, Raul Christian Folloneau, and Jamie Salter. Let's run through the finishing order then for that last of our first round of heats here. From round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Jarek Metters, Lucas Blanford and Morgan Hudson-Brown, your top 3 then, followed by Henry Swanson, Jasmine Taylor, Archie Flynn, Noah Hadley, Jay Pearson, Kieran Denyer, Max Rowley, there were your top 10, followed by Max Lawler-Bennock, Izzy Lawton, then Callum Gosh, Kian Eastick, Kai Fraser, then Max Davies, Brendan Donahue, Tom Williams, Matthew Kendall, Alfie Barron-Oxbury, your winner there in 177, followed by Salvador Newman, then Martin Jackson and Raul Christian Folloneau, your top 3 there in 177. And then we've got our drivers who didn't make it to the end of the race. Billy Edgecombe, Max Chown, Tom Nottingham, Jamie Salter from 177, and Gino Cook, all being lost on that race. That's our biggest amount of drivers that we've lost from a race so far today. 5 drivers not making it to the checkered flag. Well, that's it then for our first round of heats here today, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be going to around a 30-minute lunch break. But like I mentioned earlier, don't go anywhere. We've still got plenty of content coming your way. The Drivers' Parade, along with lots of interviews with our round 5 winners from yesterday. Like I say, don't go anywhere. 30 minutes of lunch coming up. Then we'll be back for our second round of heats and, of course, the all-important finals. We'll see you in a few moments.
Hey, that's awesome.
That was good, wasn't it? That was good. That was good. Yeah.
You did not get the budget.
Okay guys, we're going to have the draw for some SuperOne backpacks and helmet bag. And just before we do that, we're just having a bit of a change on the timetable, and we'll be adding one race to the end, so we're going to have Tim Parrott just to pick who will go first. So Michael will go first, and then we'll have a race on the end for Honda. Yeah, just the final. Okay. So the first person here today, which he was there with his hair done, his teeth done at 6:30, is Ellis Holt. Have you put your tent away, Ellis? Okay, and the first girl here today, and she'll get a SuperOne helmet bag, was Annika Hurd. Okay, and you have to be here to win it. We've got a fantastic drivers parade, so you've got to be here to win it. So. Dylan Patrick. Well done, Dylan. Okay, guys, so where would you like everybody, Josh?
Everyone around here, pull a bit further up.
So if everybody can join around here, be careful with your helmets. Josh is going to go up on the balcony, so if you can all huddle in and face to the balcony. Parents as well, that's fine, and drivers. Yeah, just
Take the pictures.
all gather in, guys. Drivers at the front.
Look at that. It's because I play Fortnite then. It's a video, you know, not a live stream.
Hey, everyone! I want you a bit closer together. There's still a lot of gap.
Huddle in, everybody.
Right on the car.
Yeah, you can put your helmets on, just be careful you don't head to each other.
Okay, parents stand on the front as well. I'm just getting weird. Unfortunately, I don't think it's more than There's a lot of parents down over here.
Come on, parents, don't be shy, move in. Move in. Front hands up. Josh.
Just move along a little bit so you can see you.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Are we ready?
Hey, all over. 3, 2, 1. Hands in the air. Okay, and last one, okay? I want to... As loud as you hands. This will go on the SuperOne social media later, okay? And one more.
Have a good day's racing, everybody.
Back down here at the podium at Clay Pigeon for round number 5 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. I'm here with your Honda R200 final winner, Mr. Adam Corser. Adam, how do you find it out there today? Was the pace feeling good? Car feeling good?
Yeah, it actually felt really good. The track's a fast track and it's a very windy track. So there's a lot of opportunities to overtake. And yeah.
Pretty positive day, all in all then, to be fair. I feel like it's one of those tracks where you can get to quite a good lap time relatively simply, but to get a really great lap time is really difficult to get. How have you found your pace improving over the weekend? You said you're feeling quite confident.
Yeah, so I think it was my Heat 2 that I got a 39 dead, and that was my best of the whole entire day.
Amazing. Well, some great pace to show. Of course, back again tomorrow for a bit more racing of the Honda R200s. How have you found the circuit? Is it one that you know quite well? Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Well, you said about learning where to make those moves. There are loads of overtaking opportunities. Where's your favourite place to go for a cheeky little move?
Probably the hairpin up there.
All right, cool. Well, that's where to watch out for then, ladies and gentlemen, the hairpin later today in the final. You join us here on the podium at round number 5 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, here with your MightE Cadet winner. It's Mr. Ansel. Now, Ansel, you joined us at GYG, you got a round win. You've joined us here at Clay Pigeon, you've got another round win. Well done.
Thank you.
And what do you put that down to? You joined the series, you suddenly had really good pace and you're winning races already. What do you think about that?
I think it's very good, and Sam, my coach, really helped me.
He's teaching you all those lines, all the braking points, where to do those overtakes and whatnot. Now, Clay Pigeon, is it a circuit that you know quite well, or is it a new one to you?
Yes, I got the lap record here in Bambino.
Very, very impressive. Well, clearly, that pace transitioning over to the higher classes. Now, finally, is there anyone you'd like to thank for this win?
My dad, and my coach, and Darcy.
Fantastic. Well, very well done, Ansel. Our round 5 winner there in MightE Cadet. You join us here at the podium yet again. This time, I'm with Mr. Freddie Baker, your winner in IAME Water Swift Restricted here at round number 5. Now, Freddie, this is your 4th final win of the year. Seems like you're pretty fast out there.
Yeah.
Good. Confident as ever, Mr. Freddie Baker. Now, Freddie, how are you feeling pressing towards the championship? Of course, we're nearly halfway through, I think, now with the championship. You feeling pretty good to try and take that at the end of the year?
Yeah.
Cool. A man of few words, but a lot of talent. Now, Freddie, final question from me. I've heard you've been racing a couple of classes today. How have you found it jumping between the two?
Pretty good, but tiring.
Very, very tiring. Making sure you're keeping lots of water on board. And if you do really well, like winning a final, maybe get some more calories on board with the cheeky Mackies or something as well?
Yeah.
Nice. Sounds like a good plan. Well, you're going to go out for another final, I think, so I wish you the best of luck for that. But we'll see him out on track later on today. We're here at the podium, joined by quite a familiar face down here at the Clay Pigeon podium. Of course, Mr. Freddie Baker. Freddie, you've already won a final today. You've gone and won your second. How have you managed to do that?
Just racing.
Impressive. Like I said in the first interview, you've got to jump between 2 different types of karts, obviously slightly different styles of driving. You've beaten loads of people in the field. Was it one of your first times in the class as well, or have you come to grips with that over a few months?
Water Swift I've done for the start of the year. Micro, my first day yesterday. Micro.
Wow, your first day ever?
Yep.
Wow. Wins on his first ever final. Unbelievable stuff. Now, I forgot to ask you your first interview, but I'm going to ask this time. Who would you like to thank?
RCA Force and Daddy and Granddad.
A big shout out to all of them. It's clearly working for this man over here. 2 wins today. Watch out for him this afternoon. You join us down at the podium yet again. I'm here with Mr. Hendrix Verlat, your winner in the Coma C50 final. Now, Hendrix, it looked like a pretty feisty race out there on track. Can you sum up from your perspective?
So, in qualifying, we qualified second, and in Heat 1, we won it, and in Heat 2, we got second, and the final, we won it.
Amazing. Well, it seems to have been a pretty positive day out there then today. Are you enjoying the Clay Pigeon Raceway?
Yeah.
What's your favourite place to go for a little overtake? Is it down at the hairpin or maybe down at Billy's Blind?
I'll probably say down in the chicane.
Okay. That's a tight part of the circuit, a difficult place to make a move, so fair play to you. What are you thinking about tomorrow? Of course, you're going to do it all again tomorrow. I assume you're wanting another win.
Yeah, I'm confident. I'm confident about the IAME as well, and Coma, which is like a competitive race.
Of course, another driver racing in 2 classes, so a very challenging one. You've won one already today. Are you feeling good about the second one? Have you already had the second one so far today?
Yeah.
How did that go?
Third.
Still on the podium. Very, very impressive. Well, watch out for him out on track later this afternoon. Back down on the podium then for your round 5 winner in Honda Cadet GX200. It's Henry Colborn. I've got the pronunciation right, Henry. You got it right out on circuit today, though. What a win.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. You were telling me beforehand, of course, at Rowra, 2 P5s, went to GYG, 2 P4s. What happened today then? You managed to get the win.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one, like with qualifying and the starts and like jump starts and.
Okay. Lots to have at it out there on circuit, but you managed to make it through. Where did you start for the final?
For the final, I started third.
So you had to fight your way through then. How did you manage to do that? Where was your best overtaking opportunity, do you think?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Impressive. Well, I mean, we've got another day of racing tomorrow. Is there going to be more of overtaking everywhere that we're going to see on the live stream?
Yeah, a lot more.
A lot more. Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. One to watch. You join us here at the podium yet again, this time with the Rotax 177 final winner, Mr. Jamie Salter. Now, Jamie, you joined us back in GYG. You're pretty impressive. You come here to Clay Pigeon. You've been pretty impressive again. Well done.
Thank you.
And what do you put that down to? Of course, you got some good speed at GYG, but here you had a few more people to battle with on circuit. Still took the win. How was the race?
It was very good. We stayed out of trouble on lap 1 and just overtook some seniors and, yeah, got it from there.
Impressive, yeah. So keep yourself out of trouble. Do you like this Clay Pigeon track?
It's my home track. I don't really like it, though, but clearly go well around it, so that's all that matters.
It's a home advantage, but you're not really a fan of your home advantage.
Yeah.
It's clearly worked at least a little bit there with the final win, Jamie. Well done. Now, of course, you've got more racing tomorrow. More of the same again, I assume?
Hopefully, that's the plan. See how it goes.
So it goes. Well, wish him the best of luck. Watch out for him on track later today. We're here at the podium with our final winner for round number 5 at Clay Pigeon in the IAME M1s, Mr. Logan Edwards. Logan, I remember interviewing you before. You've won quite a few times this season. How does that win feel?
It feels really good to win. Like, you know what you're doing and you just win.
Exactly. Well, a man that knows winning very well up here on the podium. Now, Logan, how was that race for you? You finished about 2/10 with your closest rival on circuit. Was there quite a bit of battling out there, or did you have that one sorted?
There was a big amount of battling. I didn't really know what was happening, but I just kept on going.
That's it. Keep a clear head, press on forward, and saw the checkered flag first. So very well done. Now, is there anyone you'd like to thank for this victory?
I'd like to thank RCE, Johnny Velocity, and my mum and dad and driver coach.
Well, there you go then. A big well done to Logan. We'll see him out on track later today. Down at the podium yet again, I'm joined with a man that I'm honestly quite sick of talking to this season. Have you been beaten in a race yet this season, Mr. Lucas Blanford?
Yeah, unfortunately we got beaten this morning, so the win streak's gone.
Gutted. I can't believe it's gone. But I mean, 1 out of however many is still very impressive, of course, winning the final in senior Rotax here today for round number 5. How was it out there? Talk us through the race from your perspective, mate.
Yeah, we've second time being here, so it was obviously difficult learning the track yesterday, and today it was quite hard racing for the first time, so it was just all about keeping the consistency, trying to get points for the championship, and I think we did that quite well today.
Yeah, I think you've definitely done that. Do you say you don't know this circuit very well then?
No, we've only been here twice, and this is the second time, so...
Impressive. Well, back here for a second time. You're taking the win. You got another opportunity tomorrow. Same again?
That's the aim. Obviously, just hope to get points, as this is our weakest track on the calendar, so it's the aim.
Well, weakest track, taking a win in the final. I think you can be pretty happy with that. Of course, watch out for him later on today. I think it's over a 50-point gap now in the championship. Can anyone stop Mr. Lucas Blanford? Back down here at the podium then, this time with the Junior Rotax final winner, Mr. Teddy Cooper. Now, Teddy, you've been really rapid this season. There's loads of different drivers competing for that winning spot in Junior Rotax, but you managed to do it today. How did you do that?
I mean, we had good pace the weekend. I like this track. We've not been here much, but I just clicked with this track, and we was behind Riley for most of the race, and then I picked my move right, and we got in front of him on the last lap.
Impressive stuff. So last lap move then for Teddy Cooper to steal the win away. How's that affected things in the championship? I know it's all quite tight. Do you know as of yet?
I mean, we had a pretty good rower, and I think we came out second, and then we had a really bad GYG, and then, but I think this round has pulled it back a bit, so that's good.
Okay, then the classic ebb and flow in karting then, but it's coming back to you here at Clay Pigeon. You got another final tomorrow. What are you thinking for that?
I think we'll be all right. I think as long as we get a top 3, we'll be good for the championship. That's all I'm really worried about at the minute.
Cool, all right, sweet. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Finally, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Kiddix, Curtis, Aaron Race Engines, Adrian Blanford, and my dad for taking me and paying for my karting.
A big shout out. Need the money in karting. You're here, you've won it. Well done. We'll see him out on track later. You join us here at the podium once again. You join here with Mr. Logan Rolfe, winner in the Inter Rotax here at round number 7. Now, Logan, you've won again. What do you have to say about
that? It's just constantly winning for me. I had Matt Roach, Oscar Roach's dad, telling me, honestly, when are you going to stop winning, Logan? Let us have a chance. It's just constant at the minute.
Well, it's impressive, mate. You've done a good job. I mean, it's not like you ran away with it. You started to have a decent battle right to the flag. I think it was like a 10th or 2 in it between you and Oscar and maybe a couple of other drivers as well. Now, they've certainly brought the heat to you, but you've extended your championship lead. What are you thinking ahead of the rest of the season?
Just trying to, like, my teammate Lucas Esser and Layla Bell for the SuperOne, just try and get them to hold my enemies off and all the other enemies, and then I can just take the lead and get a championship win.
Perfect. I think that sounds like a pretty good plan. Trying to get some team spirit going, it sounds like, in the awning. Finally, is there anyone you want to thank for this victory?
My dog Rolo, who's right behind you because he brought me good luck. My dad, my sister, and my mum for travelling 3 hours up here on Thursday night, and they finally got here at 6, and which they didn't need to, but they wanted to. And also, I want to thank all my sponsors: Beta, Synergy Direct, and all the people that do all my media stuff. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, a big shout out to all of the travelling Rolfe crew, especially Rolo. We'll see him back again at next round. You join us on the podium here for the MightE Final at round number 5 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series at Clay Pigeon. He's only gone and won it 2 in a row. Mr. Zane Sofuoglu in the MightEs. A big well done to you, Zane. And of course, Kenneth, what a race that was.
It was quite close with Felix. Actually, in the last lap, they had to connect together, and organization make a decision for him some fine. But we prefer they share podium together because Felix and Zane is doing great job together. Also, Arthur Bauer is doing good. We love to have competition like them.
No, the competition has been amazing, but obviously there was a win last time out at GYG. You've come to another new track at Clay Pigeon. You've won again. Surely the sky's the limit at this point.
It's going very good, but actually we are waiting a day to finish the season because we want to go to a bigger category, and we already start Friday on the Micromax training. Zane was one of the fastest on the Micromax. This is more interesting for us. Probably next year we will do SuperOne Micromax because he's a champion of Turkey for Micromax, and soon we are there where we want to be.
Awesome, well, amazing. Well, I wish him the best of luck. Is there any final words that you want to say?
Maybe we are Zane. Zane, what ne söylemek istiyorsun?
I win.
Again?
Good.
I win? You win?
Yeah.
Yes, he win. I win.
Well, he's won. We'll send it back to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Clay Pigeon Raceway, and already racing action here in the second round of Heat. Saint Sofawoglu over the grass on the inside of Billy's blind there. He somehow managed to get it back on the black stuff and continue facing the right direction. But lots of drivers there getting caught out down at the first corner already. Top two beginning to break away. This is the MightE Heat number 2. We had Felix Tandy and Luca Piat on the front row. Teddy Smith, Bobby Slater, Nico Veslovsky, Saint Sofawoglu, Arthur Bowers, Hayden Bailey, Stanley Thurston, Aidan Castleman and Jayanash Rairu in this race. But already, straight after the lunch break then, I hope you all enjoyed the Drivers' Parade, along with all the interviews with the final winners from yesterday at round number 5, but we're immediately getting back into racing action here for round number 6 on the Sunday. And a bit of a rinse and repeat, it's looking like at the moment, from heat number 1 already. Tandy and Piat looking to press away. They're doing a good job of it at the moment, aren't they? 2 seconds, over 2 seconds already, the gap between the top 2 and the rest of the order. That pack including Slater, Sofawoglu, Bowers, Smith, all battling well. Sofawoglu has fallen off the back of the 2 drivers ahead. Now that's Bobby Slater and I believe Arthur Bowers. Yeah, Bowers I think has now got through on Slater. Yes, he has. So Arthur Bowers up into 3rd place then early on in this one. I think that's a pretty good person to be leading the charge there towards the leaders. What's happened between the 2 leaders, though? There's a massive gap between Felix and Luca at the sharp end now. They were nose to tail when they came across the line last time around. And now there's over 1 second between the E-plate and the 47. So something's happened there for Luca to drop quite a bit of time on that last lap around the circuit. And he might just fall into the clutches here of Arthur Bowers. Let's see if Bowers can break away from the drivers behind, or whether he'll drag them along with him towards the sharp end of the order. Now it's Bowers, Slater and Sofawoglu. There goes Sofawoglu down the inside at Horseshoe. Sofawoglu moves his way up into 4th place then. Great to see the Sofawoglu fan club back in the live chat yet again. Welcome back to racing action this afternoon here from round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. And here is Sofawoglu pushing Bowers down towards Billy's blind. No move made this time around. I think knowing that there's over 4 minutes left to go, you're pushing someone who you know is pretty quick. Maybe Sofawoglu will sit behind for now and try and work together in closing that gap to Felix and Luca, 2 drivers ahead in the top 2 at the moment. It is still Felix Tandy with that fastest lap of the race so far, though. 49.2, great lap on the lap before previous. And closest challenger to that lap time is the Turkish driver of Zain Sofawoglu. 49.3 on the last lap. Zain getting faster and faster. So maybe you'll actually think, I'm a bit quicker than Arthur Bowers here. Maybe I should be the one leading the charge towards the top 2. Well, yeah, they haven't switched around for now anyway. Sofawoglu continuing to push Bowers once again down into Billy's blind. And again continues to sit behind. Very smart heads-up racing from such a young driver as they continue on here through lap number 5 of this race. Already hitting half distance here in heat number 2 for the Mighties. And of course, after this race is over, the next time we'll see them is for their final later on this afternoon. Nico Veslovsky down the inside of Bobby Slater there at the hairpin. I think Veslovsky went a little bit wide on the exit though, and Bobby Slater might have just cut back through. We'll see when they come to the end of this lap, whether it's the green helmeted driver who is ahead of Nico Veslovsky or whether Bobby Slater was able to cut back through. Well, they're side by side round the final corner. Veslovsky on the outside line. He's kept his foot in though, and they're still side by side as they head down into the first couple of corners. Inside line will open up then for Bobby Slater as that outside line on the exit becomes the inside for Billy's blind. And yes, after all of that side-by-side action, it ends up how it started. Bobby Slater ahead of Nico Veslovsky. Good racing though here in the Mighties once again. And a great little squabble between these two. Nico, another driver I'm very used to seeing down at the Wright House Kart Club. Great to see him taking to a national championship and racing very, very well is the number 27, but it's still the E-plate of Felix Tandy who has 2 hands on the victory of this race. stole that fastest lap back yet again, 49.212. Just as I say that, Zane Sofawoglu steals it back again. And now Bowers and Sofawoglu are within 9/10 of a second of Luca Pied as they head on to a new lap of this race. Not a huge amount of time left to go in this one to be making moves. I think they can pretty much count out Felix Tandy at this point. He's led beautifully from start to finish, dealt with the pressure well from Luca on the 47 plate in behind him. And gained that breakaway. We still don't know how it happened. From one lap, they went from being nose to tail to being about a second different. We don't know how that ended up happening, whether it was any contact between the two of them, whether it was simply a mistake from the number 47. Either way, he dropped off. And since Felix had that clear air, he has tried his best to clear off into the distance, and he's doing a good job of it. Here is Arthur Bowers and Zane Sofawoglu. Look at the run they've got down into the first corner. Bowers went to the inside, Sofawoglu went to the outside. Up and under from the 54. He's going to get one, maybe two. Can't quite get alongside of Luca Pied. And Luca stays in second place. Change for third though, Sofawoglu and Bowers swapping positions. Oh, bit of argy-bargy there through the hairpin. You saw the head just tip back there of the number 47 of Luca. And Sofawoglu, well, Sofawoglu's rear, I can't even get my words out. Sofawoglu's front bumper and Luca's rear bumper became very good friends in that moment there down at the hairpin. Luca defending like his life depends on it. We've got just under 30 seconds, so we'll be going on to the penultimate lap of this race. And I think Luca knows as much as I do here in the comments box that Tandy is gone. We've got to defend this second place. That's exactly what he's doing down into Billy's blind. Holds that middle line. Will he go too wide though? No. Bowers goes up and under. Bowers repays the favour on Sofawoglu. They're moved side by side through the S's. And Bowers, like I say, does the exact same move that was done to him a lap ago. Retakes third place from Sofawoglu. Sofawoglu trying to hold the momentum there through the hairpin, and it will help. He will get that inside line into Horseshoe. Retakes a position back on the same lap, moves back into third place. And this is a great squabble between these three then. Down into the final corner, Sofawoglu might go for it. He holds that inside. Final lap we go then. Felix Tandy has just started it. Bowers and Sofawoglu are side by side here as we head down into Billy's blind. It'll be the inside line though for Arthur Bowers, and that'll work out just fine for him. Arthur Bowers, there's a lot of, is that sparks coming off the bottom of the cart? Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. I think he looks totally fine. He's got loads of pace on that car anyway, and he's pressing on, trying to steal away this second place. Well, not if Sofawoglu has anything to say about it. Tries the outside line. Bowers saw a sneaky opportunity at the inside line there. Luca closed it off at the last possible moment and stays ahead in second place. But that 4-second gap now to the leader is massive. We watch this squabble as they head through into sector number 3. But already through the final corner is Felix Tandy. The E-plate is going to win again here at Clay Pigeon. Takes the win in heat number 2, does the E-plate of Felix Tandy. Who gets second place with 3 wide across the line? It's going to be Zane Sofawoglu. What a finish there as we cut back to the battle for second place. Sofawoglu grabs it on the line ahead of Arthur Bowers and Luca Pied. Poor Luca did his absolute darndest to keep second place there for the last 4 or 5 laps. Ends up slipping to 4th at the line. 1.5 of a second separating Sofawoglu, Bowers and Tied there right at the checkered flag. Poor Luca dropping down to 4th place. So we had Felix Tandy, Zane Sofawoglu, Arthur Bowers, Luca Pied, then Bobby Slater in 5th place, Nico Veslowski in 6th, Teddy Smith in 7th, Stanley Thurston in 8th, Hayden Bailey in 9th, Aidan Castleman and JNS Ryaru, all 11 drivers making it to the checkered flag in that one. And the live chat goes mental with lots of Turkish. I'm afraid I don't speak Turkish, but I can probably assume that they're saying how fantastic that was to end the race with Sofawoglu flying through to second place. I'm interested to see how that switches up the starting order for the final later on, but I can tell you for sure Felix Tandy is going to be on that pole position. What a day it's been for that impressive young racer. Right then, heat number 2 of MightE Heat Cadet and IAME Waterstuff Restricted is coming up next. One of our split grids then for race 10 of today's action. MightE Cadets and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's have a look at the grid for this one then. MightE Cadets, it's William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey who are on the front row. Jax Wong and Harry Stinson are on row 2 with Ansel and Daniel Stangarine on row number 3. Row 4 has Will Beattie and Zachary Parr. Then it's Noah Mybert and Chase Wilmington on row 5 as they leave the pit lane. Brandon Hartley and Heath Smith there on row number 6. And then row 7, Logan Jackson and TJ Mackay, followed by our 2 IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers. Freddie Baker and Riley Aston Wilkins, you see them leaving the pits there. Well then, like I say, split grid for this one. We've got 14 drivers in the MightE Cadets, 2 drivers in the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Of course, sadly, it was a bit of a lonely race in heat number 1 for Freddie Baker. Riley Aston Wilkins getting a DNF in heat number 1. The car conking out on him about midway through the race, I want to say, if my memory serves me correctly. So it was an easy heat 1 victory for Freddie Baker. And thank you for reminding me, my fantastic producer Rob, that of course we don't have any timing in this one. Sadly, we can't bring you the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen because of the issues caused by the electrical field created by these carts. It messes up our timing somewhat. So I'll have to do it by eye, and I'll do my best, ladies and gentlemen. Right, 2 by 2 to the line then. Let's go racing here in MightE Cadet. William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey side by side. Ramsey's going to get shuffled out wide then. Heading through Billy's blind, will lose at least 1 position then as they head through into the S's, and does. Down to 3rd place goes Xavier Ramsey. Jax Wong has scythed on by. Up into 2nd place goes Jax Wong. We've got Crombie from Wong, then Ramsey in 3rd place. And we've got 2 RCE drivers following. I want to say that's more than likely Harry Stinson and Ansel. Move there from another RCE driver down the inside at the final corner. That's a bit further down in the pack. More than likely Noah Mybert or Heath Smith there making moves. As there's a bit of a split already going on. We've got 7 or so drivers. We've got a pack of 4, then a pack of 3, and then the rest of the field following in behind, looking to create an opportunity there into the hairpin was Xavier Ramsey. Not able to find that move though, and has to settle into 3rd once more. Through into the final corner they go yet again. Still William Crombie leading the way. Down to the first corner they go. Go on to another lap. Now, I'm still not 100% sure. I'm going to probably have to leave the box somewhere here. Oh, that's a bit close. And that is the 78, definitely of Harry Stinson. Okay, so I think I can maybe say now that it's the 76 who's battling for the lead of Jax Wong, and it's Harry Stinson who's battling in that group in behind. Yeah, so it's Ansel who's at the back of this pack. So we've got William Crombie, Jax Wong, Xavier Ramsey, and Ansel who are in this top 4. Hopefully I'm correct. Apologies if I'm not. Here they go, down into the first couple of corners yet again. No, that's definitely a 78, so I have been wrong. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Stinson it is, who's in 2nd place then. Annoyingly, for me anyway, they look fantastic, the blue helmets. But I think Harry Stinson and Jax Wong both have a blue helmet as well, which does not help me out at all. But I do believe that is a 78 there in 2nd place. It is definitely a 78. Right, okay. So it wasn't Jax Wong who's at the front in Heat 1. My apologies to all of the Jax supporters at home then. It's William Crombie, followed by Harry Stinson. Xavier Ramsey in 3rd, Ansel in 4th. Then there's Jax Wong, I believe, in 5th in behind. And then a couple more RCE drivers, all a bit squabbly there. That's going to be 3rd place lost for Xavier Ramsey. Through goes Ansel. Your final winner from round number 5 yesterday was Ansel on the number 98. Racing under the Indian flag is Ansel. He's doing a very, very impressive job. Only joined us from GYG, did Ansel, so I didn't get the enjoyment of commentating over his racing at Rowra, sadly for me, but he was very impressive out at GYG. Immediately right on the pace, battling in and amongst the sharp end, and he's continued that on here at Clay Pigeon. Here's the group in behind then. Yeah, that definitely is 76. Cool, I think I've managed to work this out relatively, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not go too far and say I've actually worked it out. Who have we got in behind then? Another RCE driver leading this pack. So we've got the 22 of Daniel Stangarine, who is behind Jax Wong. The 18 is just in front. So that's Heath Smith. Heath has had a great start to this race then. Up from 12th on the grid at the moment, up into 6th place. So 6 positions gained so far for Heath Smith. Impressive stuff. As look at this, it's kicking off at the front. Wide goes William Crombie down the inside. Go a number of drivers there to the exit. And now it is Harry Stinson in the lead of this race. Really having to second guess myself. Oh, bit of a bump there as he gets to the exit. That's Ansel trying to get involved. William Crombie will step back down the inside there at the horseshoe. And Xavier Ramsey will try to follow through. Not quite able to get a good enough exit, though, off of the horseshoe and steal away third. So Ansel resettles back into third place. Often you see that in karting. You try and go for the move for the lead, and you end up losing a place. You don't know how it happened, but it did. Down to third place goes Ansel. That means the number 15 of William Crombie is back up into second place. It's now Harry Stinson who leads the way. Down towards the hairpin we go yet again. Just under 2 minutes left to go in this race. They settle back into it then, again, to these leading 4. We were settled into a nice rhythm for a few laps there, and then suddenly the gloves are off for a few corners. Lots of chopping and changing, and now we settle back into form yet again. Oh, that's a late move, very late. It's a little bit wide from our leading driver of Harry Stinson, and what an opportunistic overtake there from William Crombie. Snatches it away right at the last moment there as they got to the apex. William had carried some lovely speed through, and it's just a little wobble at the apex there from, well, I was going to say your second place driver, now your third place driver as Stinson gets shuffled on wide yet again. Xavier Ramsey tries to carry the speed through and follow the driver ahead through, but can't quite do it. So Ansel up to P2 then. Relegates Stinson into third place, and Xavier Ramsey still right there in with a shout of it. Just getting unlucky with where Xavier can try and find a way through using the momentum of others. Hasn't been able to do it so far in this one. Down to the hairpin we go then. Stinson feeling the need to move to the inside and cover off any moves made by Xavier Ramsey. This might scupper him though. No, squeeze to the inside, it will. Up and under goes Xavier Ramsey, but again, will Xavier have a good enough exit here? They rub tyres as we go through to the exit, but no. Stinson will have that inside line and will be able to retake that third position away from Xavier Ramsey. And that gives the slightest bit of breathing room now to Ansel and William Crombie. The 2 drivers still ahead. What are we looking like on timing now? 10 seconds on the clock. So this is going to be the penultimate lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Through they continue on. The driver in behind in 5th, who I do believe is Jax Wong, I hope. Apologies if I've got that wrong. He's chasing down the top 4 really, really well. That gap has definitely closed. I've got no timing to tell you what the gap has closed by, but it's definitely closed. By looking at it with my eye alone, that gap has definitely closed. However, we're heading on to the final lap of this race, so I think it's going to be too little too late for that driver to get out of 5th place. Unless something serious happens ahead. William Crombie knows he's under pressure though. Holds the inside line, but not for long enough. Late move down the inside from Ansel. Forces his way through, but they'll be side by side on the exit. William Crombie just about holds the inside line. And up and under goes Harry Stinson. They'll be side by side on the exit. Ansel just has to slot back into third place. Will there be any moves here into the final corner? William Crombie leads us out of it, and William Crombie is going to win heat number 2 in the MightE Cadet. Great battling there. On the last lap, it's Harry Stinson who takes second place ahead of Ansel in third. And then Xavier Ramsey in 4th place. I believe it was then Jax Wong in 5th. But like we say, a bit difficult with the live timing to give you any sort of full results of that. But we do know, we saw it, William Crombie on the number 15 definitely winning that race. It's been a great day so far for Mr. William Crombie. And in behind as well, I believe I saw Freddie Baker cross the line ahead of Riley Aston Wilkins there, but I can't tell you for sure. Either way, the two water swifts will line astern there, so a bit more of an exciting race for them as well through that one, which is fantastic to see. But heat number 2 done and dusted then for the MightE Cadets and the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Next time we see them out will be for their final later on today. We'll move swiftly on though to race 11 of today's action. It's heat number 2 for Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Our inter-drivers getting ready to go then. I can see Logan Rolfe getting some final tips from his mechanic before he heads out on circuit. Let's run you through the grid then for this heat number 2. Jackson Hilton and JJ Lowe start on the front row of the grid with Oscar Roach and Logan Rolfe on row 2. And Jay Birmingham and Jensen Sale are there on row 3. Those 6 battling so well in heat number 1. Hopefully that continues here in heat 2. Lucas Esser and Lewis Herbertson are on row 4. With Kian Sullivan, Annika Hurd rounding out the top 10, followed by Evan Meller and Charlie Gregg. Row 7 is Alexander Adams and Maria Roberto. Then it's Layla Bell, Florence Walkington, Louis Barker and Roger Gockelnath. Behind them are Luke Collins and Isla Parsons. They round up the top 20, followed by Oscar Richards, Daniel Hulse, Dylan Patrick and Toby Wortley. Then it's Logan Stanley Jones and your single R200 runner of Adam Corser. Right then, this was one of, if not the most exciting race for the first round of heats here in the Inter Rotax. A good 4, 5, 6-way battle at one point for the lead. Let's hope that continues here in heat number 2. 45 of Jackson Hilton there. Just pointing to the driver alongside, telling him to watch, making sure he doesn't jump start on him. Jackson wants that good lead down into Billy's blind. Let's see if he can hold it. The 45 of Jackson Hilton, the 28 of JJ Lowe. Engine notes rise. They see the green flag and we go racing here again in heat number 2 in Inter Rotax. Down the outside, there's been contact there. Has anyone gone off? No, they managed to hold it. Fair play. Bit of side-pod to side-pod contact between the two. A few drivers up and over the back goes one driver. That was the 80 of Annika Hurd, I believe, who just got lifted up there on the front, on the rear of another car. Her front bumper lifting off of the ground. Bit difficult to steer when that happens, but Annika's managed to get it back down. All 4 wheels on the black stuff and continues to press on. Through they go. Round the final corner to end lap number 1 then. Have we had any changes out there? Hilton and Lowe still in the top 2. Jensen Sales gained 2 on that first lap. There's Logan Rolfe getting through on Oscar Roach. Relegates Roach down to P5 now. Sales up in 3rd place. It's been a great start for him. No, Roach has held on to it. Great bit of battling between these 2 rivals out there on circuit. Oscar Roach stays ahead of the O-plate of Logan Rolfe. Who's that battling in behind then? Jay Birmingham, Lewis Herbertson, Kian Sullivan heading up the next group. We'll see who's at the sharp end of that, though, as they come through to end this lap. Top 3 looking to break away already, though. Look at the slight gap they've gained already on Oscar Roach and Lewis and Logan Rolfe. Move down the inside, though. Changes at the front of the order. Was that Low down the inside? No, it was Jensen Sale. Fantastic from Jensen Sale. Gets 2 for the price of 1. Down at Billy's blind, but he's not covered that inside line. Down the inside goes JJ Lowe to the lead. Up and under goes the 45 of Jackson Hilton. He'll be on the outside line, but he's got enough of an overrun to send it round the outside at the horseshoe. And Jensen Sale, as quickly as he got to the lead, he loses it once again. Still 5 minutes on the clock in this race. And look at that, it's changed to behind as well. Logan Rolfe through on Oscar Roach. Down the inside for the lead. 45 of Jackson Hilton retakes it at Billy's blind. Manages to wait the break enough, doesn't shuffle. The 28 of JJ Lowe too wide. He holds on to 2nd place. Jensen Sale doesn't find a way through this time. And like I say, Logan Rolfe straight back on the back of this leading pack. Oscar Roach along with him as well. Lewis Herbertson, though, in 6th place now, is right on the back of this leading pack and has the fastest lap of the race. 37.623 set on that last lap. I'm sure someone will end up going faster on this time around, though. Let's see as they cross the line down into Billy's blind yet again. It's so close between these drivers. Jensen Sale has the slightest of taps to his front bumper to the rear bumper of JJ Lowe ahead, loses some momentum, and Logan Rolfe slips up and under there on the exit of Billy's blind. To third place goes our O-Plate. To be fair, I did say someone would beat Lewis Herbertson's fastest time, but it was Lewis Herbertson. Fair play, 53, finding some really good pace out there, and he is right on the rear bumper of Oscar Roach. There they are. There's the 53 with the fastest lap in behind. That now gets stolen away by your leader of Jackson Hilton. Rolfe under a bit of pressure there from Jensen Sale. Sort of holds a middle line there as they head through Billy's blind. Manages to fend off for now. Anyway, look at that. No need to defend for Jackson Hilton. He is locked in at the moment, pressing on at the front of the order, using all the track space he can and trying to find even more lap time. He did it on the last one, like I mentioned, 37.1. Now the best time of this race, set by the number 45 on the last time around the circuit. Top four trying to break away yet again. Then here is Lewis Herbertson trying the outside line that will become the inside into Billy's blind. I don't think he's quite got it though. Oscar Roach just about stays ahead for now anyway. And Jay Birmingham is right in with that squabble as well. Here are those three as the top four continue on down into the hairpin. No moves being made this time around. On to lap number 8 we go then of this race. Still Hilton from low. I thought I might be eating my words there as Logan Rolfe was looking like he was thinking about the inside line there. Down into Billy's blind. Can't quite get it done. And sits back yet again. Top four have very much broken away now. Hilton, Lowe, Rolfe and Sale. And this was the exact four that we saw do the exact same thing in heat number 1 earlier on. Roach, Herbertson and Birmingham continuing to battle behind, and it's really not far back to Evan Mellor. Evan Mellor's looking to chase them down. He's been a championship contender throughout this year as well, has Evan Mellor. Is there again. The O-Plate thinking about that move to the inside, but can't quite get enough alongside. He does that time, though, through the S's. Logan Rolfe steals away second place. Well set up by Logan Rolfe there. Carried that speed through Billy's blind really nicely, grabbed that inside line into the S's and takes second place for himself. Well, now he's only got Jackson Hilton between himself and a heat win here in heat number 2, but there's only a minute and a half left to go on the clock. As I was saying previously, before we headed into Clay Pigeon, Logan Rolfe, Oscar Roach, JJ Lowe, Lucas Esser, Jensen Sale, your top 5 in the championship. Sale's trying that up and under. Can't quite get enough overspeed there through the exit. Jackson Hilton's just been doing a fantastic job for the Kiddix team out at the sharp end of this one. Pressing on really nicely. And although hasn't driven away at the front, he's been managing the gap really nicely and has been able to take his normal lines for the last 5-6 laps now, has kept on at leading pace. I mean, all of the drivers on the last lap around the circuit were within 1/100th of a second of each other in terms of lap time. Impressive stuff. Battling behind, down into Billy's blind, down the inside goes the 53 of Lewis Herbertson. That's a re-overtake on Jay Birmingham as they continue to squabble it out, and through goes Evan Mellor. So all that work to close up to that pack has been paid off there for Evan Mellor. 2 places lost though, sadly, for Jay Birmingham. Will slip from 6th to 8th place in all of that. Herbertson to 7th, Herbertson to 6th, Mellor to 7th, I should say. It's Oscar Roach, though, who's just taken the fastest lap as he looks to close in on the top 4. He's not got much time to do so, though. 10 seconds on the clock as they cross under the gantry. And it's a new fastest lap from Jackson Hilton. First driver down into the 36s in this race. What brilliant pace on the number 45. Again, just doing a blinding job there from first position. And Logan Rolfe, I feel, is starting to realise that the win might be slipping away here. But he knows he's got JJ Lowe and Jensen Sale nipping at his heels. And he might have to start thinking about some defensive manoeuvres as we head onto the last 815 metres of this race. And it's Jackson Hilton that leads us onto it. No move at Billy's blind, at least on the entry this time. There's one on the exit, though, down the inside. Diablo's off! Oh, big off for the O-plate of Logan Rolfe. He was so lucky not to go over there. I hope Logan is all okay after that one. That was a big, big off for the O-plate. And what was looking like a second place now might just be a DNF for Logan Rolfe. That is gutting for Logan. Look who's joined the party, though. That's held up JJ Lowe and Jensen Sale. Oscar Roach has got in between them now, but it's Jackson Hilton with a fantastic heat number 2. Jackson Hilton wins into Rotax. JJ Lowe finishes in second. Look at that, they're 3 wide across the line. Unbelievable. A tenth of a second separates JJ Lowe, Oscar Roach, and Jensen Sale. Oscar Roach really getting assisted there by the issues on the final lap, with the drivers ahead of him. Sneaking back into third place after it looked like those top 4 were absolutely gone, way too far in the distance. Roach managed to get back involved and grabs a P3. But my heart goes out to Logan Rolfe. I hope he's all okay after that one. He saw the aggressiveness of the dive up the inside from the 28 of JJ Lowe. He had to go for it. It's the final lap. He had the overspeed. The move was definitely on. The issue occurred when he hit that inside curb and it just unsettled the car. He couldn't quite catch it into the side of Logan Rolfe. He went and tipped him up onto 2 wheels. Thank goodness he landed back down on all 4. But of course, the fantastic staff here at Clay Pigeon tending to him immediately and just making sure that Logan is all okay. And I'll bring you any update as and when I get one. But let's have a look then at the full results from that into Rotax and Honda Cadet R200 heat number 2 as they make their way back into the pit lane. Jackson Hilton, what a win, 1.5 seconds it was in the end ahead of JJ Lowe, Oscar Roach, Jensen Sale, and Lewis Herbertson, your top 5. He just about beats Jay Birmingham to the flag in 6th place. Maria Roberto, good heat from her there, up into 7th place. Gains 7 places in that race. Brilliant race from the number 52. Evan Mellor, Lucas Essen, Annika Hurd round out the top 10. Charlie Gregg, Roger Guckelnath, Kian Sullivan, Louis Barker, Alexander Adams, Layla Bell, Luke Collins, Toby Wortley, Florence Walkington, Isla Parsons, Daniel Hulse, Oscar Richards, Dylan Patrick. Those are your 23 Inter drivers. Then the lonely Honda R200 of Adam Corsa. And then sadly, Logan Rolfe, the only driver to not make it to the checkered flag in this one. And hopefully we do see him out later for the final. Well then, another exciting race here for round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series at Clay Pigeon. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure you drop a like on the stream. Let me know in the live chat where you're watching from and who you're supporting. And of course, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss all of the future rounds later on this year. Well, as Inter Rotax and Honda R200 comes to a close, as soon as we get the issues on track all sorted out, we'll be cracking on with heat number 2 from Coma C50. Race 1 of Coma C50 was won by Mr. Cole Parrish. Let's see if he can repeat that here for heat number 2. Well, he's going to be starting on pole position, so there's not really a better place to be fair for you, Cole. So a nice place to start off this one. But he'll have his usual challengers very close in behind him. Kalman Simon was doing a great job in the heat number 1 as well, batting in really nicely. So was Hendricks for lap. Then we had a sort of secondary group of Freddie Purnell, AJ Halil, Max Hilaire were all involved in that as well. A good race from Bryla Stevens to hold position there around the bottom end of the top 10. Great to see her coming on leaps and bounds as well. Same with a lot of drivers, to be fair, through this field. Now, I'm really hoping we see Tommy Lovejoy out on circuit as well. We didn't see him in heat number 1. So hopefully he'll be back out on the black stuff here for heat number 2. Let's look at the full grid, though, for heat 2 of the Coma C50s. Cole Parrish on that pole position, as I mentioned. Alongside him will be Kalman Simon, followed by Freddie Purnell and Hendricks for last. AJ Halil and Maxent Hilaire are there on row number 3, with Isaac Young and Bryla Stevens on row 4. And there'll be Jensen Drummond and Hayden Bailey, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Ayrton Edwards-Jones. And then finalising the grid, Tommy Lovejoy and Dalton Dyke Whitfield. Our drivers are still sat down in the dummy grid at the moment. It looks as though they've been given the all clear to start the engines. I can see all of the dads and mechanics all rushing to get the karts in order and ready for racing action. And we'll soon be seeing them head out on circuit in anger once again. So you can see they're heading out onto the grid now, ready to go for this second heat of the day in our Coma C50s. Trying to see if I can get the updated championship. Of course I can. So Hendrix Verlat with a perfect day yesterday. Of course we saw his interview in the lunch break. Great to talk with the number 10. But a perfect day. Win in the Heat 1, win in Heat 2, win in the final. Well, it hasn't started that way already in round number 6. A win for Cole Parrish in Heat number 1. And that was Cole's 3rd win of the season so far. Can he repeat it here in Heat number 2 though? Let's wait and see. 5-second board is out then. Cole Parrish and Kalman Simon look to the lights and we go racing. It's a good start from Kalman Simon though. Of course that inside line is on the right hand side of the circuit, because as you come down to Billy's blind, it is the place you want to be, is on the right hand side of the circuit. That works for rolling starts, but for standing starts with these karts being on the slower side, it kind of makes being on second place be a bit better. You've got a shorter run to the first corner, and that's worked out really nicely for Kalman Simon again. Shots through into the lead of the race does Kalman Simon. And on they continue through lap number 1. I want to give a massive shout out as well to Ayrton Edwards-Jones. Great to see him racing in SuperOne on that Glanigor branded kart. Great to see GYG putting some funding behind a young driver and getting them out and in and amongst the national scene of karting. Well done to Ayrton. Cracking on from P12 on the grid. It looks like he might have already made a position on this first lap of the race. Leaders heading through though into Biddy's blind. Still Kalman Simon leading ahead of Cole Parrish and Freddie Pennell. So Pennell's got through on Hendrix Verlat. Drops Hendrix Verlat to P4. And Hendrix has the company of Max St. Hilaire at the moment. Then there's quite a big gap back to AJ Halil, Jensen Drummond, Isaac Young, Hayden Bailey and Tommy Lovejoy. And then only a slight gap further back to Briella Stevens, Ayrton Edward-Jones, Ezra Robinson-Matthews and Dalton Dyke-Whitfield. Biggest mover on that first lap, Tommy Lovejoy, up 3 places. Sadly, biggest mover in the opposite direction, Briella Stevens, down 3 places to P11. Let's see who's got this pace on the second lap of the race. So, of course, first is from a standing start, just not quite comparable. Let's see how it is as they head through to the end of lap number 2. It's Freddie Pennell, 3rd place in this leading train. He's going to go for second, though. Up and under goes Freddie Pennell. They'll be side by side through the S's. There's not much space here, but they just about managed to give each other enough room. A great opportunistic attempt there from Freddie Pennell, but it doesn't quite work out. Cole Parrish dealt with that absolutely beautifully. Kept his head, kept calm about it, and kept second place. Kalman Simon there, you can see in his replica Ayrton Senna helmet, clearly channeling some of the legend. That was Ayrton Senna as he leads the field through onto lap number 4. Still Freddie Pennell with that fastest lap of the race. And he continues getting faster. No, he doesn't. Sorry, slightly slower on the last lap. My sincerest apologies. Actually, all but the top 3 went faster on that last lap. So read into that what you will, ladies and gentlemen. Just over 4 minutes left to go in this race. And look at that. After Pennell tried to make that move, he's dropped ever so slightly off of those top 2. And like I said, in the previous Coma C50 race today, you want to have someone behind you pushing you, because a lot of this track in all classes across the day, it's a lot about carrying the speed through, sacrificing that entry to gain that exit speed and press on through a couple of flat out or almost flat out corners. Well, that matters even more here in the C50s with their lack of power. You want to be carrying the speed through the corners where you do actually have to put the brake on. And that's where you want someone behind you pushing you through. And you can see, look at that, Pennell has the fastest lap of the race. Pennell was going for moves on the top 3, but after he lost out in that move with Cole Parrish, He dropped slightly off of the back of them, lost that toe, and has just fallen back into the clutches of Hendrik Verlaat and Max St. Hilaire. That's just what can happen in these Coma C50 karts, but it might be that Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish are beginning to battle up ahead. We continue to look here at Verlaat and St. Hilaire, right on the rear bumper of Freddie Pennell now. But it stayed as it was in front. Parrish he had a bit of a sniff at the move on Calvin Simon there into the horseshoe, but clearly didn't work as we cut away. And I'll have to rethink that one. Down into Billy's blind, you can see there Calvin Simon just tapping the helmet, pointing forward, saying, come on, let's keep working together. We've still got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this race. If we start battling now, those 3 in behind will catch us. So let's just not do it. Let's just keep working together. You can battle me when we get through to the last couple of laps, please, says Calvin Simon. Whether Cole Parrish will listen, though, we'll have to wait and see. Hendrik Verlaat and Max St. Hilaire still definitely thinking that working together is the best way forward here in their attempt to close back down our leaders. And you can see there again the 33 of Pennell. Just pointing forward, wanting to continue working together here with Hendrik Verlaat. So it's definitely not going to be quite the day it was for Hendricks yesterday, sadly for him in the Coma C50s. Like I said, it was a perfect day of wins yesterday for him. In heat number 1, though, it didn't quite go his way. Hendricks finishing in 3rd place, so still in the top 3. But as you saw in his interview, he wasn't very happy with his 3rd place in IAME on M1 yesterday, so I'm sure he'll be feeling the same about his 3rd place in the Coma C50 Heat 1 from today. Well, at the moment, he's currently in 4th place outside of the top 3 for the first time in any race this season, bar 1. He was P9 in the final at round 2 at Rowrah. But other than that, he's been on the podium for every single race of this season. Leaders continue to head on through. There you go. There's the move. There is the move from Hendrik Verlaat. Gets it done in through the S's. And of course, we saw earlier Freddie Pennell try and do that same move on Cole Parrish and it did not quite work out. Well, Hendrik Verlaat has done it beautifully this time. Sneaks his way on by and looks to continue his little streak of podium places. Still the top 2 following on up towards the checkered flag. And it's really the excitement happening at the front end of the field really here with 15 seconds to go. We see that updated on the timing tower of Verlaat through on Pennell. Now we're waiting for the gloves to come off really here between Simon and Parrish. Of course, Parrish, your pole sitter, qualified on pole, won the first heat of the day. He's going to want to continue that. He's going to want to have the day that Hendrik Verlaat had yesterday with all first places. He won't want to have to settle for second here. Calvin Simon driving a great race so far in this one. As they head through the horseshoe, down towards the final few corners of this Clay Pigeon Raceway. Onto the final lap they will go. So 815 metres left to go here for the Coma C50s in their second heat. Will the move be thought about here? Checks over the shoulder there, does Calvin Simon. But immediately trots back across to the left-hander, doesn't feel the need to defend here. And Parrish doesn't have a good enough run to make the move open up for him there through the S's. He's got a good run down towards the hairpin. And Calvin Simon holds that inside line. Chops back across there as they get into the braking zone. Up and under will go Parrish. You can't really get round the outside into the horseshoe. And again, we'll have to settle back into single file as they head through to the final corner. Really going to be the only opportunity, overtaking. Oh my God, I can't get my words out again. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The only overtaking opportunity, he's going to go for it. Not quite though, that outside line not working for Cole Parrish. And Calvin Simon will lead us up to the checkered flag. The number 12 wins in heat number 2. Great race there for Calvin Simon. Takes the top step there in heat 2 of the day for the second time this season. Well done to Calvin. Won heat number 2 at round 2 at Rowrah. So clearly, Cameron Simon, a big fan of heat number 2, where he'll be hoping to have his first victory in a final later on today. Good race there for the Coma C50s. It just seems as though this circuit really rewards working together. Of course, it's understandable, different circuits create different kinds of racing, but it just frustrates us when watching the live stream, doesn't it? We want some action out there on circuit. Sadly, the Comas, it makes sense to work together. You want a good result, that's what you're going to do. I'd do exactly the same thing if I was the one out there driving. Cameron Simon did it beautifully there, takes the win in heat number 2. Cole Parrish and Hendrix Palat, your top 3. Freddie Pennell and Max St. Hilaire, your top 5. Then Isaac Young, AJ Hillil, Jensen Drummond, Hayden Bailey and Tommy Lovejoy in the top 10. Great to see Tommy back out there in heat 2 and getting up into the top 10. Bradley Stevens finishes behind in 11th place, followed by Ayrton Edwards-Jones, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Dalton Dyke Whitfield, the 14 drivers, all making it to the checkered flag in that one, which is lovely to see. Race number 12 of the day over and done with then. Junior Rotax will be heading out on circuit next. Here we go then, Junior Rotax Heat 2 about to commence. Let's take you through the grid. Teddy Cooper lines up on pole position with Oliver Smith alongside him on that front row. Riley Bishop, Jackson Lane, Jake Cossey and Milo Manderson are on row 2 and row 3. Then it's Amy Peacock and Lewis Holt, Leon Barlow and Charlie Benson round out the top 10 with Rory Hinckley, Sam Flynn, Joseph Murphy, then Jensen Powers, Drew Preisner, Adam Yadatis, Isaac Parkinson, Hayagriva Gokulnath, Isaac Jameson and Aidan Young round out your top 20. Then it's Cassidy Southall, Alfie Clark, Trevor Lance Samson, then Neve Allen, Jordan Martin, Travis Stolby, Mia Caruso, then Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle, then Riley Linnell, Maxine Karuk, and Alex McCullough. 32 drivers on the grid yet again here for Junior Rotax. And the main thing I've just noticed, I've just checked the championship for post round 5. So all the results of round 5 are in there. Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith on the front row on the same amount of points going into round number 6. It cannot get closer than that in a championship, ladies and gentlemen. Both on 571 points. So this battle means more than a race. This is championship between Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith. Let's go down to the first corner. Go Junior Rotax, and it is the O-plate of Oliver Smith who swoops on through into the lead there at Billy's Blind. I think they've all just about managed to make it through. It's a chevron flag. It's a chevron flag. We'll do it all again. Chevron flag out there down through Billy's Blind. And the drivers all slow up and get themselves back into their grid order. It was a good start yet again then from Oliver Smith. We saw Teddy Cooper had a very difficult race start in the first heat earlier on today. Dropped down to, I want to say about 5th or 6th place. Managed to battle back through to 2nd, but it was that championship rival of Oliver Smith just ahead of him. So Oliver's got 34 from that first race. Teddy's got 33. So to my calculations, there's only 1 point difference between the two of them going into this race. Wow, fantastic stuff. Right. Second time's the charm, something like that. Let's go racing down to Billy's Blind. We go yet again. Much better start this time from Teddy Cooper. Oliver Smith is going to be on that outside line all the way through to the S's. Where will he end up as they head down towards the hairpin? Oh, nearly up and over there for the the 91. That is that Drew Preisner? Yes, it is Drew Preisner. Off onto the grass. He did well to drop back down on all 4 wheels there and continue on. But he's dropped all the way to the back of the pack. We've got 2 drivers who have come together there down at the horseshoe. It looks as though one is up and over the back of another. That's going to take a few moments to get sorted out. Right then, let's look back to the sharp end of the field as they head down towards Billy Blind. It is Teddy Cooper. There was the 42, so it was the 42 involved in the incident. That's Sam Flynn. Started in P12 in this one, so Flynn all the way to the back of the order. Like I was saying, though, it is Teddy Cooper in the lead of this race. Riley Bishop now separates the 2 championship contenders of Cooper and Smith, 1st and 3rd, respectively. Both driving for the same team, though, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Cooper and Smith, both driving for the Kiddix outfit. So a bit of inter-team rivalry then between the 76 and the O-plate. I'm sure All is well that ends well. Well, X can't want to get involved. Down the inside goes Riley Bishop, and there goes Oliver Smith. Up and under, follows him through. Great opportunistic move there from Oliver Smith. Teddy Cooper's got a good run, though, down towards the hairpin. He'll try back down the inside, and space will be given there by Oliver Smith. Spotted him in the braking zone, and they swap yet again. So actually, it's ended up with both of the Kiddix drivers losing a place there. Down to second goes Cooper, down to third goes Smith, and Riley Bishop gets past them and heads up into the lead of this race. Riley Bishop wasn't racing with us at Rowrah. There's a move back down the inside, and up and under goes Teddy Cooper. They're going to be wasting each other's time here if they keep doing this, and they're bringing the rest of the drivers back into the fray. Jake Cossey on the number 69, Amy Peacock on the 17, Milo Manderson, Jackson Lane, Leon Barlow, Lewis Holt, all in this train from first down to ninth. There is Amy Peacock and Milo Manderson. They're squabbling over fifth place at the moment. And I was going to say, Riley Bishop only joined us for GYG. He wasn't there at Rowrah. At the first round at GYG, he won every race. At the second round at GYG, he won 2 races and came second in the other one. Yesterday, here at Clay Pigeon, he won the first heat, came second in the second heat, and came second in the final. Riley Bishop is doing a brilliant job so far in Super 1. He's only counted out the championship battle due to not being there for round 1 and 2 at Rowrah. Drivers continue on then to the end of lap number 5. Still nearly 4.5 minutes left to go in this race. And there is Milo Manderson. Is Manderson through on Peacock? No, Peacock's still ahead. They've actually got a bit of a gap now. Manderson's under pressure. I think Jansen Lane might have gone through there. And they have. Down the inside goes the 21. No, that's Leon Barlow. Barlow's got both of them. Great move. So Barlow's through. And so is Jackson Lane on Milo Manderson. So Manderson loses 2 places then. He's going to slip down to 8th place. Barlow's up to 6th. There goes Jackson Lane. Down the inside of Leon Barlow. Manderson tries to follow him through and does so just about. Is able to chop across the nose cone of Leon Barlow as there's the 40. Not facing in the ideal direction there, heading out of the S's. That's the 40 of Riley Linnell. Or Linnell. Sorry, Riley. I've got that one wrong. Late down the inside from Milo Manderson into Billy's blind. A bit of side-pod-to-side contact there as they headed into the S's, but all is sorted out. All's well that ends well. But I don't think it's ending anytime soon. Really late down the inside there. You saw the quad lock up there as they headed down into the braking zone. And Manderson has been the biggest loser out of that one. Drops all 4 places as they all slip on by on the exit. A bit of side-to-side contact between himself and the 57 of Jackson Lane. It was Jackson Lane who had the car fully sideways there on the brakes. Did a great job to hold the slide, but went in a bit too deep there and loses the place to Leon Barlow and Lewis Holt. Sorry, so Leon Barlow in 6th, Lewis Holt in 7th place. Here are your leaders, though. It looks to all be hotting up down there at the hairpin, and it is. It's still Riley Bishop in the lead. The 76 of Teddy Cooper still there in 2nd place. He was working hard, though, as we cut to them there, to keep the O-plate of Oliver Smith in behind. And Jake Cossey has joined the fray. We've not seen him up in this leading battle so far today as out of the race. Is that Drew Preisner? It is, yeah, I can see that on the back of his race suit. Drew Preisner is out, ladies and gentlemen. So after those issues at the first corner, oh sorry, it was actually at the S's, wasn't it, on the first lap. He's now pulled over to the side of the circuit just further beyond the S's. Now whether that's been caused by that earlier incident or whether that's something totally separate, I couldn't possibly tell you. Either way, Preisner is out of this heat number 2 in Junior Rotax. Round the final corner come the leaders yet again then. Teddy Cooper still has the fastest lap in this race. Just as I say that, Riley Bishop steals it away. 34.819 from Bishop on the last lap. 34.826 from Cooper, 34.846 from Smith. They're so close in terms of pace. There's a move from Milo Manderson, though. Manderson gets back through on Jackson Lane. And Charlie Benson as well. So that had all swapped around previously. There's a lovely little spin there. There was a bit of flair in that camera operation there. I love that from our man in the middle of the circuit. That was beautiful. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. And we had a change to the lead of the race. Teddy Cooper's in the lead of the race. Cut towards them down at the first corner, and there you go. The 76 has made the move, and Teddy Cooper leads as we head towards 1 minute left to go. He's under pressure, though. Look at that. Straight into defensive mode for Teddy Cooper. He's doing the exact same into the horseshoe. He thinks, oh, just back up the rest of them into each other. They'll squabble it out, and I can drive away with this one. I don't think that's a bad plan around this quite tight circuit. A difficult one to make opportunities for yourself, but Teddy Cooper's managed to do it. Your final winner yesterday at round 5 looks to take the win here in Heat 2. Riley Bishop needs to defend here down through Billy's blind. He does so very nicely and keeps Oliver Smith and Jake Cossey behind. Jake Cossey's got a great exit, almost too good. Nearly goes over the back of the driver in front. Oh, was that a bit of argy-bargy there between the O-plate of Oliver Smith and the number 2 of Riley Bishop. Either way, Smith goes through. Bishop holds on to third, though, holds that inside line through the horseshoe and keeps Jake Cossey behind. There's going to be just enough time on the clock, I think, as Teddy Cooper crosses the line to give us 2 more laps of this race. No, I tell a lie. We are on to the final lap then. We are on the final lap of this race. At least that's what my live timing says in front of me. Yeah, I've reloaded it. It definitely still says the same. Through we go then. Down into the hairpin once more. And Teddy Cooper, after making that move for the lead, seemingly did it at the perfect time. As the rest battled in behind, he's gained a little bit of breathing room. And he's looking to take a win here in Heat number 2. Just missed out in Heat 1, having to settle for second place behind his championship rival. But it's all going to change up here as across the line goes Teddy Cooper to win Heat number 2. There's no checkered flag out. There was no checkered flag out. The leaders won't know that they finished the race. The checkered flag is now out. I think we might see the leaders continuing to race on here. Yes, we are. Look at them continue to go. So officially, they have finished the race, but they won't know it. They've not seen the checkered flag. They're going to continue on round to see it now, but the race is done. If they make any overtakes on this last lap, it's not going to count. The race is done. Teddy Cooper has won Heat number 2. There we go. Now he celebrates. Now he knows he's seen the checkered flag and he does win the race. They did a cheeky extra lap, though. Bit of extra practice there for some of our leaders. But Teddy Cooper wins Heat number 2 then. Oliver Smith does finish in second, though. So I still think they're on identical points going into the final. And what's happened there? Was that on the last lap of racing there between 2 drivers? 19, oh, that's Isaac Jameson, who's off in the barrier. Thank you for that, my producer. Jameson in the barriers, and that's gutting for him. It was lovely for Isaac to come over and say hello to me before the stream started. Lovely young chap is Isaac Jameson. And of course, he was on the thumbnail for this stream as well, which he was particularly happy with. But sadly, Heat 2 not ending the way he would have liked in the barrier with another driver. And I think that was Jackson Lane on the 57 that they collided and went to the barrier on the inside then. Let's run through the full results from Junior Axe Heat number 2. Teddy Cooper takes the win ahead of Oliver Smith and Riley Bishop. Jake Cossey and Amy Peacock, your top 5. I was starting to rush. I don't need to rush. We've got loads of carts to go on for the circuit. Leon Barlow, Lewis Holt, Charlie Benson, Milo Manderson, and Rory Hinkley. Your top 10 there in Junior Rotax Heat number 2. They were followed by Hayagliva Gokulnath, Trevelyan Sansom, then Cassidy Southall and Aidan Young. Behind them were Jensen Powers and Jordan Martin. Then Alex McCullough, Alfie Clark, Neve Allen and Isaac Parkinson, your top 20. Followed by Travis Dolby, Adam Yadatis, Elijah Hartley, Mia Caruso, then Joseph Murphy, Kian Hundle, Riley Linnell, Jackson Lane, Isaac Jameson, Drew Preisler and Sam Flynn. And all of those last 4 that you can see on your screen now not making it to the checkered flag in that one. Incident on the last lap for Jackson Lane and Isaac Jameson. Drew Preisler, we saw him off on the first lap, and then had more issues later on in the race where his car pulled to a stop. And Sam Flynn, we did lose in the opening few laps of that one. So as the karts get themselves off circuit, the drivers get themselves off circuit there for Junior Rotax. Race number 14 is going to be up next. It'll be the Micromax's and Honda Cadet GX200s. And like I said in Heat number 1, it's a really difficult one to follow, this one, with these being a split grid, because they're both so exciting. That's the issue with this one. They're just too exciting. We can't put 2 grids together that are this intense and expect John to know what he's doing from the commentary box. I bet he know what I'm doing at the best of times. I don't know when we've got 2 epic races going on out on track. Let's have a look at the grid then for Micromax and Honda Cadet GX200 Heat number 2. Here we go then. Oscar Churches and Freddie Baker on the front row with Noah Wicklow and Benjamin Slavar on row number 2. Theo Jepson and Will Hatton are there on row 3. And then row 4 will see Ray Thoin and Isaac Garth. Charlie Cale and Arda Bilyanov round out the top 10 with Lani Adun and Teddy Roberts there on row 6. Ellis Holt and Henry Perrin are there on row 7 with Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, the last of your Micromax runners. And it's pole position in Honda Cadets, so Henry Colborne, Jesse Bailey and Riley Blakemore in behind him on the grid. Then it's Joshua Bailey and Arthur Roberts, Ethan Pearson and Jerry Dufficy, then Archie Edgar and Joshua Cunniston Wade, followed by Reggie Dufficy, Oliver Vickers, Alfie Hennell, Milo Taylor, then Finley Thompson, Kai Sari, and I think we got one more row, haven't we? Yes, Sarah James rounds out the grid for the Honda Cadets. Just as we get the circuit all sorted out from those issues in previous races, the drivers get themselves ready to go. And this is always a difficult bit as well. You're sat there in your car, you're ready and raring to go. You just got to keep all those butterflies in your tummy going around in the same direction. Keep nice and calm and get yourself ready to go for the race. And as soon as you're released from the pits, just like that, you get yourself in the zone. The visor goes down, you're racing now. There's no friends out on circuit. You're in it to win it. Let's go for it, drivers. Right then, that's the Micromaxes heading off first. They'll be seeing the green flag before the Honda Cadets. Luckily for me, it's a little bit easier in this one because we will have live timing, unlike our other split grid with the MightE Heat Cadets. Right then, here we go. Heat number 2 for Micromax. The Honda Cadet GX200 is about to get underway. Micromax is heading through the final corner now into 2x2 formation. Oscar Church is on the 18. Freddie Baker on the 92. Who's going to be leading us out of Billy's blind? We go green, and it's a great start from the anti-pole side of the grid. Down into the first corner we go. Immediately, it's Freddie Baker scything through into the lead here in Micromax. All gets a bit close there into the S's as here we go for the Honda Cadets then. Side by side to the line, that's Henry Colborne and Jesse Bailey. Down to the first corner we go. Late move down the inside for one of the drivers there as all together have come the 39 and the 12. Now who is that? That's got to be the drivers in ahead of them. The 39 and the 12. And the 39 is Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and the 12 is Charlie Cale. So, according to my grid, they shouldn't have been anywhere near each other on that first lap, but somehow they were, and somehow they've made contact, and they're both going to be dropping right to the back of this one. Still yellow flags as those drivers try and get back underway. It looks like they have done now, but here come the leaders through. So it's Freddie Baker from Benjamin Slavar, and the 14. The 14's off. That's Jesse Bailey. Jesse Bailey was right at the sharp end of the Honda Cadets. Jesse Bailey started in second place in this race. And Jesse is off in the barriers on the outside of the S's. Gutted for Jesse Bailey. Here come the Micromaxes though. Down into the first sector. That's Noah Wicklow holding on to third place. Up to fourth. Might go the 18. Oscar Churches can't quite get a run there. And can't quite retake the fourth place away from, I believe, it's Will Hatton. Through they continue on into the horseshoe. Slavar has been very impressive in Micromax so far this season. I remember commentating over Benjamin when he was down in the Bambinos. He's made the jump up into Micromax for this season, I believe. And, I mean, as you can tell, he's been doing quite the job. In second place at the moment, but maybe not for too much longer. Commentator's curse there, first of the day. Sorry, Benjamin. Noah Wicklow sneaks on by there. It was just a little bit of a wide moment there for Slavar as he went through Billy's blind. Up and under went Noah Wicklow, and Noah Wicklow steals away that second place. They're squabbling in behind as well. I think that's them getting through one of the Honda Cadets, I do believe, who had had an earlier incident. So we've still got the top 4 line astern then. Yeah, Oscar Churches has closed them back in. Oscar Churches is through, is he? No, Oscar Churches is still 6/10 off. That's where I'm getting confused. There's a Honda Cadet in and amongst that. That's why I'm getting confused. Oscar Churches has just got the fastest lap of the race, though. First driver down into the 39s, and Noah Wicklow joins him only just 39.999. Yeah, it's the number 14 they're trying to get past. Of course, Jesse Bailey, a front runner in Honda Cadet, has some serious pace on that Honda kart. So the Micro Max is trying to come through. It's not quite as easy as just overtaking and driving off. You really do have to try and get through. There will be blue flags out there, which Jesse Bailey does need to notice and do something about. But equally, as the overtaking car, you've got to get it done smoothly and cleanly. And they have managed to sneak on by. There is Oscar Churches, who has now got through, and he is all eyes ahead to that top 3 pack that is now only about 6/10 ahead of him. It was just over a second a few moments ago. He's closed in really, really nicely. Top 3 still as they were then. Slavar trying to put a bit more pressure onto Noah Wicklow then as they head down into Billy's blind. I think Wicklow felt that slight tap from behind there, covered that inside line off, and holds on to 2nd place. It looks like the leading pack in Hondas, I think there's about 8 drivers nose to tail in the leading pack of Hondas. They've all just come across the start-finish line now, down towards Billy's blind, and it's a ridiculous train as they head down through there now. They're all heading down to the hairpin now, I do believe, as the Hondas continue on with their 2nd heat of the day. And here they are then, lots of jostling as we head down into the hairpin. That's the 45, yes it is. So that is Joshua Canaston Wade, as they head on through. Like we say, both these races are so exciting, we don't know which one to look at because there's just crazy battling at the front of both. So we're going to try and look back and forth between each of them, but let us off this one. It's a tough gig, this one, but there's 2 fantastic races going on at the same time on the same track. There is the 68 and the 75. So these are our 2 leaders, Riley Blakemore and Henry Colborne. They're still as they were. It did switch in behind, though. We saw Joshua Canaston Wade was leading that next pack. Ethan Pearson has got through now. And Joshua Bailey trying to close the distance, trying to scamper away from the drivers in behind and try and close up to these 2 who are getting out ahead as they head through into the final corner of the circuit. But it's going to be a tough one, especially given that there's only about 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, plus 1 lap in this race. Looks as though Oscar Churches in the Water Swifts has now closed back up to the drivers in ahead as we head into the last minute of this race. Honda's close, but it doesn't look like anyone's quite able to go for a move yet. Oh, just as I say that, 68 down the inside. Riley Blakemore back to the lead, so they must have switched already on this lap. Henry Colborne went onto this lap in 2nd place. He finds himself back in 2nd place again, but it was definitely overtaken there down into the hairpin. So do they go round the final corner? Still as they were, and they're still battling across the line. This is exactly what Joshua Bailey wants to see. He wants to see them continue to scrap so he can try and close in. Up and under, tries the 75. Will he have the run? They go side by side into the S's. Oh, it gets so close between the 2 leaders in Honda. They just about managed to avoid contact, and they both press on by. With a 68 of Riley Blakemore racing for the Project 1 team, continues to hold the lead of the race. Riley Blakemore doing a fantastic job out there leading the field. Well, the timer has hit 0, but Freddie Baker crossed the line before that. So these are the Hondas heading on to the penultimate lap of their race. Even though the timer's hit 0, the timer dictated by the drivers ahead. This might work, though, up the inside. Then through goes Henry Colborne. Gets the move done there into the S's. Beautifully read. Learnt from last time and got it done this time. Great move from Henry Colborne. Right then, leaders have started the final lap in the Micro Max class as the Hondas carry on through their penultimate lap of the race. Benjamin Slavar is in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. He's got past Oscar Churches and Freddie Baker. Down to the hairpin they go then. Oscar Churches holds on, up and under, tries Freddie Baker. He'll be on the outside though, heading into the horseshoe. Won't be able to do anything about that. How did Benjamin Slavar get through on the penultimate lap of the race? Either way, they shuffle Baker down to third. This is the last opportunity here into the final corner, and they're not going to be able to do it. Out of the final corner comes Benjamin Slavar. It's going to be a run to the line, but Slavar wins in heat number 2. Great racing between those three at the front. That was fantastic. Now we wait to see the Hondas. Who will take the win in the Hondas? We wait for Henry Colborne and Riley Blakemore to scamper on by and under the gantry. Who's going to see the checker flag first in the Hondas? I'm waiting with bated breath. There they are. Henry Colborne's ahead, but they're going to be side by side across the line. It's not going to be enough. Henry Colborne wins in the Honda Cadet GX200s. Fantastic race in both of those classes. I said it was going to be, and they did not disappoint. And to remind you, like I said at the end of heat number 1, thank goodness, those two classes will be split for the finals later on today, thank goodness. So we're going to have an easier time here in the Alpha Live booth, but you're going to enjoy it even more watching at home. We can properly focus on the drivers battling for the wins in those finals. Right then, full results there from Micromax, the Honda Cadet GX200 heat number 2. Benjamin Slavar wins it ahead of Oscar Churches and Freddie Baker. Noah Wicklow, Will Hatton, the top 5. Then Rafe Owen, Isaac Garth, Theo Jepson, Arda Bilyanov, Teddy Roberts, Lani Adin, Ellis Holt and Henry Perrin. And there's your winner from Honda Cadet, right at the bottom of your screen, Henry Colborne in 14th place overall, followed by Riley Blakemore in the Hondas. Then Joshua Bailey, Jerry Dufficy, then Ethan Pearson, Archie Edgar, Reggie Dufficy, Alfie Hennell, Oliver Vickers, Kai Suri, Joshua Canasta Wade, Finney Thompson, and Milo Taylor. Then it was Charlie Cale from the Micromaxes, Zara James from the Honda Cadets, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage from the Micromaxes, and then Arthur Roberts and Jesse Bailey from the Hondas. A number of drivers having some issues in that one, less than ideal end to their heat number 2 for them anyway, but a brilliant race from both classes for us to enjoy. Right then, let's get ready for the next one. It's IAME M1, their heat 2 is out next. Right then, as they head out to the grid, this is my test. Let's go for it. Hendricks Flat and Arthur Rhodes on the front row. Presley Knight and Logan Edwards on row 2. Then Teddy Smith, Hugh Riley, Oakley Rudman, Shay Downey, Buster Scott and Elijah Sang. That's your top 10. Then it's Nicholas Sanson, Jensen James Williams, Sebastian Talbot, Etienne Gardner, Freddie Dye, Tommy Walton, Jensen Drummond, RJ Harrison, Gabriel Chu, Harley Bev, Noah Brad, Archie Ashworth, Jack Minot, Lucas Otley, Thistle Swait. Then Arthur Bowers, Stanley Thurston, Tom Delaney and Reggie Peters. 28 drivers on the grid. IAME M2 heat number 2 about to start. IAME M2. That'd be double the amount of cylinders. It's not IAME M2, it's IAME M1. Who's going to be P1 at the end of this race? Not too long to wait and see. Parents, clear the grid. 5-second board. Look at those lights. We go racing here in IAME M1 for their second heat of the day. 82 and 15 side by side. Arthur Rhodes, again, from that second spot on the grid, takes the lead earlier on. And the 21 of Logan Edwards tries to go up the inside as well. Did he get it done as they head through into the S's? No! Round goes to 21. He's facing the wrong direction as the drivers all come in towards him. Oh, that's a scary one for Logan Edwards. He held his bottle. He held where he was, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Well done, Logan. He held those brakes, came to a stop, and was predictable. That's all you can ask of a spinning driver. Well done to Logan Edwards. A big pat on the back for you. Although he's not going to be too happy about the situation. He was going for the lead a moment ago, and now he's dropped all the way to the back of the pack. Logan Edwards, your winner in the final yesterday. It was lovely to talk to him on the podium. He's given himself a bit of a bigger challenge for the final later on today, though, with this result. But he's still got, what have we got, 6 or so minutes left in this one for him to try and gain a few more places. It's going to be easier said than done. Right then, after lap number 1, Arthur Rhodes leads this race ahead of Hugh Riley, Hendricks Collat, Teddy Smith, Presley Knight, Buster Scott, Elijah Stang, Oakley Rudman, Sebastian Talbot, and Shay Downey. That is your top 10. And we watch the leaders head on through. Great to still see so many people enjoying the racing here on the Alpha Live stream. Deborah Dugdale says, come on, Buster Scott. He's had a good start to this one as Buster up into 6th place. gained 4 positions on that first lap. The biggest mover along with Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley went from 6th on the grid to 2nd place. I think partially on skill, I'll give you that, Hugh, partially thanks to a little bit of a spin for Logan Edwards ahead, which sort of parted the seas for a lot of drivers in ahead. But either way, Hugh Riley is there in 2nd place. He's half a second off of Arthur Rhodes. Win potentially on for the 86. Ooh, spinner there down at the hairpin. Great catch from our Alpha Live camera crew. That's the 87, finding himself facing the wrong direction. That's Etienne Gardner. Was in 11th place. But with how close this field is in IAME M1 in terms of pace, you have a little mistake like that, something goes wrong. I'm not sure whether it was a mistake or contact or what happened there. Either way, you end up facing the wrong direction. You're going to be dropping to the back of the pack. There's no chance of anything else really happening there. And still, this top group all line astern, and it's getting a bit closer to comfort here from sort of 2nd, what's that, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. 2nd to 9th here, all in this train. I mean, it's only about half a second then further forward to Arthur Rhodes. But we're closing in to the end of heat number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Well, not this one. It's in the heat 2s in general. Oh, end of the lap there, side by side. Teddy Smith is going to go through to the lead of this race. How has Teddy Smith got through to the lead? He's got it. 82 of Arthur Rhodes is going to slip down to 4th place. And Teddy Smith leads the IAME M1 heat number 2. Fantastic stuff there as they headed down through Billy's Blind. What a move from the number 19. And Teddy Smith is in the lead. 16's behind him. So Presley Knight has followed through as well. This is all chopped and change here at the start of lap number 5. It's Arthur Bowers in 10th place who has the fastest lap so far in this race. This could go any way. There's 1.5 seconds separating the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. We're over halfway through this race. What's going on in IAME M1? This is ridiculous. Arthur Bowers has just gone from 10th to 5th on 1 lap. He's in 5th place. He's in the middle of that squabble there. He's now at the front of it, side by side through the S's. Oh, a bit close there between a few of the drivers. That's Hendricks for lap, trying to find a way through on the number 15. He's on the inside line there, should just about hold it ahead of the Lando Norris helmeted 85 of Buster Scott. He's there on the inside there, fending off a couple more places, but it's all changed yet again on this lap. 2.5 minutes on the clock then as they come to the end of lap number 6. As over was that. Oh no, the 15's gone for a spin. That's Hendricks for Lat. Lat was off there down at the horseshoe and he shows his frustration, hitting the steering wheel in anger. We saw how close that squabble was for the entirety of the top 10. A few moments ago, the top 10 were separated by 1.5 seconds. It's now 5.5 seconds. That just shows the craziness that happened. Logan Edwards is in 10th place. Logan Edwards was facing the wrong direction at the S's on lap 1. We've still got 2 minutes to go, and Logan Edwards is back into the top 10. It's Arthur Bowers just taking the lead. Arthur Bowers has just taken the lead. What is going on in this IAME M1 Heat 2? This is only the heat, drivers. What is happening? This is the most ridiculous race I've ever seen in IAME M1. It's all kicked off. Heat 1 was exciting, but not a patch on this. Arthur Bowers leads the race from 25th on the grid. Down the inside goes Teddy Smith. Retakes it away for the 99. Up and under goes the 16 of Presley Knight as well. So just as I say that again, another commentator's curse goes out, this time to Arthur Bowers. Was singing his praises. I mean, he's still up from, what did I say, 25th on the grid to 3rd place. But he's hunting that win. He knows he can get that win. Just putting it all together. Drivers go wide. That's going to help. Wide moment there for Presley Knight. He's going to slip back into 3rd place. I do think it is still Arthur Rhodes, the driver who's in this top 4 battle with them all. Side by side across the line then. We've got Teddy Smith and Arthur Bowers trading blows there as they come across the start-finish line. And Teddy Smith will stay ahead, for now anyway. Freddie Dye not far off this battle at all. Logan Edwards is in 6th place. Unbelievable from the number 21. Fantastic stuff. There's the move down the inside from Arthur Bowers. Goes for it there. Oh, bit of a hip check there from Bowers. And wide goes Teddy Smith. That's so gutting for Teddy. He's had such a brilliant race here in heat number 2. I think that was just a bit of side pod to side pod contact there that shuffled Teddy wide. And that's going to drop him down to 5th place. Yeah, you can see Freddie Dye is still there, because it's all still getting a bit squabbly. Arthur Rhodes has made the move on Presley Knight. So Rhodes to 2nd place, and it's the two Arthurs leading the field onto the penultimate lap of this race. But can I just reiterate, the person leading this race right now started in 25th. 25th. That's just ridiculous. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In, what is it, a 7-minute plus 1 lap heat. And he's gone from 25th to 1st. Unbelievable. Still battling for 2nd place, though. Rose trying to hold the inside line there. Presley Knight trying to force the door open, but can't quite get it done. Has to sit back in behind now. And round the final corner comes Arthur Bowers. Fastest lap, 25th to 1st. Arthur Bowers, take a bow, my son. What a race from the number 99. Oh, I've got it wrong. It's the final lap. Well, I'll say that exact same thing again. Just pause that. I'll say it in about 30 seconds' time. On to the final lap we go then. My apologies. Mistaking the time. Classic Ratters Media on the mic. Right, there we go then, down towards the hairpin. More opportunities opening up then for Presley Knight. I think Rhodes just about has him at arm's length now as they head through this final 815 metres of racing. They're battling in behind, though. That's Freddie Dye and Teddy Smith, who were battling over 4th place there in the background. And Logan Edwards has closed into within a second of that battle as well. Brilliant show from Logan Edwards. Down the inside goes Teddy Smith on the last lap for 4th place. But here's your winner. Arthur Bowers wins in heat number 2. What a brilliant race from the number 99. And he's setting himself up for a good position to start in the final later on. And ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? If that's not a reason to stick around for the finals later on this afternoon, particularly the IAME M1 final, I don't know what is. Make sure you stick around on this Alpha live stream and enjoy that later on. But Arthur Bowers then wins in heat number 2 of IAME M1. What a brilliant race for Arthur Bowers. Fantastic stuff from the young driver. Let's run through the final classification then, of course, provisional classification there for Heat 2 of IAME M1. The two Arthurs leading the way. Bowers ahead of Rhodes. Presley Knight rounds out the top 3. Teddy Smith did get that move done on Freddie Dye at the last corner. Fair play to Teddy Smith, was looking on for the win at one point in that one. Logan Edwards battles back from facing the wrong direction on lap number 1, drops to the back of the field, finishes in 6th place, 4 seconds off the leader. Unbelievable from the 21. Oakley Rudman, Hugh Riley, Elijah Sang and Buster Scott, they're your top 10. Nicholas Anser, Reggie Peters, Jensen James Williams and Shay Downey, your top 14. And the rest of your runners in that one then were Tommy Walton, Jensen Drummond, RJ Harrison, Archie Ashworth, Hendricks Verlat there, 19th place. That's not going to be ideal, not only for the championship, but also for the final later on. Lucas Otley, Thistle Thwaite, then Etienne Gardner, Sebastian Talbot, Jack Minnow, Harley Bebb, Gabriel Chu, and a couple of other drivers there at the back end of the order. But there we go then. It was Noah Brown and Tommy Delaney who finalised the 27 drivers who got to the checkered flag. There's one more heat left to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Out on circuit they go then. Let's have a look at the grid for Senior Rotax and 177s. Jarek Metters on pole position with Henry Swanson alongside. Lucas Blanford and Morgan Hudson-Brown on row 2 with Archie Flynn and Jasmine Taylor on row number 3. Then it's Noah Hadley, Max Chown, Gino Cook and Jay Pearson, your top 10, followed by Billy Edgecombe and Kieran Denyer. Then Max Davies and Izzy Lawton. Braden Donahue, Max Lorna Bennett, Max Rowley and Kian Eastick. Followed by Sky Fraser, Tom Williams, Matthew Kendall, Salvador Newman, Tom Nottingham and Callum Gosh. And they're followed by our 177s, Alfie Barrett Oxbury, Jamie Salter, Martin Jackson and Raul Christian Follonew. Well, drivers all heading up the back section of the circuit now, then getting into 2x2 formation. Jarek Metters has been very, very impressive so far, not only today here at Clay Pigeon, but throughout the weekend. Actually, I'll tell a lie there. He had a less than ideal day yesterday, a 26th place finish in Heat 1, a 24th place finish in the final, but a P2 in Heat 2. Today's going a lot better, Jarek. Got a win in Heat number 1. See how it goes here in Heat number 2. Alongside him is Henry Swanson on the... No, it's not. It's the number 25 who's alongside him. Morgan Hudson-Brown. That's my grid going wrong. Will there be a chevron flag for that one? That was a very interesting start. Oh, bit of contact and into the wall goes the number 2. Well done to save that one, Billy Edgecombe, from being a proper bit of contact. Oh, I thought he was able to get that one straight back out, but no, does have to get back out and push it. That's going to lose him a heap of time, and Edgecombe going to be right at the back of the order for this second heat of the day in the seniors. I'm a little bit surprised, shall we say, that that one didn't go to a chevron flag. But anyway, end of lap number 1 we go. Across the line. And who is in the lead of this race? It's Morgan Hudson-Brown who's got through on Jarek Metters. And you saw Jarek gesticulating furiously for how good of a start Morgan Hudson-Brown got in that one. Either way, the 25 to the sharp end of the field. Jasmine Taylor has had a great start as well. Up into 3rd place as there goes Lucas Blanford down the inside on Max Chown at the hairpin. Moves his way up into the top 4. Battle for the lead, though. Metters and Hudson-Brown are side by side there as we head up into the final corner. Who will get it done as they get through to the exit? Hudson-Brown, I think, still had that inside line. I think should still be holding on to it as they head on to another lap. Heads down to the first corner, and yes, Hudson-Brown does still hold on to it. Metters hot on his heels, though. Jasmine Taylor leading that charge towards them, but it's Lucas Blanford in behind who has the fastest lap of the race. And that defending immediately brings them back in amongst it. Oh, contact. I see why the cameraman looked over there into the barrier, goes to 60, immediately able to get back underway. That's Gino Cook. Got into the barriers there from 10th place. Did well to keep it going and get himself bump started back onto the black stuff. But he's going to lose a few places because of that one. So Metters is through into the lead. Then it's Hudson-Brown in behind in 2nd place now on the number 25. I think I got that wrong a couple of laps ago. My sincerest apologies when they did go for the move into the final corner. I think they did end up switching. But the WC plate finds himself back at the sharp end yet again. He's been impressive so far this season. But prior to today, Jarek hadn't won a race in the SuperOne Series in Senior Rotax in 2025. Well, he's done that already this morning in heat number 1. He's looking to make it 2 from 2 here at round number 6 here in heat 2. It's like I say, there's only been one race where Lucas Blanford didn't win, and that was heat 1 yesterday. And sadly, it wasn't Jarek that took that one. It was Noah Hadley. Noah Hadley got a 1st, a 3rd, and a 2nd yesterday. He's down in 7th at the moment in this one. And Noah was, 7th place in heat number 1 earlier on today as well. So the form from yesterday sadly hasn't quite continued over into today for Noah Hadley. He's still very much in there with a shot of the lead. He's in the leading pack there in 7th place. Just not quite able to get to the lofty heights that he found himself in yesterday. But like we said, Jarek Metters really making up for the issues that he had in round number 5 yesterday, having some serious issues, but finding some really good pace today, already winning heat number 1, and now on a serious charge to take yet another one here in heat number 2. Jasmine Taylor is right on the back of Morgan Hudson-Brown, and I will say it doesn't look like Hudson-Brown quite has the pace to keep on the back of Jarek Metters here. Jarek has that fastest lap of a 34.4. Taylor also in the 34.4s. Set that on the last lap though, did Jasmine Taylor. So on the last lap, Jasmine was the fastest of the field. We've seen Jasmine Taylor be very impressive throughout this season. Jasmine currently 7th in the standings as we headed into today. Best round though was round 1 at Rowrah. Got a 2nd place in heat 1, a 5th place in heat 2 and a 2nd place in the final. Hasn't been able to get on the podium since then though. Not in a heat, not in a final, which is in the podium places at the moment here for heat number 2. So maybe this could be the start of a resurgence for Miss Jasmine Taylor on that number 84. As there's some movements, Jasmine thinking about it. She's in a difficult position though, trying to keep Blanford behind as well. I thought there might be a bit of overspeed there for Taylor to try and steal the inside line at the S's. Can't quite get it done. Blanford has great pace though, down into the hairpin. Gets it done late on the brakes. And sadly, I've had a few commentators curses so far today. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and sorry, drivers out there on circuit. Jasmine Taylor now slips out of that top 3. Still on for a very good result in this one, though. However, she's got quite a few drivers in behind her looking to steal them away. Blanford, what a run out the final corner. Puts the pedal to the metal, out the final corner, gets it done. Fantastic move from Lucas Blanford, and he's back into second place. There's only a minute and a half left to go on the clock, though. And even going on to this lap, there was 1.4 seconds difference between Metters and Blanford. Still Metters with the fastest lap of the race. Blanford's got within a thousandth of a second of that fastest lap, though. 34.403 for Metters, 34.404 for Blanford. Just over 1 minute left to go on the clock then. Here for the last heat of the day with SuperOne at Clay Pigeon in 2025. The Rally Replay SuperOne Series has treated us to some brilliant action so far this weekend from Clay Pigeon. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done and dusted after this. We've got all of the classes back out again for those all-important finals. 9 minutes plus one lap in length they will be, so slightly longer than the heats we've seen so far today, but still a very short and sharp race. But you've got to get things done as soon as possible, particularly round here at Clay Pigeon. Battles galore continuing. Move for second place. Jasmine Taylor has the inside line. Jasmine Taylor's through on Hudson Brown. Sorry, not for second, that's for third place. Taylor goes through on Hudson Brown. Great committed move from the young female racer. And she heads on by. But no, immediately repays the favour, does the number 25. Hudson Brown's back through. Opportunistic there at the horseshoe, saw the inside line and decided, yeah, I think I'll take a bit of that. Thank you, Jasmine. Up to third place. Back through goes Morgan Hudson Brown. Time has hit 0. It looks as though Metters got over the line just in time to make it 2 more laps of this race. However, he might not have wanted to do that. Blanford on the last lap put in a new fastest lap of the race. First driver down into the 34.3s. However, I don't think Metters has too much to worry about. There's still over a second gap between those two at the sharp end. I think Hudson Brown is sort of realizing he has really good pace. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to seem mean or rude against Morgan Hudson Brown. He's got great pace out there, but not quite enough to hang with Metters and Blanford at the moment. And he's really realizing, I just need to defend here. I want to hold on to this third place. Onto the final lap we go. Needs some defensive movements. And he'll just about be able to break late enough there to hold it round the outside and stay ahead of Jasmine Taylor. So it's Metters leading us through this final lap ahead of Blanford, Hudson Brown, Taylor. Then there's Chown in 5th place. Hadley's up to 6th, so he's got ahead of Archie Flint. So it was a 7th in Heat 1. It could be a 6th in Heat 2 for Noah Hadley, so some slight improvement. But I know he'll be wanting more than that in the final. Here comes Jarek Metters, though. After a difficult day yesterday, he's made it 2 from 2 here at Clay Pigeon for round number 6. A win in Heat 1 and a win in Heat 2 for Jarek Metters. The WC plate looking dominant so far this weekend at Clay Pigeon, or so far today, I should say, at Clay Pigeon. But Lucas Blanford, he's in a bit of territory that he doesn't really know much about at the moment. He keeps losing. He keeps coming second. What's going on, Lucas? I can say that because I feel like we have a decent rapport, me and Lucas. But apologies in advance, Lucas, if you thought that was a bit too rude. Hey, we'll see how we can do. Of course, Metters 2P1s, Blanford 2P2s. I think we know what the front row is going to look like for the final later on today. Hudson Brown there in 3rd place, fends off the rest of the drivers. Well done to Morgan Hudson Brown. Jasmine Taylor, Max Chowney top 5, Noah Hadley, Archie Flint, Jay Pearson, Max Davies, Kieran Denyer, your top 10. Followed across the line by Callum Gosh, Izzy Lawton, Max Rowley, Max Gawler-Bennett, Gino Cook, Sky Fraser, Jamie Salter wins in 177, 17th place. Brendan Donahue, Tom Nottingham, Kian Easting, Martin Jackson, they're second in 177s. Then Matthew Kendall, Salvador Newman, then Alfie Barrett Oxby and Ralph Christian Molyneux, the last of your 177s. And then it was Billy Edgecombe and Tom Williams, neither of those two sadly making it to the checkered flag. Well then, heats are done, ladies and gentlemen. Only thing we've got left to go are the finals. The most exciting part of the day, I think you'll agree with me. Let's crack on with it then. First out on track will be the MightEs. Here we go then, first final of the day. Felix Tandy lines up on pole position here in the MightE Ease. He's been unstoppable today. But what can Zane SuperOne do from the front row? Luca Beard and Arthur Bowers are there on row 2, with Teddy Smith and Nico Veslowski on row number 3. Row 4 will have Bobby Slater and Hayden Bailey. Then Stanley Thurston, Aidan Castleman and Jaya Nashirayaru round out the 11 karts on the grid for this race. My voice is unprepared for the afternoon we are about to have. So many finals coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. The drivers look to the lights in MightE E. Only a few moments until we get underway for the finals here at round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series from Clay Pigeon. Drivers looking for those lights, waiting. This is always the tense moment as you're waiting for the race to get underway. You're waiting for those directions as to what is going to happen. It looks as though the 5-second board is about ready. They watch those lights. We're green and racing here at Clay Pigeon, and for once, the outside line, the pole sitter, it works out for him. Felix Tandy gets it done, heading down into the first couple of corners, and SuperOne will have to slot back in behind into second place. They head on through the S's then. All a bit argy-bargy in the mid-pack there. Two drivers going side by side. Is that Teddy Smith getting shuffled out wide and getting very close with his teammate as they rejoin the action. They continue on down through the first hairpin then. And all drivers continuing on. They've all made it through this first lap so far, which is great to see, particularly in these younger classes. The main thing, of course, everyone wants to win. Every racing driver wants to win, but the main thing is you're learning, you're enjoying yourself, and you come off track with a big smile on your face. That's what we want to see from all of these younger drivers as they continue to learn their craft in motorsport and crack on with some brilliant racing. And we're enjoying it, watching from wherever you are. I'm happy to be here at the Clay Pigeon kart track, but let me know in the live chat where you're watching from. I have a feeling some of you might be from Turkey. Zane SuperOne is still there in second place. 3/10 off of the back of Tandy after that first lap. It's been a great first lap from Felix Tandy. But oh, I was expecting that, Felix. The E-plate presses on at the sharp end. You can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, slightly longer on the clock for this one. 9 minutes plus 1 lap, as I mentioned, for these finals. That'll be the same across all of the finals this afternoon. And of course, remember, all of the results I give you, especially during these finals, are very provisional. So head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne to see all of those final results, and also the live timing if you want that on a second screen next to the live streaming as well, to give you a bit more data and a bit more insight. But I'll try and be the best insight that I can be throughout this race. Nico Veslowski looking quick. Luca Pede has been really fast throughout the heat so far in this race, in this round here for round number 6. But Luca feeling under pressure here from Nico Veslowski. Veslowski tries the wide line there into the hairpin. Don't think that's quite going to work out for him. There is Zane SuperOne, but I hate to break it to the Turkish fans in the live chat, but it does look like Felix Tandy is starting to pull away with this one. He's almost a corner in front now of SuperOne, Piad and Veslowski. And it looks as though this could potentially be a bit of an easy drive to the checkered flag for Felix Tandy. I don't want to say anything too early. There's still 6.5 minutes left in this race. Look at that! On the last lap, Felix Tandy gained 9/10 of a second. That's unbelievable. Down the inside goes Nico Veslowski. They're rubbing all the way to the exit there between Veslowski and Piat. Luca gets shuffled out wide, though. Luca gets shuffled off of the podium. That's not deserving of his racecraft so far today. Luca's been fantastic, but equally Nico Veslowski is an impressive young driver as well, but this time he makes a mistake. Veslowski goes wide at the hairpin, and up and under goes the 47 of Luca, retakes that podium position. Well, look at that. We saw the gap go from 0.6 to 1.7 seconds between Tandy and SuperOne. They come around the final corner, and I'm actually scared to see what this gap is going to be. Where's this pace come from for Felix Tandy? We know he's quick. 2.6 seconds? 2.6 seconds? Felix Tandy's in another postcode compared to the racing drivers on the rest of the grid here. Oh my goodness, Felix. 48.5, and he's consistent mid-48s. The rest of the field can't get lower than a mid-49. Unbelievable pace from Felix Tandy. This is going to be a change to second place. SuperOne's been overtaken by Luca Beard. Luca's through into second place. So given that SuperOne was driving on his own there with no sort of tow or anything, couldn't get away, and the two drivers who were together, given they weren't really working together, they were battling. Either way, the joint pace between the two of them has allowed them to catch up to SuperOne, and now it's a three-way battle for second place. I think for Felix Tandy, it'll be a bit of a dull one for him, this one. 3.8 seconds in the lead bar, but I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. SuperOne's driving back down the inside. He's going to go for it. Good move there. Down the first couple of corners from SuperOne. Through Billy's blind and into the S's they go then, and Veselowski has managed to follow him through. So for a moment there, it was second place on the podium for Luca. And in one corner, he slips out of those podium positions. Down to P4 he goes, but I think that can be... that will be able to be said later on in this race as well. We know how quickly things can change, particularly in the MightEs. Things can shuffle around at the drop of a hat in the MightEs. It was 3.8 seconds across the line. The gap between Tandy and the lead. There he goes through the camera shot. We wait for the rest of them to appear. There they are. And as they cross the line now, it's now 4.8 seconds. We've still got 4 minutes plus 1 lap left to go in this race. Felix Tandy, unbelievable driving from you today, sir. It's so eerily quiet as well with the MightEs. When we got to a wide shot there, it's almost eerie, isn't it? There's just no engine sound at all. Of course, all these karts running electric motors, so all you get is the sound of bits moving around in the car and the wheels, the tyres, I should say, sliding across the tarmac. But either way, it does make for some exciting racing, and Nico Veselowski is right up on the rear bumper of Mr. Zane SuperOne. Down towards the first corner they go yet again. Veselowski thinks about the move to the inside. Doesn't go for it this time though. This is looking like it might just be a perfect day for Felix Tandy. Qualified on pole, he's won both of the heats already, and he now has nearly 5.5 second advantage over second place, which is still just about being held onto by SuperOne. Veselowski and Luca Peard were side by side there. I also just want to give my apologies to Luca for this entire stream. I'll come and chat with you next time and work out how to pronounce your last name, Luca, I promise. But it's Zane, Nico and Luca still battling over second place then. And still as they have been for the last couple of laps around the track. But let's see if Veselowski can set anything up here. There's no real need to work together. Tandy has cleared off to nearly 6 seconds now. He's just cleared off, hasn't he? There's no real other way to put it. He's still consistently in the 48s. No other driver on the track has got a 48 so far in this race, and Tandy is consistently banging in those 48-second lap times. And there he is. He's almost on a different lap to the rest of the drivers. This is actually fantastic from such a young racer. We saw such a brilliant battle. Well, you didn't see it, sadly, because we couldn't bring you the live stream from yesterday. We only live streamed the even number rounds for SuperOne, but I was watching it with my own eyes. It was a brilliant battle between Zane SuperOne and Felix Tandy. Great battle on the last lap. Sadly, Tandy getting himself a penalty, relinquishing the win to Zane SuperOne, despite an overtake on the last lap. But today, he's really made up for that penalty yesterday. What a job Felix Tandy has done so far today. Unbelievable stuff. Here is SuperOne though, threading it through the S's. Veselowski's got a bit of a better exit though as they head down towards the hairpin. No move made this time though by Nico Veselowski. Still lots of support in the live chat for the number 54, egging him on to try and keep Nico Veselowski behind. But equally, I'm sure the Nico Veselowski fan club will be saying the exact opposite, hoping he presses on and finds an opportunity. Well, in all of this, Luca has dropped off of the back of these two. I'm not sure where that's gone. Luca's had great pace throughout today, had really good pace in this opening part of the final, but sadly has just dropped off of the back of these two and dropped out of the opportunity of a podium. Well, unless something serious happens for one of the drivers ahead of him. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. We'll just have to wait and see where Felix Tandy is to work out whether we will get another lap of this one or whether this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Will it be 2 or 3 more laps? through they continue on into the final corner. I think this is going to be close as to whether we go on to the final lap here or not. Tandy's going down the main straight now. We're ticking down towards 0. It will be final lap. It will be final lap for Felix Tandy. Only 815 meters left to go then for the E-plate to secure a dominant victory here at round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Sofioglu and Veslovsky continue to battle it out over second place though. We wait and see whether they're able to make any sort of maneuvers. There we go then, down towards the hairpin. Sofioglu holds onto it ahead of Veslovsky. Veslovsky looking for any opportunity to open up, but none so far being given by Zane Sofioglu. They'll head into the final sector, only one opportunity to go, but it will be Felix Tandy who rounds the final corner. Felix Tandy will see the checkered flag first. Felix Tandy is going to win the MightE Final in absolutely dominant style. Who's going to get second place though? Side by side across the line. Who's going to get it? I can't call it. It's Veslovsky. Veslovsky gets it on the line. Unbelievable racing between Veslovsky and Sofioglu, and it ends with 1/100th of a second difference between Veslovsky and Sofioglu. But to the dismay of the Turkish fans in the live chat, Zane Sofioglu is shuffled back to 3rd place at the final chance of asking. Well, what an unbelievable race from Felix Tandy. Take a bow. The E-plate, what a brilliant performance. An 8-second win in a MightE Final. Unbelievable from Felix Tandy. Simply sublime. Mika Veslovsky and Zane Sofioglu then join him on the podium. Provisionally, remember, provisionally. Luca Piat there in 4th place with Bobby Slater in 5th. Hayden Bailey, Aidan Castleman, Arthur Bowers, Teddy Smith, Stanley Thurston, and Jayanash Ryaru, your 11 finishes in that one. And once again, always good to say, all of them making it to the checkered flag. And hopefully, like I said at the start, all of them coming off track with a big smile on their face. I'll hope so, but emotions get high out in motorsport. Right then, that final's done and dusted. We've got MightE's coming up next, but it's the cadets along with the Water Swift Restricted. Right then, we move on to what will be the most difficult final for me here in the commentary box with no live timing. We move on to the MightE Cadets and the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. William Crombie lines up on pole position with Harry Stinson alongside him. Xavier Ramsey and Ansel there on row number 2 with TJ Mackay and Heath Smith in row number 3. Row 4 has Jax Wong and Daniel Stangarine. Then it's Will Beattie and Logan Jackson rounding up the top 10 there on row 5. They're followed by Noah Maiba and Zachary Parr. And then behind them, Chase Wilmington and Brandon Hartley round out the grid for MightE Cadet. They'll be followed by Freddie Baker and Riley Aston Wilkins, those two racing in the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Right then, they're just getting ready in the dummy grid. I can see them outside of my commentary box vantage point. However, I think there's still a couple of karts just being dealt with out there on circuit. But there you can see one getting saved from the inside there of the track. Hold on a second, I thought I said everyone made it to the checkered flag in that race. They did. No one was a lap down, everyone crossed the line. So maybe that kart decided to give up the ghost right after the checkered flag there. So I mean, there is no more perfect time for it to do it, so fair play. At least we're getting the kart off the circuit, and soon enough, we'll see the MightE Cadets and IAME Water Swift Restricted out for their final. Again, difficult one for me. Live timing gets a little bit scuppered because of the MightE Cadets and the electrical field that they create. But we'll do our best to call it through and try and keep you updated with what is going on at the sharp end of the order. They'll be heading out on circuit in only a couple of moments' time. Out on track they go then, MightE Cadets and IAME Watershift Restricted. I just realised I came back in there from silence to a shout, so apologies if I scared anyone sitting on their sofa enjoying the racing at home today. Apologies about that. Right then, there are the MightE Cadets heading round on their warm-up lap before we get this one underway. William Crombie, it's been a great day for him so far. Has as well for Harry Stinson. They go into this one both on 66 points. It's all very close to the sharp end though. Xavier Ramsey on 65, Ansel on 63. Then TJ Mackay on 59, Heath Smith on 58, Jack Swan on 55, Daniel Stangarina will beat Heath both on 54. So not much separating the drivers at the sharp end here. We've seen brilliant battles in and amongst this front group. Let's hope that that continues here as we go for a race start. 2x2 to the lights then. William Crombie and Harry Stinson lead us away for the MightE Cadet Final. The Water Swifts will follow shortly after. Round the outside then holds William Crombie and he'll lead us through. Oh, bits flying off a cart there. There was a bit of contact in the middle part of the apex of Billy's blind, but they've all managed to carry on. There are the two Water Swifts in the background, Freddie Baker and Riley Aston Wilkins cracking on with their race as well. As I'll try and keep an eye on what is going on with their race also. Or getting a bit close there in the mid-pack, that's Jax Wong getting a bit closer comfort with another driver. Would have been around sort of Heath Smith and TJ Mackay area of the grid. Well, there's a contact warning for TJ Mackay. Potentially some involvement there. Top two though, still William Crombie, and now Xavier Ramsey is in second place. So Harry Stinson's lost out in this early part of the race. I think Harry is down to fourth, maybe even fifth place after the start to that race. But William Crombie in the lead, Xavier Ramsey in second. Ansel, I believe that is in, no, Ansel's down in sixth. So who have we got there in third place? I'll try and work that out for you. I'll try and work that out for you. It is the 18. It is the 18. There isn't an 18. Yeah, there is. Heath Smith. There we go. We've worked it out, ladies and gentlemen. Heath Smith is the driver in third place. So Crombie from Ramsey, from Smith. Smith's had a good start then from sixth to third. Ramsey's thinking about it down into Billy's blind, but can't quite get it done. Then we've got two of our synergy carts following in close behind. Of Jack Swan, Harry Stinson in there as well. That was the 78. So Harry Stinson is in fourth place. And then I think that Jack Swan is then behind, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies if I've mixed up all these drivers today. I do really apologise. It really just shows how useful the light timing is. Or I need some binoculars in the commentary box. Donations are always welcome. 7 minutes plus 1 lap then left to go in this race. And William Crombie continuing to deal with the pressure very, very nicely. Xavier Ramsey looking, feeling out William Crombie ahead of him, but not able to find any opportunities to make an overtake just yet. They head on through. There is the 98 of Ansel. Ansel still there in sixth place. The rear end of this leading squabble. So we've got the 70 there, so that's TJ Mackay. So TJ, I think I've been mixing up with other people so far today. TJ Mackay's there on the number 70. As they head on through down to the first corner yet again. Look who's closed up though. Heath Smith has closed up to the rear of the top two. So Heath Smith looking to get involved with the squabble with Xavier Ramsey and William Crombie. There is the 70 of TJ Mackay in fourth place. And then I believe we've got Harry Stinson. Yes, okay, cool. So we've got TJ Mackay in fourth, Harry Stinson in fifth, and then Ansel in sixth place. So they head on round the final corner yet again. Been lacking a few overtakes so far in this final, but maybe this is just the calm before the storm. We wait for things to kick off. I have a sneaking suspicion. Oh, there we go. Commentator's blessing. There's an overtake down the inside. Great move there through the S's. Now I've just got to remember who that was. That's Harry Stinson who's gone for a move there on TJ Mackay. TJ Mackay shuffled back to sixth then as Ansel slips on through as well. So Heath Smith to fourth. Yeah, Heath Smith to fourth, Ansel to fifth, and TJ Mackay relegated to sixth place. Top two still absolutely line astern as they come across the line. Xavier Ramsey has thought about that move into Billy's blind on every lap so far this race. Xavier maybe just not feeling like they're close enough to get it done down the inside comfortably enough where there's not the potential of William Crombie turning in and causing a bit of an incident, especially when they're teammates. A lot of the drivers in this mighty cadet field running with the RCE team, and they have got a bit of a stronghold on the grid. I mean, they were the top 6 going into this race. I think you've had a few more drivers join in the fray now from other teams. But either way, still definitely an RCE top 3 at least. William Crombie still ahead of Xavier Ramsey. I mean, we saw the driver in 3rd place try and close up. That being Dixon, I think. We continue on there. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. So the pressure being piled on. We just saw Daniel Stangarine there at the back of that group of 3 karts. Daniel Stangarine having a good battle. Heading down through the first corner again. Yet again, the 44 looking, working out where the opportunities will arise. But maybe just thinking better of it with so much time left to go. Pressure being piled on here as there's a move down the inside. Oh, quite late there from the 78 of Harry Stinson, trying to find his way through on the 18 of Heath Smith ahead, of course. We've got Heath Smith in 3rd place, Harry Stinson in 4th, then Ansel in 5th, and then TJ Mackay in 6th place at the moment. Thinking about it again is Xavier Ramsey, but again, doesn't go for it. If Xavier really wants to go for that move, we need a proper setup out the final corner. Get as much of that exit speed as possible. Sacrifice your entry a little bit into the final corner, get that exit speed through to the exit, and just see if you can carry that down towards turn 1. Dart out at the last possible opportunity, put yourself alongside, and hope that William Crombie sees you, but maybe that sort of last-ditch attempt is maybe better off on the last lap, or maybe it's better off now. Goes to the outside line to Xavier Ramsey. Is Xavier going to do exactly what I said? Wow. Oh, around the outside goes William Crombie. Why did you have to ruin that for me, William? Why did you have to ruin that for me? Anyway, I'll let you off. You're still leading the race, William. But that's what we want to see. William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey battling for the lead. That's going to bring the rest of these drivers back in to this leading squabble. And it already has done. It already has done. The 18 closing in of Heath Smith. Heath Smith, of course, with Harry Stinson in behind. TJ Mackay right there with them as well. Ansel in between. We've got the top 5 in a train now. It's oh, down the inside. Great move there for the 78. Gets it done. Up into the top 3 he goes. That is Harry Stinson getting the re-overtake. Started 2nd place in this one and dropped down to 4th. Now gets the overtake done. Gets past Heath Smith. Relegates Heath out of the podium positions. So Heath into 4th. Then Ansel still there in 5th. These top 5 still following very closely together. Sadly for TJ Mackay, who's just fallen out of touching distance of this battle. But a contact warning come through for Ansel as well. He's right there involved in this top 5 battle, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Less than a minute left to go on the clock already. And Xavier Ramsey has had 1 sniff so far of the lead in this race. 1. 30 seconds to go, Xavier. Those opportunities are dwindling. Will Xavier get another chance to go for the lead? Well, he's now got drivers right behind him. There's Ansel going for the move for 4th place. Ansel gets it done. So Ansel through then on Heath Smith, I believe. Here might be the move for Xavier Ramsey, though. Round the outside, down the inside, then into the first corner. Finally gets it done, but will they be able to hang it around the outside? No, William Crombie can't do it. He gets siphoned off there to the outside. There's contact all the way through the S's. They're still making contact on the exit and off. Both drivers off. Big big spin there for William Crombie, and your leader for the entirety of this race is out on the penultimate lap. He rejoins the circuit, but he's going to be dropping far down the order, and his nose cone's nearly falling off, or his Nassau panel, I should say, sorry, is nearly falling off. There might be a mechanical here on the last lap for him. Xavier Ramsey is going to lead us onto the final lap. Xavier Ramsey, for the first time in this race, has clear air ahead of him. Onto the last lap we go then. And Xavier just needs to keep hitting his markers, keep pressing on ahead, and this could be a final win for Xavier Ramsey. Down they go towards the hairpin then. Xavier Ramsey has not won a race this season in Super 1 MightE Cadet. Not in a heat, not in a final. This could be the first one for Xavier Ramsey, and Xavier's going to do it in the final here at round 6. Round the horseshoe they go, into the final corner. Xavier's got enough of a gap. He's going to come around the final corner. The number 44 is going to win in the MightE Cadet Final. Xavier Ramsey wins. Brilliant stuff from Xavier Ramsey. Made the overtake work when it mattered most. Got a little lucky that the driver's got a bit too close for comfort in behind. But either way, you make your own luck. That's exactly what Xavier Ramsey did there. Well done. So the number 44 gets it sorted and wins. Fantastic. I can see Xavier's dad outside the commentary box window celebrating nicely and ready to go and congratulate his son. Right then, here's the full results from the MightE Cadet and IAME Waterstone Restricted. Oh yeah, of course, I forgot we didn't have live timing in that one, did we? Thanks, Rob. No full results from that one, but I can tell you that Xavier Ramsey definitely took the win on the road there in MightE Cadet. Sadly, I didn't spot who managed to take the victory there in IAME Waterstone Restricted, so apologies. You'll be able to find that out, like I say. All the manual results will be done and uploaded to results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. MightE Cadet and IAME Waterstone Restricted final is done and dusted then. How many have we got left to go? We've got quite a few still ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 finals still to come. Up next is another split grid. It's into Rotax and Honda Cadet R200. Right then, here we go. Into Rotax has been fantastic throughout today. Let's see if that continues here in the final. I'm sure it will. Jackson Hilton and Oscar Roach line up alongside each other on the front row. Then it's Jensen Sale and Lewis Herbertson on row number 2. Jay Birmingham and Lucas Esser go from row 3. Annika Hurd and Evan Meller go from row 4 with Maria Roberto and Roger Gokulnath rounding out the top 10. Then it's Logan Rolfe and Charlie Gregg there on row 6. Logan Rolfe involved with that incident in Heat 2 earlier on. I hope we do see him on track for this race. Louis Barker and Kean Sullivan are on row 7 with Luke Collins, Layla Bell, Lawrence Walkington and Toby Wortley behind them. Then it's Alexander Adams and JJ Lowe who round out the top 20. JJ Lowe has had a penalty somewhere. He is further down the order than we expected. Isla Parsons, Oscar Richards, Daniel Hulse and Dylan Patrick there. Your 24 drivers. They'll be followed by Logan Stanley Jones, Adam Causa, your singular Honda R200 driver. As I say, what a day it's been in Inter Rotax so far today. Intermax has not disappointed. Plenty of drivers going into this one who could potentially win. Jackson Hilton, Oscar Roach, Jensen Sale have all looked in possibility for victories earlier on today. Lewis Herbertson, Jay Birmingham, Lucas Esser all in and amongst it as well. Evan Meller having a great run through in heat number 2. Logan Rolfe, if he does start this one from P11, will definitely be one to watch as well from row number 6. I can see him. He's definitely there. It's Logan in the middle of the pack. What can the championship leader do from further than he'd like to be down the order? We go green here for the the Inter Rotax final. Off we go down to the first corner, and the 45 of Jackson Hilton holds onto it through the first part of Biddy's Blind at least. And they've all managed to make it through to the S's. All tightens up there at the left-hander of the S's, but again, they make it through. Jackson Hilton holds on. Sale is up to P2. He's got the move done there in the opening part of the lap on Oscar Roach. Roach down to P3. He's still got Herbertson, Birmingham and Esser right in his wheel tracks as they carry on to end the first lap of racing. I'm interested to see Where will our O-plate of Logan Rolfe got to? He's lost positions. Logan Rolfe has dropped a place on the first lap. There he tries to make it back up again. Tries to get back up into P11 where he started, but that's not the opening lap of the final that Logan Rolfe would have wanted. Down into the hairpin they go. 55 and Lucas Esser battling in there with Annika Hurd. And Evan Meller as well. There is the 17 of Evan Meller piling on the pressure to the 55 of Lucas Esser. And the 52 with the pink helmet behind, it's not Annika Hurd, it's Maria Roberto. But Maria's had a good start to this final so far, gaining a couple of positions. Up into 8 she goes. Now trying to put the pressure on to the drivers ahead as well. So that's been a change. No, it hasn't, sorry. Lucas Esser still ahead of Evan Meller. Meller might get shuffled out wide here. Maria Roberto trying the up and under, but she'll be on the outside line for the horseshoe. As we've said countless times today, not the place you want to be heading through the horseshoe. It does not work out for Maria Roberto. 7 minutes plus 1 lap of the clock. Top 4 starting to break away now. 0.6 of a second separating the 4 of them. A little bit of a gap back to the 55 of Lucas Esser. No, it's not. It's the 41 of Jay Birmingham who's on his own. It's Esser who then leads up this next pack. And that was quite a bit of argy-bargy there between Maria Roberto and Evan Meller. Roberto's on the outside. She'll try to hook up and under there. It's not going to work, though. And look who's behind her. It's Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe is right there. She's gone for it, though. Through the horseshoe. They'll be side by side of the exit. Rolfe will go to the inside and Rolfe will get her on the exit. That's exactly what happens. The Synergy driver moves through. Read that to perfection. And now finds himself right behind Evan Meller in 8th place. So a few more positions gained then for your championship leader. And there's another one down at Vinnie's blind. Through he goes up into 7th place. Relegates Meller not only down a place, I thought potentially towards the barrier there for Evan Meller, but he held that slide very nicely as they headed towards the S's. And he even stays ahead of Maria Roberto. Moving behind as well, just at the bottom of the top 10, 26, making a move. That's a couple of moves on this lap for the 26. That's Kian Sullivan past Annika Hurd. Potentially another driver as well, finds himself up into the top 10. Here's the lead though, down the inside, Jensen Sale. It's closed off. It's closed off by Jackson Hilton. He'll hold it round the outside as they go into the S's. They were side by side across the line, according to the timing, because Sale had got ahead. As Sale opens up the move, no, opens up the opportunity for Oscar Roach. Jensen Sale thought he had that one covered off there on the inside, so moved back to the outside to take the corner as he would have liked. And Oscar Roach just thought, cheers mate, oh hello, who was that? Who was that? Oh, the number 10's gone for a spin. That's Alexander Adams there, who we saw very fashionably reverse into the camera shot. That was fantastic to see. Obviously not fantastic for Alexander though, was facing the wrong direction. Hopefully Alexander can crack back on as, oh, the 80's out of the race. That's Annika Hurd. Annika Hurd is spinning on the grass. Annika Hurd can't get it restarted, and that is gutting for the young driver. Annika's going to drop all the way to the back of the order. Look at this though, Lewis Herbertson has joined in with the leading squabble, and Lewis Herbertson has the fastest lap of the race, 37.1 for the driver in 4th place. Jackson Hilton is trying to book it here. He's trying to head off into the sunset. He's hoping that these drivers in behind will start to battle, as they are doing. Up and under goes to 53. Will he get enough alongside? Yes! Forces Jensen Sale back to 4th place. And Lewis Herbertson is on a charge here. Brilliant action from Lewis Herbertson. This has now released Oscar Roach. Now, what can Roach do in terms of closing that gap to Jackson Hilton? He has a slightly faster ultimate time. Only about 300ths off of Herbertson's fastest lap of the race. Sale and Herbertson need to work together though. That is what they're doing. That is definitely what they're doing. There's Logan Rolfe down the inside of his Synergy teammate, the 55 of Lucas Esser. Relegates Esser down to 7th place then, and Logan Rolfe is headed on through from 11th to 6th so far in this race. But we are well over half race distances out. Lucas Esser's off. The 55 of Lucas Esser is off the track from 7th place, and he puts his head in his hands. Lucas gutted about that one. Well, Lucas was racing, as we saw, with his teammate of Logan Rolfe. Can't Can't point fingers, can't name names. We don't know what happened. We weren't looking at the time. Either way, Essa, we knew, was close with Logan Rolfe, and now he's off the track. Something's happened there, whether it was a mistake or an incident between the two of them. Either way, Essa dropping down the order. Look who's got the new fastest lap, though. It's JJ Lowe. JJ Lowe has gained a number of places so far in this final. Yeah, he's up 10. JJ Lowe up from 20th place. No, he's going 11 now because he's in 9th. Up from 20th place to 9th so far in this one, and he is right on the back of Evan Meller and Maria Roberto. Yellow flag there was briefly down into the first couple of corners. That now goes away. As here is still 3rd and 4th, Herbertson and Sale. Hilton, after breaking away a few minutes ago, has been able to manage it really nicely from the sharp end of the order. Has kept Roach at arm's distance out there, keeping him about half a tenth, 6/10 of a second behind. And with just over 2 minutes left to go in this race, will we see any changing at the sharp end? I mean, this is great for all of them because Logan Rolfe is not in this squabble for the top 3. There's a move for the top 3 though. Down the inside goes Jensen Sale, and he gets it done. They head through into the S's. Sales into 3rd place. Herbertson relegated back to 4th, but he might not wait around to go for it. Oh, I thought he might go for it there. Into the hairpin. Thinks better of it. I would have probably been silly and gone for that there, Lewis, but you're doing the smart thing. There's still just less than 2 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty to play for. You never know what's going to happen ahead either. Jay Birmingham not far off them. Then it's about 1.4 seconds back to Logan Rolfe in 6th place. So Logan still looking to gain some good points here. He will have lost quite a few with that DNF though in heat number 2. So really, he's fighting the fire at the moment, trying to get as many points back as he can towards his championship. JJ Lowe has got past Evan Meller for 8th place. Now is right on the back of Maria Roberto, trying to also gain points back for his championship charge. They head on through the hairpin once more. So really, the guys in the championship behind Logan needed this today. They needed him to have an off race, and it has happened to no fault of his own, heading off circuit. There's a yellow flag. Oh no, it's a slippery surface flag. That's the slippery surface flag at the final corner. So something's gone on there at the final corner. I'm not sure what that is, whether it's definitely not raining outside. I can see bright blue skies, so it's definitely not rain. Some sort of liquid has been dropped at the final corner. There was definitely a slippery surface flag out there. No drivers coming a cropper of that though yet. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Like I was saying, they needed that. Logan Rolfe came into this round today, including yesterday's racing, 60 points clear of his nearest rival, which is Oscar Roach, sitting there in 2nd place at the moment. Lucas Esser in 3rd, JJ Lowe in 4th, Jensen Sale in 5th. But Jackson Hilton, 7th place in the championship. Best result of a P3 before coming to Clay Pigeon. Yesterday, he got a 1st in Heat 1 and a 2nd in the final. Jackson Hilton has been flying so far at Clay Pigeon. Comes around the final corner then, does Jackson Hilton. They continue on to the final lap of this race we go then. Only 815 metres left to go. And they are catching our single Honda R200 driver of Adam Corza. Now this could be slightly interesting if he does catch him over this last lap. Still only half a second in it. Roach has been right there. As we might hold him up a little bit here through the horseshoe, ever so slightly. Corza holds him up. He's seen the blue flag, he's trying to get out the way, but not quite enough. It's all getting very close here. Just about gets around the outside. Does Jackson Hilton. And Jackson Hilton is going to win. He's going to win the Inter Rotax Final. What a brilliant race from Jackson Hilton. Fantastic. As soon as he made it to the front, he drove away with that one, kept the rest of the drivers at arm's distance, and didn't have to worry about it. Put in some great pace, takes home the win. Brilliant stuff from Jackson Hilton. That is his 2nd win in the Inter Maxes in 2025 in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, but that's his 1st win in a final this year. A very well done to Jackson Hilton. Maybe taking a big trophy home, courtesy of that then. Let's look at the full results from your Inter Rotax or Honda Cadet R200 final. Jackson Hilton, Oscar Roach, and Jensen Sale are your provisional podium sitters. Lewis Herbertson just missing out there in 4th place. He's been racing so well today. Well done to Lewis there in 4th place. Jay Birmingham in 5th. Logan Rolfe gets himself back to 6th. And JJ Lowe gets himself back to 7th, gaining 13 places. Fantastic racing from both of them to regain some points they've lost earlier on today. Maria Roberto, Evan Mellor, and Kian Sullivan were your top 10, followed by Charlie Gregg, Roger Guckelnath, Layla Bell, and Isla Parsons. They're your top 14. They were followed by Daniel Holst, Lawrence Walkington, Louis Barker, Oscar Richards, Toby Wortley, Luke Collins, Alexander Adams, Dylan Patrick, Lucas Esser, and Annika Hurd. Of course, sadly, we lost Lucas Esser and Annika Hurd during that race. Then Adam Corser there in 21st, your singular Honda R200. Wow, another brilliant race here during the finals here at round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series from Clay Pigeon. Let's move on to the next final. Coming up next, heading out on circuit, will be our Coma C50s. It's some great shots at the side of the track then. They are enjoying the action. Seriously enjoying the action there. I'm pretty sure that's turn number 1, if I know the circuit well enough. I've got in the thumbs up. It is indeed turn number 1. What a great place to watch the action from the grandstands, and I hope everyone around the circuit is enjoying themselves. And hopefully, if you can't see the whole track, you've got the stream up, watching along with us as well. Cole Parrish lines up on pole position. Hello to more people down in the grandstands. Calman Simons alongside Cole Parrish on the front row of the grid. Hendrix Palat and Max St. Hilaire on row 2, with Freddie Purnell and Isaac Young on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jensen Drummond and Briella Stevens. AJ Halil and Hayden Bailey round out the top 10, with Ayrton Edward Jones and Ezra Robinson Matthews. The double barrel, row number 6. Tommy Lovejoy and Dalton Dyke Whitfield round out the 14 karts on the grid. There is the number 80. Sadly having to make the walk back to the pit lane. That's never a nice thing to have to do, particularly in a final. Of course, Annika Hurd, we saw her spin off onto the grass. We didn't see how it happened. We saw her hitting the steering wheel in dismay. Not the way we wanted to see Annika finish the final. She's been racing very well so far today, and we look forward to seeing her back at the next round in about a month or so time. Right then, Coma C50s are about to head out onto the circuit. Let's have a look at this one then. So it's still Hendrix Palat who leads the championship going into today's racing on 625 points. 608 for Cole Parrish, 595 for Purnell, 587 for Calman Simon. And Cole Parrish is looking for a good opportunity in this one. So our top 5 in the championship are our top 5 on the grid for this race. They're just in a slightly different order. So this could make it rather exciting out there on circuit. A beautiful pan of this lovely first sector here at Clay Pigeon. It is a fantastic circuit to drive down here in the southwest of England. It's a very, very exciting circuit, a very fast one. And the walls feel very close at Clay Pigeon, we'll say that much. I will say, it looks like we've got issues for Briella Stevens. Briella Stevens is still in the dummy grid, while the rest of the drivers are about to get this race underway. It doesn't look like Briella's going to take to the start. We wait for the 5-second board. You can see her spot on 8th on the grid, not being filled. Drivers look to the lights and go foot to the floor. We're racing here in the Coma C50 final. What a start. Jumping ahead in the kart, trying his best to coax his kart down to turn 1 there was the 74 of Cole Parrish. He couldn't quite get the speed though to put himself alongside down into Billy's blind. We'll have to settle back into second. For now, anyway, for now, we'll wait and see how that one plays out. Down towards the hairpin they go. Hopefully we'll see a bit more gloves off in the C50s in this one. It is the final, boys and girls. Let's go racing out there round this Clay Pigeon Raceway. Calman Simon, Hendrix Palat has held it there in 3rd place. Max St. Hilaire has dropped a position to Freddie Purnell though, so they've switched around. As we come to the end of lap number 1. top two, continuing on their tactics from the earlier racing. Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish working together nicely, pressing on around the circuit. With the three behind doing exactly the same. Falat, Pennell and Hilaire all working together as best they can. Like I've mentioned so many times, it's much more beneficial having two Coma C50 engines pushing you around the circuit rather than one. It does gain lap time. Whereas in other categories, you might end up holding each other up. You've made those mistakes. These karts, these drivers are consistent, and it's all about carrying that speed, getting to as higher average top speed as you can around this Clay Pigeon Raceway, especially in these Coma C50s. And that's what the drivers will be looking to do. Can three engines beat two, though? Let's wait and see. Just over 7 minutes left to go in this one. Max St. Hilaire clearly wanting to get further ahead in this train of three as he looks out from behind them going down the front straight. Doesn't go for a move, though. I will say, it is the third place driver of Hendrix Falat, who's just taken the fastest lap, but it is extremely marginal, ladies and gentlemen. They're all in the 49.5s. All three of their lap times, sorry, how many have we got here? 5. All 5 of their lap times are split by 0.03 of a second. 0.03 of a second on that last lap around the circuit. That's ridiculous. How can they be that close on pace? Fantastic to see. But luckily for Calvin Simon, he is getting that push from Cole Parrish at the moment that's keeping him in the lead of the race. Well, not only that, he is still there at the front. He's got to still hit his markers. He's still got to go as fast as he possibly can. But we know that Calvin Simon is pretty good at that. Just over 6 minutes on the clock there. Here's the move from St. Hilaire down the inside into the S's. Gets it done. We saw he was the only driver really in this train of 5 who was looking a bit feisty in terms of wanting to maybe not work together quite so much. And St. Hilaire shows why he should be ahead. Gets the move done on Freddie Pennell. Shuffles the 33 back to 5th place. And now it's St. Hilaire pushing Hendrix Falat towards the leaders. Under the gantry they come yet again. Gaps still pretty similar. Looks like it's extended to about a second, though, between Parrish and Falat. I went up by about 1/4 of a second on the last lap. Both Calvin Simon and Cole Parrish did personal best times on the last lap, whereas Falat and Hilaire were a couple of tenths off of their personal best set earlier on. And now that Freddie Pennell has lost the toe of those two drivers in ahead, his pace has dropped off. About a second off of his personal best earlier on in this race. Hilaire's thinking about it. Hilaire wants this third place. You see Hendrix pointing forward, wanting to work together. It's not going to happen. Hilaire's going to go around the outside, down into the first corner. It turns to the inside, up and under though. Goes Hendrix Falat. Well thought out from Hendrix Falat there, and then taps his helmet again, says, no, no, no. You're staying behind me, and you're working together with me. Let's chase down the leaders. However, that bit of battling will only have lost them time. And I don't think Hilaire looks pretty willing to work together here with Hendrix Falat, which all that's going to do is leave our top two to battle it out on their own for the last few minutes of this race for who will take the victory. It's all about tactics in these younger classes of racing, particularly at a circuit like Clay Pigeon. There has to be a lot of heads-up driving, a lot of working out for these young drivers to do. But don't forget, these drivers are 6 to 8 years old. So young, these drivers racing out here in the Coma C50s. It's amazing to see how smart they really are. Racing with such determination, such grit, and such thoughtfulness as well. All selling into a bit of a rhythm then at the sharp end of the order. It looks like as though now Freddie Purnell has fallen into, well, not quite the clutches of Isaac Young. It's Isaac Young and Jensen Drummond that are nose to tail for 6th and 7th place. As here they are. Oh no, sorry, that is Hendrik Verlaat, my apologies. Hendrik Verlaat and Max St. Hilaire heading through the S's. It does look as though Isaac Young and Jensen Drummond are closing in on Freddie Purnell though. Only about a second separating them now. As there they are, heading into the hairpin. A nice wide shot there. You see the two leaders heading on through. Then there's the battle for 3rd and 4th. And then here we look back to 5th, 6th and 7th. Purnell, Young and Drummond. Now 4 seconds then back to Hayden Bailey. And a further 3 back to Tommy Lovejoy. Further 3 back to Ezra Robinson-Matthews. And Ezra Robinson-Matthews line astern with Ayrton Edwards-Jones, the Glenigor-backed driver. Running his full GYG Wales livery. Just less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock then in this Coma C50 final. A little bit processional so far in this one. We've had a couple of moves. Max St. Hilaire being the most feisty so far in this one. I will say as well, since Max St. Hilaire decided to stop fighting Hendrik Verlaat, they have been closing in ever so slightly on the two leaders. So it was 1.7 seconds, now 1.3. So a few tenths gained on that last lap. I think Verlaat and Hilaire need to realise that they're closing in here and just keep doing what they're doing. Just keep pressing on, keep slowly but surely chipping away at that race leading gap. And also, they then put themselves in opportunity as well. We're heading into the final minute of this race now. If Cole Parrish decides to go for it, they'll start battling. They'll start losing a lot of time. And Verlaat and Hilaire will be right in there, waiting to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, these 4 all battling for the championship in 2025 here in Coma C50s. The only driver we've lost from this leading battle who's in the championship is Freddie Purnell. He's just got back past Jensen Drummond on the last lap, retakes 6th place. We saw Young and Drummond chase him down, and he's now very much involved in that 3-race squad where you can see them going side by side there in the background as they headed through the S's. But we want to keep our eyes firmly locked on these top 4. 10 seconds left to go. It might be a little bit too little too late here for for Hendrik Verlaat and Max St. Hilaire. They really need Calman Simon and Cole Parrish to battle on this last lap. That's the only way that they're going to get an opportunity here for a race win in the final. Right then, final lap. It's on the board, and oh, doesn't Cole Parrish know it? Immediately goes to the outside line. That will become the inside. Down into Billy's button. He's got it. Up and under tries Calman Simon. He squeezes through the door. Brilliant re-overtake from Calman Simon. And look at that. Time loss for both of the leaders. Hendricks and Max close back in. Down to the hairpin we go then. Calman Simon looking to take another win in the final this year. No, he hasn't won a final this year. He's won a heat so far this year. Calman Simon looking to take his first win in a final. This would be Cole Parrish's second. And this would be Hendrik Verlaat's third. Can Calman Simon hold on to it to take his first win in a final in 2025? Round the final corner they come then. They're going to head down towards the line. It'll be a run from these little Coma C50 engines. They're all jumping in the car, trying to get as much overspeed as they can. They block to the line and Calman Simon wins. Calman Simon wins his first final in Coma C50 in 2025. You saw Calman there just looking over both shoulders, seeing where the drivers were, and just turning into the gaps that were opening up. They were getting the overspeed thanks to the slipstream, and he thought, well, I'll just put my car there. If I block you, you can't get past. And it worked, hey, Calman, it worked. To the line they went, and the number 12 wins the final. Great racing there from our drivers at the sharp end. Like I say, a lot of tactics in Coma C50s. There's got to be a lot of working together. You've got to make friends, but those friends become enemies at the end of the race. So you've got to pick your friends wisely as well. So Calman Simon, your winner in Coma C50s. Cole Parrish and Hendrik Verlaat on the podium with Max St. Hilaire, just missing out there in 4th place. Less than half a second separates the top 4 at the checkered flag. Freddie Pennell rounds out the top 5. Good on Freddie Pennell for getting back to and Isaac Young there, getting a few more championship points. Isaac Young in 6th, Jensen Drummond in 7th, Tommy Lovejoy in 8th, Hayden Bailey in 9th, Essa Robinson Matthews in 10th, and Ayrton Edward Jones in 11th place. Well, courtesy 50s. Done and dusted for today's action here from Clay Pigeon. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to say this for a few of the next finals. My voice isn't ready for this. Junior Rotax Final is coming up next. Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 32 drivers taking to the track. Who will be the one to win it all? Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith, the championship rivals, on identical points going into today's race, into this final. They line up alongside each other on the front row. Riley Bishop and Amy Peacock are on row 2 with Lewis Holt and Milo Madison on row number 3. Row 4 sees Leon Barlow and Charlie Benson, then Isaac Parkinson and Jake Cossey round out the top 10 with Rory Hickley and Joseph Murphy. Behind them are Aidan Young, Alex McCullough, Jensen Powers, Jackson Lave, Jordan Martin, Alfie Clark, Hayo Gruber Gokulnath, Cassidy Southall, Travis Dolby, Drew Pryor, Adam Yadatis, Trevor Leanne, Sansom, then Neve Allen, Isaac Jameson, Mia Caruso, Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle, Sam Flynn, Riley Donnell, and Maxim Karuk. Here we go then. Let's see how this Junior Rotax Final plays out. All the drivers getting into 2x2 formation. Let's see how it goes. Commiserations to Isaac Jameson down the back of the grid. And a big shout out to Mia Caruso as well on the same row as him. Let's go then for racing in Junior Rotax. Down to the first couple of corners we go. It's side by side between the two leaders. Down into the first corner and an incident ahead. Loads of drivers are off. We've got 6, 7, 8 drivers there. Off down at Billy's Blind. You saw some contact in the middle of the pack and everyone goes off in sympathy around them. Nowhere to go when there's drivers parked in the middle of the circuit. And off straight to the scene of the accident for a number of our Junior Rotax runners. I think about the top 10 or so got through unscathed there, and then the rest of them were just trying to pick their way through the issues for drivers around them. It hasn't quite worked out for a few of them though. Let's count them through. Teddy Cooper's in the lead, ahead of Riley Bishop, Oliver Smith, Lewis Holt, Amy Peacock, Milo Madison, Charlie Benson, Joseph Murphy, Aidan Young, and Drew Preisner. Who was that going wide? Someone just went wide there down at Billy's Blind. I missed that. I was too busy looking at the timing. Apologies. Drew Preisner's up 10 places on the first lap. Sam Flynn's up 12. Kian Hundle's up 11. Riley Linnell's up 10. So if you can keep out of that Billy's Blind incident on lap 1 here in Junior Rotax, you're good to make up a few places if you were starting near the back of the grid. And that's where sometimes starting 25th could sometimes be better than starting 15th. Because you can at least see the incident happening ahead of you and try and pick your way through it. But if you're right in the middle of it, it just happens. You're a bit of a passenger, really. Here are the leaders, though. Still Teddy Cooper at the front of the field as they head down into the hairpin. Crucially, though, it's Riley Bishop who's behind him in second place and not his championship rival of Oliver Smith. I have a sneaking suspicion there's going to be a little bit less working together in this than there was in the Chroma C50s. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. A little guess from John. Defending already. Proven. Thank you, Teddy Cooper. down into Billy's Blind we went. Teddy Cooper defending already. There's still 7 minutes left to go, Teddy. And Teddy's big defensive manoeuvre. You saw that bonk, though, onto the rear of the car. Teddy Cooper's head flies back there as Riley Bishop goes straight into the back of him. And again there into the horseshoe. Frustration with being held up. Frustration with the defending from Teddy Cooper. But Riley got to try and find a way past. Oliver Smith still right there involved with these top 3. And if Teddy Cooper continues to defend like that, more drivers are going to get involved as well. Amy Peacock's there. Milo Anderson's there. Amy Peacock's just got the fastest lap of the race. Three-way battle now becoming a 5-way battle as they join the fray. A few drivers there getting shifted out wide in the middle of the pack. 35-138. That's that lap from Amy Peacock that sees her take the fastest lap of this race so far. And like we say, top 5 line astern now. Cooper, Bishop, Smith, Peacock and Madison. 6 minutes still left to go in this race. All still to play for. Down to the first corner we go. Teddy Cooper defends. I thought that might not be enough there, but it was just enough. Up and under goes the O-plate, trying to get that inside line. Side by side with Bishop as they go through. The S's, it's all closed up between the drivers behind. Who's made it out ahead? It is Oliver Smith in second place then. Bishop's been shuffled down to fifth in all of that. Amy Peacock's up to third. Milo Manderson is up into fourth place. But Riley Bishop, the biggest loser out of that one there, was holding onto that inside line behind Teddy Cooper, got shuffled out wide and got eaten alive at the S's by all the drivers in behind, but we know how quick Riley Bishop is. Riley Bishop, since joining Super One in 2025, has not finished outside of the top two. So let's see if that continues here in the final at round number 6. He's already made it back through on Milo Manderson. So Riley Bishop retakes fourth place away from the number 82, and all this battling has allowed more drivers to close in. Drew Preisner's there, Joseph Murphy, Lewis Holt, all getting involved in this leading battle now, and more drivers are there going, oh, they're not that far away now, I want to get involved in this as well, yes please. Drew Preisner, let me just remind you, is up 15 places in this final, ladies and gentlemen. Drew Preisner started in 22nd place, and there's still 4.5 minutes to go, and he's in 7th in the leading pack. I was very impressed by Drew's racing up at Rowra at rounds 1 and 2, and he's showing that he has got that pace throughout the UK. Here at Clay Pigeon, he's fought his way back through here in the final. Look at that though, Riley Bishop, after getting shuffled back down the order, new fastest lap, 34.876, first driver, down into the 34.8s so far in this final. But Teddy Cooper dealing with the pressure beautifully out the sharp end of the order. He's got his Kiddix teammate behind him in second place, but managing the gap really nicely at the moment. It's a 76. Oh no, that's Isaac Jameson out again. Isaac Jameson having a day to forget here at round number 6. I'm gutted for Isaac on that one. Oh, that is such bad luck, such bad luck. Was out of the race on the final lap in heat number 2 and doesn't even make it to the final lap in this one. Car does not want to go any further, it seems. And sadly, Isaac Jameson is out of the race. His ex-kart teammate, though, Riley Bishop, continuing to press on. He's now made the move on Amy Peacock. So back into the top 3 goes Riley Bishop. And they head on through under the gantry yet again. Then already Riley looking to put a bit of fresh air between himself and Amy and Milo in behind him. You can see Oliver Smith just ahead. Oh, Milo, late move to the inside there at the S's. He backed out of that one, I think, just in time before that could have been quite the sizable incident. Oh, down into the hairpin. Bit of front to rear contact there between Manderson and Peacock. Nearly sends Peacock to the shadow realm. How did she catch that one? Fantastic hold there from Amy Peacock. She stays in 4th place. But look at that, battling between Peacock and Manderson. Murphy, Preisner, Holt, all on their rear bumper now as we head on to lap number 12. Move down the inside, Manderson's going to lose out there. That's the 94, Joseph Murphy going through, and Drew Preisner follows him. Manderson, after a great start to this race, is slipping down the order ever so slightly. He'll want to immediately overtake, and Drew Preisner knows that. Holds the inside line into the hairpin and holds on to 6th place. Manderson under pressure now from Lewis Holt. Might get shuffled down to 8th in all of this. And look at that. Peacock at the front of that train. Look at the gap that's open between herself and Riley Bishop in 3rd place. What's it going to be across the line now? Still 8 tenths between the 2 leaders. Then a further 7 or 8 tenths back to Riley Bishop. Up and under goes Drew Preisner. Great move from Drew Preisner. Proving what I said only a few moments ago. He's been racing very, very well out there. And Preisner's up into 5th place. Oh, but maybe not for much longer. He goes wide with a bit of a helping hand there from Joseph Murphy. Murphy into the side of Preisner. Shuffles him back a couple of places. Back down into 7th place. Manderson makes one back up. And now he's right on the rear bumper of Joseph Murphy. Just over a minute left to go on the clock then. There's an attempt to the move there from Holt. Preisner hangs it around the outside. Holds on to P7. It's all very close there between Manderson and Murphy. Manderson's down the inside. Wasn't happy with what Murphy did to him on the last lap, and they're all getting very feisty. There goes Drew Pricer down the inside. Great battling here in Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax, never a class to disappoint. It never fails to be one of the most exciting classes of the day. 30 seconds left to go on the clock then, and Teddy Cooper has managed this race beautifully from the front ever since he got there. With all the scuffling in behind, he made a little gap and he's just kept them there ever since. Issue for him is his championship rival, so he's not really going to be gaining that many points over him, but he will have gained a win and he will have gained pride. Pride for himself. What an outing it's been at Clay Pigeon for Teddy Cooper. He took the win in the final yesterday. It was great to have a chat with him on the podium. Of course, you can go and watch all of those podium interviews from round 5 back over on the Facebook page, or simply scroll back to the lunch break here on today's live stream. Time has hit 0. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Teddy Cooper won the final yesterday. He's looking to make it a double here today. We continue to watch this battle for 5th place, though. So we've still got Murphy, Preisler, Madison, Holt all battling over 5th place in the background. But the leader, Teddy Cooper, comes around the final corner, starts the final lap. It doesn't look like the top 3 is going to change unless something serious happens here on this last 815 metres of racing in Junior Rotax. Do they go into Billy's blind? Madison's thinking about the move. No, can't quite go for it. Keeps Joseph Murphy behind, though. Murphy can't keep Holt behind him, though. Great opportunistic move from Lewis Holt. He's now going to hold the inside line down into the hairpin and will keep Joseph Murphy behind. They're side by side on the exit, though. Bit of a wobble on the grass for Holt, and gets shuffled back down. But here comes Teddy Cooper. He wins in round number 5, and he's going to win in round number 6. Teddy Cooper is victorious in Junior Rotax yet again and retakes the lead in the championship. Fantastic racing with Teddy Cooper throughout the weekend. He's been unstoppable. Brilliant, brilliant job for the 76, and wins it with the fastest lap as well. I think I did see there on the final lap a driver involved in an incident there in the middle of the circuit, just being tended to by the brilliant marshals and team here at Clay Pigeon. Hopefully all okay. But Teddy Cooper then winning the final in Junior Rotax. Oliver Smith, his championship rival, the O-Plate, having to settle for 2nd in this one. And Riley Bishop getting back up to 3rd after getting shuffled a little bit down the order. Great racing from Riley as well. Very, very impressive. Amy Peacock, a great round for her, particularly in that one. 4th place, really, really impressive from Amy Peacock as well. And Drew Preisler, 17 places gained in the final. Unbelievable, from 22nd to 5th. Wow. Outside the top 5 then was Milo Madison, Joseph Murphy, Lewis Holt, Charlie Benson and Jensen Powers. Your top 10, Isaac Parkinson, Alex McCullough, Hayagriva Gokulnath and Rory Hinckley there. Your top 14, they were followed by Jordan Martin, Sam Flynn, Travis Dolby, Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle, Liam Barlow, Cassidy Southall, Nia Caruso, Alfie Clark, Trevelyan Sansom, Aidan Young, Riley Donnell and Adam Yadatis. And then finalising the order, Jackson Lane, Neve Allen, Jake Cossey and Isaac Jameson. Sadly, it looks as though we lost Adam Yadatis, Jackson Lane, Neve Allen, Jake Cossey and Isaac Jameson from that race. There is Isaac Jameson closing the visor. Understandably so, Isaac. He's gutted about that one. The day has not gone to plan for Isaac Jameson and he is gutted about that. You can see as well, I do believe that it is Adam Yadatis who sat there on the tarmac. Hopefully Adam all okay as the drivers tend to, the team tends to him at Clay Pigeon. Only a few more finals left to go. Of course, we'll be holding off for a few moments to make sure that Adam is all okay. Safety paramount here in the SuperOne Series, and of course at Clay Pigeon Raceway as well. We really do hope that Adam is okay. A very experienced young racer, very fast young racer down at the Rye House Kart Club, who's won plenty of races down there. He looks feisty here at the SuperOne Series, but hopefully he's all okay after that incident there on the final lap. We've got 4 more finals left to come, ladies and gentlemen. It would have been 3, but we have separated the Micro Maxes and the Honda Cadet GX200s. The Micro Maxes will be up in a few moments' time. They're waiting in the dummy grid to head out on circuit. I can see Adam Yadatis walking back to walking back to pit lane. He is holding his wrist, but I think he's been checked over and is seemingly all okay. Hopefully just a bit of a sprain there for Eudatis. Hopefully just a bit of aches and pains and it gets better, and nothing more serious than that. But thinking about you, Adam, hopefully all right. Like I say, 4 more finals still left to come. Micromax, then IAME M1, then Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. So we'll now finalise the day with a Honda Cadet GX200 final. Unbelievable. Right, before I take you to the grid for the Micromax final, we'll wait for the circuit and everyone to be a little bit more ready. And I'll give my voice a very, very short break. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Micromax final. Oscar Churches and Noah Wicklow will start on the front row of the grid for this one. Benjamin Slavar and Will Hatton on row 2 with Rafe Owen and Isaac Garth on row number 3. Row 4 sees Freddie Baker and Arja Bilinov. Then it's Theo Jepson and Teddy Roberts. On row 5, they round out the top 10. Behind them are Charlie Cale and Lani Edun. Ellis Holt, Henry Perrin and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage finalise the 15 carts on the grid for this Micromax final. Like we say, we've seen them as a split grid for the whole rest today. It's great to see them out on their own for the first time today here in the Micromax final. And let's see who can take the victory. So Oscar Churches joined us for GYG. He had a pretty special day yesterday though. A first, a second and a second. He's done pretty well so far today as well as Oscar Churches. He'll be looking to take a win in the final though. Didn't manage that yesterday. Can he do it here today? 2 by 2 to the lights. We're racing in Micromax. Noah Wicklow's got that outside line. A slight overrun, but can he get it round the outside? Yes, he can. Noah Wicklow to the lead of the race and round. Who's gone round? It's at the 16 of Theo Jepson. It is Theo Jepson round at the first corner. We didn't see whether he was assisted into that spin or whether it happened all on his own. Either way, all I can tell you is he's down at the back of the order. Poor Theo Jepson. Feel bad for you, Theo. Always a great young racer, both in the real world and the virtual world. But he'll have some serious work to do now from 15th place and the rear of the pack. Here comes Noah Wicklow across the line then to finish the first lap in the lead of the race. Oscar Churches in second, Benjamin Slavar up into third. There's a little battle there between the 64 and the 71. That's Teddy Roberts and Arda Bilinov. As well, nearly taking off over the curb. That was the 31 of Will Hatton. Well, I take my hat off to you, Will. That was an impressive showing there over the S's. And he became a Ryanair flight to Athens. Impressive stuff there from Will Hatton. Well, he continues on. Didn't actually see, I think he might have lost a couple of places from that one. But either way, he's back on all 4 wheels and he's carrying on for this Micromax final. Here we go then, end of lap number 2. Still Wicklow in the lead. Churches right on his tail though. And Churches has got that fastest lap. He's done it again on the last lap as well. 40.1 versus a 40.3 from Wicklow. Crucially as well, Schlavar 40.2. Quicker than your leader. Don't count him out at the moment. Still plenty of time for this race to continue. And also another driver to keep your eye on as well. Freddie Baker is already up 3 positions in this final from 7th to 4th. And he is not far off of this leading trio at all. Freddie Baker, your winner in the final yesterday. Today hasn't quite gone his way. Has it for Freddie Baker. But he's looking to make up for that in the final. Might take a bit of a knock in terms of championship points for Freddie. But he only started racing this round, so I don't think he's going to matter. I don't think he's going to mind too much about that. Yesterday was a fourth in Heat 1, a first in Heat 2, and a first in the final for Freddie Baker. Will he be looking to do the repeat here today in the final? And it'll mean that from him joining the championship, he's won both finals. That would be so, so impressive. But I'm saying this, first he's got to overtake these three drivers, and they're all looking pretty feisty and fast themselves. Here is Oscar Churches pushing Noah Wicklow down into the first couple of corners. Oh, was that pushing a bit too much? Either way, up and under goes Oscar Churches, and Oscar Churches is into the lead of the race. Now, we couldn't see from that camera angle whether there was any load in there from Oscar Churches. Hey, that's above my pay grade. I'll leave someone else to work that one out. Either way, he's made the move down into Billy's blind, and either way, he's through into the lead of this Micromax final. Change at the front then. Wicklow down to second, and that should have brought Slavar and Baker slightly closer in once again. It was 6/10 and 1.5 seconds. It's now 7/10 and 1.5 seconds, so the commentator doesn't know what he's talking about yet again. Just over 5 minutes left to go in this race. Thinking about the move, Wicklow's going for it down the inside of the hairpin, closes the door, does Churches, they get super close, and that's what we needed from a neutral perspective. Pushes him back through, points him back through there, does Churches, says, maybe fair enough, I was probably a bit too aggressive there to close the door. You can have the space, sir. It's very kind of him, he didn't have to do that, he could have left that one up to the stewards, but he lets Wicklow go through, but that has meant, from a neutral perspective, Slavar and Baker have closed back in. Only ever so slightly though. Wicklow and Church's pace is really, really good out there on circuit at the moment. Freddie Baker has just dropped down into the 39.8. Did an identical personal best lap to the personal best lap of Benjamin Slavar ahead of him as well. What are the chances of that? Here we briefly look to that pack behind. That's the 21 of Wraith Owen who's heading that one up. We've got Wraith Owen, Will Hatton and Isaac Garth then. So I think Will dropped one place with his taking to the skies attempt a few laps ago. Wraith Owen doing a great job there in 5th place, has done really well moving up from Bambinos into Micromax. Same for Noah Wicklow in the last couple of years as well. I already mentioned earlier, same for Benjamin Slavar. Great to see drivers heading on through the karting pathway, finding lots of enjoyment, finding lots of success as well. It is lovely to see. Now Slavar has just taken that fastest lap, ladies and gentlemen. Slavar is on the back of Wicklow and Churches. This could get rather feisty. We've still got just less than 4 minutes left to go. Well, that's getting feisty. Wow. That's Theo Jepson. Is that Theo getting back through the pack? Yes, it is. So Theo Jepson, he was our spinner on the first lap of the race down at Billy's blind. And Theo Jepson is back up into 8th place already. Impressive stuff there from Theo Jepson. Drivers in behind are Ellis Holt, Teddy Roberts, Arda Bilyanov, Charlie Cale, Henry Perrin, all of those in a queue from 8th down to 13th. And then it's a few seconds further back to Parsonage and Edun at the back of the order. Here is that squabble that we were just talking about. One driver not too happy about what occurred there at the S's. We just cut to it after it had all happened. We didn't quite see what played out, but it has meant that Teddy Roberts has dropped to the back of the pack. Bilyanov, Cale and Perrin have all snuck through there with what happened. Here we go then. That's the 21. So this is Wraith Owen, Will Hatton and Isaac Garth continuing to squabble it out. Here are your leaders. Wicklow ahead of Churches, who's ahead of Slavar, who's ahead of Baker. And this is the closest that Freddie Baker has been so far in this race as well. But he's still not close enough to be involved with the battle really yet. He's still a bit of a watching outsider as they head down into Billy's blind once again. Oscar Churches not able to find a way through here. Through the hairpin they go once again then. Still 2 minutes on the clock. And still less than 8/10 between these top 4. We look back to that following squabble. So Theo Jepson has driven away from this group now on the number 16. That's Ellis Holt, who's heading that one up now, ahead of Bilionov and Kale in their battle for the bottom end of the top 10. Wicklow down into Billy's blind. There's a move for the lead. Down the inside goes Oscar Churches. Perfectly weighted on the brakes there from the number 18, and Churches fires his way back through into the lead of this race. I was going to say, will he feel the need to defend there? Sort of half defense into the hairpin. You don't want to go full defensive just yet. There's still over a minute left to go in this race. And all the drivers are already in the pack anyway, so there's no point in backing anyone up into anyone because it's not going to work. But Churches, for the second time in this race, I want to say, has found his way back to the front of the order. But Noah Wicklow, we've seen him make plenty of moves. What about Schlavar, though? Down the inside goes Schlavar. Late on the brakes, makes a bit of contact with Noah Wicklow. They both hold each other up, but good for them. None of them went off the track, so that's very positive end to those proceedings. But either way, Wicklow, Schlavar, and Baker all losing a bit of time there. Baker saw an opportunity as Wicklow and Schlavar held each other up, but ended up just going into the back of Benjamin Schlavar. Not able to make up any time, not able to make up any positions. Could this be the gift that keeps on giving for Oscar Churches? He's got a bit of a gap. Yes, okay, it's maybe 1 or 2 kart lengths, but it's a gap. And it's the most anyone at the front of the field has had pretty much all race so far in this one. 15 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. And Schlavar no longer has the fastest lap. That's now owned by Mr. Freddie Baker. Your winner from the final yesterday is as close as he's been so far in this race to the top 3. But can he find a way past? Schlavar's been unable to. He chased down the 2 leaders, has been unable to get through. The only switches we've seen at the sharp end have been between Churches and Wicklow. Churches has led twice. Wicklow has led twice. But onto the final lap they go, and it's the number 18 in the commanding position round the outside. Tries Benjamin Schlavar. He's going to hold it round the outside as they go into the S's. What an unbelievable move from Benjamin Schlavar. Fantastic. On the last lap of the race, Schlavar sends himself through into second place. Wicklow trying to fend off from Baker now. And this is the gift that keeps on giving for Oscar Churches. He can't see it. He won't be looking behind him. But I can see it, Oscar, and they are gifting you this race victory. They're battling over second, like it's for the win. But Oscar's off ahead. He's round the final corner, and the number 18 of Oscar Churches is going to win the final here in Micromax. What a brilliant race. And Oscar Churches wins it on the 18 plate. Fantastic racing there in our Micromax class. And Oscar Churches will hold up the biggest trophy on the podium. Well done to Oscar. Benjamin Schlavar, what an audacious overtake on the last lap to go to the outside at Billy's blind. If you've been watching so far today, I've said it's a dangerous place to go for a move. You put yourself on the outside there, the camber drops away, you could easily swing up wide, or the person on your inside can make a mistake and go straight out into you, and you had an issue as well. So many opportunities for issues. He timed it perfectly. He waited on the brakes beautifully. He got the move done, and Schlavar takes a well-deserved second place. My commiserations, though, to Noah Wicklow. He battled so well there throughout the race with Oscar Churches, looking like he had it with about 3 laps to go. Has to settle for third place. And Freddie Baker, fastest lap of the race, our final winner yesterday, couldn't quite replicate it today. But still well done to Freddie Baker there in 4th place. Rafe Owen rounds out the top 5 with Isaac Garth, Will Hatton, Theo Jepson, Arda Bilionov and Ellis Holt there in the top 10. Well done to Theo Jepson, driving back through to 8th place. Huge congratulations, a pat on the back for you, Theo. Charlie Kale just outside of the top 10 there in 11th place, followed by Teddy Roberts, Henry Perrin and Lani Edden. Sadly, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage 3 laps off at the end there, I don't think made it to the checkered flag. There we go then, Micromax final is done and dusted. 3 more left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, it's IAME M1. Here we go then as drivers get ready to go out on track. Here's your grid for the IAME M1 final. Arthur Rhodes and Presley Knight on the front row with Logan Edwards and Arthur Bowers on row 2. Teddy Smith and Oakley Rudman on row 3 with Elijah Sang and Freddie Dyer on row 4. Then it's Hugh Riley, Buster Scott, Hendrix Palat, Nicholas Anser, Reggie Peters, Jensen Drummond, RJ Harrison, Shay Downey, Sebastian Talbot, Etienne Gardner, Tommy Walton, Lucas Otley, Dissel Waite, then Jensen James Williams, Archie Ashworth, Harley Bev, Noah Brad, Jack Minot, then Gabriel Chu, Tommy Delaney, and Stanley Thurston. 28 drivers on the grid for this IAME M1 final. But it's Arthur Rhodes who sits in pole position. Look at him pumping the accelerator, getting ready to go. Cannot wait for this race to get started. Getting some heat in the engine, getting some heat in himself, getting himself pumped up, ready for the race, and we're off and racing in IAME M1, side by side down to the first corner. What a start that was for Arthur Bowers. He had to go straight into the back of the driver ahead. He's going to try and go around the outside, but no, he'll do the up and under. Fantastic from Arthur Bowers. Sidepod to sidepod contact there between the 57 and another driver's off. Arthur Bowers is off. Arthur Bowers is off there through the S's. I looked down to see who those drivers were that came together, and Arthur Bowers, I look up and he's off the track. Oh, another spin there for the 19. Oh, that was a scary one for the 19 there, right in the middle of the order. That's Teddy Smith from 5th place. They're dropping like flies out there, ladies and gentlemen. Teddy Smith is round, Arthur Bowers is round from 5th and 4th on the grid respectively. That is gutting for both of those two young racers. End of lap number 1 then. Rhodes still in the lead, ahead of Logan Edwards. Then it's Freddie Dye, battling in behind. Great movements between those few drivers. That's the 16 going side by side there. That's Presley Knight and Hugh Riley going side by side. Who came out ahead though? We'll wait and see. Down to the hairpin they go. They're still battling down into the hairpin. And it is the 16 of Presley Knight who's made the move work and has relegated Hugh Riley down into 5th place. Who's in there with them then? You've got Presley Knight, Hugh Riley, Elijah Sang, Buster Scott, Oakley Rudman, and then a bit of a gap back to Hendrix Palat in 9th place. Drivers at the sharp end are driving away with this one. Logan Edwards' new fastest lap, 2,000ths quicker than Arthur Rhodes' time. I think Rhodes and Edwards might work together here and just clear off from the rest of the field. They've already got 1.5 seconds. It's not even been 2 minutes of this race. We continue to keep an eye on this battle for 4th then. This is the closest battle pack amongst the field. And we've got a good about 10 drivers really here in the train. And 6 or 7 drivers right up close together here in the battle for 4th place. Still Presley Knight at the front of it. Can he stay there for the whole rest of the day though? That'll be easiest, or the rest of the race, sorry. That'll be easier said than done. As more drivers pushing each other down towards the first couple of corners. Obviously 18 of Elijah Sang giving Hugh Riley a push there down into the first couple of corners. As here might be a move. That's the 71 of Oakley Rudman. Thinking about it down the inside, can't get it done. 2 drivers getting a bit closer comfort there. That was the 85 of Buster Scott. And another driver's going to get close again into the horseshoe. Buster Scott hangs it around the outside, holds onto it. It's the 15 on the 46 he's battling with. That's Hendrix Palat on the 15. And the 40... Oh, it can't be the 46. Because Jack Minnow on the 46 is down in 20th place. Oh, someone's in the barrier. Big off into the barrier there, out of the final corner. That's a surprising off, but a really fast part of the circuit as well. I think that's Tommy... Oh, no, maybe it's Jensen James Williams. Oh no, he's been put back in his order. Don't worry, Jensen's having a transponder issue. It is Tommy Delaney who's in the wall there. It's a red flag. It's a red flag on circuit. The first red flag we've seen today. And clearly, that's... Oh, the driver's all coming to a full stop. Oh my goodness. Yes, red flag conditions. We need to slow down and come to a controlled stop, drivers, not just slam on the brakes and hope everyone else in behind sees what you're doing. No braking lights on these IAME M1 karts, so a little bit of a sketchy one there down into the horseshoe, but we've all got it stopped and we're all seemingly okay, so that's good to see. Such a shame that we've had to red flag this. I really hope that Tommy Delaney is all okay there out of the final corner. He's collided with the barriers, and it's always one of those difficult ones where you get shuffled out wide, you find the grass on the outside and suddenly it just drags you all the way to the barriers. You're at one of the quite fast points of the circuit, and it won't be a direct frontal impact to the barrier. It'll be one where the front left digs in and then chucks the rest of the kart round, which is always one of the least enjoyable ones as a driver, shall we put it like that. So I really hope that Tommy Delaney is all okay after that one. As you can see, all of the staff, all of the parents, all of the guardians, all of the mechanics heading over, double check their drivers, make sure that they're all doing okay, and all the staff heading over as well to sort out the situation and deal with whatever ends up happening. Now, we were almost, not really almost half race distance, we had about 5 minutes or so to go, didn't we, in that one. So I'm not sure whether we will end up calling that race or whether we'll go to a full restart on that one. We'll wait and see. I'll give you information as and when I hear it, but we've gone to red flag conditions here at Clay Pigeon. Tommy Delaney will be watching out for any more information about that fantastic young racer on the number 33. Hopefully he is all okay, but like I say, I've got no information to give you at the moment. I'll go for a short break as we hopefully get this final up and running. I'll let you know as soon as I know any more information, both about the driver and also about whether we will be getting this final restarted or whether the result will be called. After this one, we'll have 2 more finals, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177, and then Honda Cadet GX200 to finalise the day's action here from Clay Pigeon. And what an event it's been here from the Rally Replay SuperOne Series at Clay Pigeon, round number 5 and 6 of the 2025 season. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Alpha live stream. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of moments to bring you some more racing action once we know whether we're getting with this one restarted or whether we're moving on to the next finals. I'll give you information as soon as I know more. Looks as though we've got some engines back out on circuit, which is great to see. We've cleared away the incident on circuit. Now, I didn't get any further information as to what actually ended up happening with Tommy Delaney. Hopefully Tommy is all okay, but I can let you know, everyone clearing the circuit now. We're going to go to a single file restart for this race. So if it's one of your first time watching karting, basically it's a safety car restart. All will start in single file. The driver in the lead of the race will act as safety car, or safety cart, I should say, and then as they carry on through, the lights will go green, they'll go racing again. Only when they cross that start-finish line can they break that formation and go racing. And we'll carry on with the time that was left when we went to red flag conditions. So I think the timer has restarted now that they've crossed the line. They'll do this one roll-up lap, and then we'll go to full green flag racing conditions out there with about 5 minutes or so on the clock. So to remind you, Arthur Rhodes in the lead of this race with Logan Edwards in second place. Freddie Dye in third, Presley Knight in fourth, Oakley Robin in fifth, Hugh Riley in sixth place, Elijah Sang seventh, Buster Scott in eighth, Hendrix Willat in ninth, and Nicholas Answer in 10th place. It's Jensen Drummond it's Etienne Gardner in 13th place, who has the fastest lap of this race so far, though. Great to see. Deborah once again in the chat saying, go Buster. Oh, we've had some sort of issue on track. I think maybe just someone in the wrong position. I don't know. Anyway, lots of shouting going on. But are the drivers getting ready to go for a start? I think it's all a bit... I think everyone's a little bit confused out there on circuit at the moment as to what we are actually doing in terms of this racing start. I think they've gone. Yeah, they've gone. We've gone to green flag. That is full race speed here. And yep, moves down into the first corner. We've gone racing. I think maybe the frustration from some of the parents there was that their kid wasn't closing up enough on the driver ahead, ready for the restart. I think that's what all that shouting was about. But we've gone racing here, once again, in IAME M1s. Up and under, trying Logan Edwards already. Logan Edwards trying to take the lead. Arthur Rhodes tries to chop back across and get that inside line, but can't quite get it. And Logan Edwards on the 21 immediately presses on by into the lead of this race. And before we went to red flag, Rhodes and Edwards had a fantastic lead over the rest of the pack. They'd gone. It was just down to them to battle it out for the top two positions. Well, that's all changed here as we've gone to red flag conditions. And now, plenty of other drivers return to racing action up in the top two and try to get involved to steal away those spots. Oh, yellow flag. I've got full course yellow on my timing, but I can't see any yellow flags out the window. No, we've gone back to green. My apologies. Clearly just a bit of an issue there on the left-hand side of your screen. Either way, we're still green flag. Don't you worry. Logan Edwards still in the lead of this race. Just over 3 minutes left to go. And Logan Edwards has been mightily, mightily impressive. We've got JJ Rems in the chat saying, come on, Arthur. Wanting Arthur Rhodes to press back forward towards the leader, who's actually under a lot of pressure now from Freddie Dye. Freddie Dye round the outside. Fantastic move from Freddie Dye. Gets it done. That was a Benjamin Slavar style move there around the inside. Brilliant overtake from Freddie Dye. Takes second place away from Arthur Rhodes. And that would be a huge kick in the teeth if Arthur Rhodes was on track to win the race in IAME M1, gets a red flag, and then drops out of the podium. Still 2.5 minutes. Anything could happen across the rest of this IAME M1 final. Here they go, on to another lap of this race then. Logan Edwards is your championship leader heading into today's action by 10 points over Presley Knight. Presley sat there in 5th place in this final at the moment. Arthur Bowers, 3rd in the championship, has been very impressive, but a disqualification in the final at round 1 at Rowra has not helped his cause at all. Losing about 30 points, which would have put him back up to about 3rd or 4th in the championship. Oh, sorry, ignore me. It would have given him about 30 points and put him in almost identical points to Logan Edwards. Getting confused with Arthur Rhodes as well, who got a disqualification in the final at round 1. Sorry, it was Arthur Bowers got a disqualification at Heat 2 at round 1. So both of the Arthurs coming a cropper at round 1, both getting disqualifications, both losing vital championship points. And Logan Edwards, he won every single race yesterday. It's not quite been so clean cut for him today, but he's on course here to take the win in the all-important final. This time he'll be happy to know he doesn't have to chat with me afterwards though, so that might make it even better for Logan Edwards on the number 21. Less than 1 minute on the clock here in the IAME M1 final, and battles galore. They're continuing here for second place as the 82 of Arthur Rhodes tries to find a way back past on Freddie Dye. He's now the one going to the outside line, but it'll become the inside line into Billy's blind. Holds onto it though, no, Freddie Dye has to give the space to Arthur Rhodes. Dye's going to go wide, but he will hold it round the outside. Well done to Freddie Dye. Great racing between these young drivers. To remind you again, all these drivers under 10 years of age in this category. Unbelievable racing between all of the drivers out there on their IAME M1 karts. But Logan Edwards has cleared off now. 3 seconds in the lead is Logan Edwards. You see him there. Just about we catch him in the same shot as the rest of the drivers in the top 10 as they head on round to the line. I think Logan Edwards is just going to get over the line before the timer hits 0, and he will. Penultimate lap of the race then. And Logan Edwards kicks it off. Freddie Dye, cool, calm and collected there in second place, trying to fend off the charging drivers in behind him. It's still Rhodes, Knight, Rudman and Sang, all in this squabble for second place. Through the horseshoe they go yet again, then it's a bit wide for Freddie Dye. It'll be the outside line for Rhodes. I think Presley Knight chose wrong there. If he had gone to the inside line then, tried to give Dye a push, maybe you could have snuck through into third place. But I'll have to think about it again. He's got one more lap to try and do so. Logan Edwards starts the final lap of this IAME M1 final. Someone is off in the wall down at the first corner. I'll try and tell you who that is. I think it's Nicholas Answer on the number 30. He seems to be the only driver that didn't come round a lap or two ago. I'll let you know for sure though. No, we've got 2 drivers dropping down the order now. Hugh Riley and Shay Downey potentially dropping down the order. No, Hugh Riley's come through. It's Shay Downey who's dropping down the order. That's Shay Downey on the 51 in the wall on the penultimate lap of the race. The battle continues for second between Dye and Rhodes. Rhodes has gotten through on this final lap, the 82 into second place. But Logan Edwards has come around the final corner, and Logan Edwards is going to make it 2 from 2 with the finals in IAME M1 at Clay Pigeon. Fantastic racing with Logan Edwards, and Arthur Rhodes does steal back second place on the last lap from Freddie Dye. Fantastic racing between those drivers at the sharp end. I mean, we had second to 6th place separated by 1.2 seconds there in IAME M1. Absolutely brilliant action out there on circuit, and a massive well done to Logan Edwards. Gets yet another final victory under his belt, and he gets to stand on the top step of the podium for the second time this weekend, this time for round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Let's run you through the full results then from that IAME M1 final. Of course, your winner on circuit, number 21 of Logan Edwards. Arthur Rhodes and Freddie Dye, your top 3 then. Oakley Rudman, Presley Knight, Elijah Sang, Hendricks Wallat, Arthur Bowers, Buster Scott and Etienne Gardner, your top 10. They're followed by Jensen Drummond, Teddy Smith, Reggie Peters and Sebastian Talbot. They're your top 14. Behind them were Jensen James Williams, Archie Ashworth, RJ Harrison, Hugh Riley, Tommy Walton, Noah Brad, Lucas Otley, Thistle Thwaite, then Harley Bev, Jack Minot, Gabriel Chu, Shay Downey, Nicholas Answer, Tommy Delaney there in 27th place, and that was all the runners in that one. Sadly, of course, we lost Tommy Delaney from the race. Hopefully he's all okay. I've not heard any further information, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, in the wall causing that red flag. We went back racing again, and then we lost Nicholas Answer and Shay Downey there in the last couple of laps. Well then, only 2 more finals left to come here at Clay Pigeon. Up next, race 24 of the day. It's Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 final. it's the final then for Senior Rotax and 177 Rotax. And in case you've been not really watching today, you can see on your screen now where we are. Clay Pigeon Raceway. What a raceway it's been so far. Has provided some fantastic action across all of the classes here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. And honestly, I'm a bit gutted that the weekend is coming to a close. What an exciting couple of days of racing it has been. And I hope you all enjoyed us bringing you the action here from round number 6 on the Sunday. Let's go through the grid then for the Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 final. Jarek Metters starts on pole position. Lucas Blanford is alongside him on the front row. Only people named Lucas Blanford have won the final so far this year. Can the WC plate ruin that form? Morgan Hudson-Brown and Jasmine Taylor on row 2 with Archie Flint and Noah Hadley on row number 3. Row 4 is Jay Pearson and Kieran Denyer. That's Max Davies and Lizzie Lawton who round out the top 10. Max Lauder-Beddock and Callum Gosh are there on row 6. They'll be followed by Max Chown and Henry Swanson, then Braden Donahue, Kian Eastick, Max Rohde and Sky Frazier. Rounding out the top 20 are Gino Cook and Matthew Kendall. Behind them, Salvador Newman and Tom Williams. Then it's Tom Nottingham and Billy Edgecombe there on row 12. They'll be followed by our 4 177s, Alfie Barron Oxbury, Jamie Salter, Martin Jackson and Raul Christian Folinu. Well, there you go then. In the 177s, Alfie Barron Oxbury and Jamie Salter are both each won a heat so far today. Who's going to take it in the final, though? We'll try and keep our eyes out for that. Main story, really, though, in the seniors, like I mentioned, Lucas Blanford has won every single final so far this year. He has been beaten twice today. He hasn't won a race yet today. Lucas Blanford off form. I think he still finished at least second or third in both races as well. Sorry, Lucas, I'm really taking a bit too much. Here we go, then. 2 by 2 to the lights. It's an awful start from Lucas Blanford. Awful. Well, he drops down to P3, but he loses loads of momentum there off of the race start. Slipping through was Morgan Hudson-Brown there. Oh, actually, yeah, no, it was. Morgan was behind Jarek Metters. Oh, 2 drivers up and over each other. Just about managing to get detached there as the 33 is out of the race then. That's Max Rowley out before it's even really got underway. Gutting for the number 33. We had 2 or 3 or 4 drivers all making contact there as they headed into the S's. Just seems to have gone as bad as it could have gone there for the 33. End of lap number 1. Jarek Metters still leads then ahead of Morgan Hudson-Brown. And look at Lucas Blanford already beginning the charge to try and close that gap back to those 2 leaders. It's Jasmine Taylor who heads up the chasing pack of pretty much everyone else. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 drivers in that queue in behind. So we're going from 4th place of Jasmine Taylor down to 16th it is, sorry, of Sky Frazier. So many drivers in that pack in behind. You can see, same with the juniors, how much faster these drivers are around the circuit. 34.8, new fastest lap from guess who? Mr. Lucas Blanford. But in a 9-minute +1 lap heat, it's quite a few laps for you doing 34-second lap times. Off they go, down towards the hairpin yet again. Jasmine Taylor's under a bit of pressure here from Noah Hadley. Noah Hadley had a great day yesterday, like we mentioned. 1st in Heat 1, 3rd in Heat 2, 2nd in the final. It hasn't quite worked out as well for him today at round number 6. He's up in the top 5 in this one. Piling the pressure on to the 84. Jasmine Taylor ahead. Can't quite find a way through just yet. Defending, crucially, down the inside goes Blanford. Opportunistic move on the 25 of Hudson-Brown. Sneaks his way past and up into 2nd place. And Jarek Metters was sort of the causation of that, really. Held the inside line down into Billy's blind. Wide went Hudson-Brown to open up an opportunity on the exit to get that cut back in. And Blanford, when I'll have that inside line, that looks very nice. Thank you very much. Into 2nd place he goes. That's the issue down at Billy's blind. You can set yourself up with a lovely exit and try and grab it into the S's. But if anyone's there behind you, you've got to watch out for an overtake yourself. There goes the move for the lead. Down the inside goes Lucas Blanford, up and over goes WC play. Contact between the 2 leaders. Back through goes Blanford. Oh my goodness, that was nearly disaster for our 2 leaders, and they're making contact again. Down into the hairpin we go, and we've now got 5 drivers in the battle for the lead. That was a bit too close to comfort, even from here in the commentary box. That was a worrying one, but they've all made it through, and Blanford has somehow got the move done, and Lucas Blanford is in the lead of this race. Do they continue down to Billy's blind yet again then? They're very lucky that neither of them caused any serious damage to either of their carts. They seem to be all okay for the moment. Anyway, we keep a watchful eye. Morgan Hudson-Brown under pressure. Down the inside goes Jasmine Taylor. She launches her way up into the podium spots, and through follows Noah Hadley. So he's up into P4 now. Not maybe who he thought he'd be overtaking for P4, but either way, he's through into it. And Hudson-Brown sees himself drop from what was once second in this race down into 5th. He's now under pressure from Archie Flint and Kieran Denyer. Still over 5 minutes left to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. And if they keep squabbling like that, I won't have a voice left to carry us through the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Oh, it's a black flag. First black flag of the day that we've seen. Gino Cook on the number 60 gets himself a black flag. Well, to be fair, before this point, the only person that had got a contact warning was Gino Cook, and he's had 3. So, I feel like maybe an understandable one there from the stewards. It's going to be gutting. Going to be gutting for Gino Cook. Race ended due to the black flag, but that's racing sometimes. Hey, every good racer's got a black flag in their day. I've certainly got a few under my belt, that's for sure. 4.5 minutes left to go in this one. And Jasmine Taylor, after getting past Morgan Hudson-Brown, has got the fastest lap of the race. 34.449. Of course, we know at the end of each round, there's a Girl Power Award. I think Jasmine Taylor has at least got one hand on that at the moment. As I say that, though, Lucas Blanford steals back away that fastest lap of the race. 34.398. First driver into the 34.3s. But it's very marginal, the difference in pace between Blanford, Metters, Taylor, Hadley, all of them so close, all of them continuing to improve lap on lap. That battle in behind is looking rather saucy as well as they head through the horseshoe. Bottom end of the top 10, that'll be. This is the battle for 8th place. Izzy Lawton heading up this one. Jay Pearson, Callum Goss, Max Chown, all involved. Max Davies not far off it either. Gino Cook either not seeing the board out there giving a black flag. I would never assume he's ignoring it. Never. Because I would never do that as a racer. I would never ignore the black flag. Always listen to the stewards. Always listen to the people telling you what to do out on an active racetrack. You can't just go through to the end. You've got to come into the pits. I know it's frustrating, Gino. We'll err on the side of positivity as I have done all day today, and hopefully Gino just hasn't seen that black flag. And maybe when he does, he'll be heading back into the pit lane. If he doesn't head back into the pit lane, it's going to be an instant disqualification, which is not what you want in terms of points towards your championship tally. 3 minutes left to go in this one then. Blanford, since getting to the front, I mean, he's not looked comfortable. I don't want to say comfortable. He's just been managing it really, really nicely out there at the sharp end, doing what he does best, leading from the front, hitting his markers, putting in great lap times, and looking to, well, hopefully, he'll be hoping, bring this final home. Jarek Metters, though, what a day it's been for him. A win in the Heat 1, a win in Heat 2. He was looking good for the final until him and Blanford got a bit too close to comfort through sector number 1, a few laps ago. But Metters certainly not falling off the back of Lucas Blanford. Very much the opposite. He was actually faster on the last lap around the circuit by about a tenth of a second. Definitely don't count out the WC plate here. Jarek has been rapid all weekend. But I've got to say, visually, Jasmine Taylor has closed up on the two of them. Jasmine Taylor looking to make this a 3-way battle for the lead. And Gino Cook has now been shown the black flag 6 times and still hasn't come in. Not ideal. There you go. Hey, my eyes were right for once. Jasmine Taylor gets the fastest lap. 34.3, new fastest lap for Jasmine Taylor. And she is trying to make this a 3-way battle for the lead. 1 minute and 45 on the clock. When is this all going to kick off? I'm just waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to all start to happen. They're within touching distance, both Metters and Taylor. The issue here for Taylor is there's not a huge amount of time left. If she tries to go for a move on Metters, they're probably going to waste so much time battling with each other that Blanford's just going to clear off into the distance. So really, Taylor needs Metters to go for it. Sooner rather than later, she's going to want to try and follow through, and then, well, it's only Metters between herself and the win. She can then decide when she goes for it as well. She's in a bit of a tough spot at the moment, deciding what to do. First and foremost, though, keep yourself in with a shot of it. Keep yourself in touching distance with those two ahead, and hopefully something kicks off. That's what she'll be thinking anyway. Less than a minute left to go on the clock here. for this senior Rotax and Rotax 177 final. I can tell you, in the 177s, Jamie Salter is in the lead. Only 7/10 ahead of Martin Jackson, though. I could have sworn on the first lap I saw Martin Jackson going straight across the grass to avoid some incidents ahead. Probably did. Fair play to you, Martin. Hopefully, we'll see whether that battle starts to kick off as well here with 30 seconds left to go. They have got a senior driver in between them, though, of Tom Nottingham, so that's going to make it a bit more challenging for Martin Jackson. Then there's only one kart then back to Alfie Barron Oxbury. So there's only about a second separating the top three in 177s now as well. Down the inside, there goes Jarek Metters. He makes the move and he goes for it. Absolutely fantastic move there from Metters. Did it when it mattered most. Perfectly waited on the brakes. Didn't get flustered by the situation, gets it done, and now look at this defensive manoeuvres from Metters. Blanford tried the up and under. He loses exit speed, and he knows he has to cover off from Jasmine Taylor in behind as well. You saw him check over the shoulder on the exit of the hairpin there. And now he's in that super tough spot. He wants to get back past Metters, but he's got to think about Jasmine Taylor behind him as well. Time has hit 0. The last lap of racing has begun in senior Rotax. Down into the first couple of corners we go. Bit of argy-bargy there between the top two. Up and over the back goes Blanford. Oh, that was so close between the two of them. They managed to land back down and carry on again. But Blanford has lost time from that one. Taylor's fallen back into the clutches of Hudson Brown here. Hudson Brown is having a sniff at a podium and he likes what he smells. He wants to be involved as well. But Jarek Metters has pressed on through. He got the move done when it mattered most. Round the final corner they come. The WC plate is going to end the domination of Lucas Blanford. Jarek Metters wins the senior Rotax final. Fantastic race. What a brilliant bit of racing there amongst the sharp end of the field. And finally, the question is answered. Can anyone beat Lucas Blanford? Yes, and their name is Jarek Metters. Fantastic race there. Sadly for Jasmine Taylor, couldn't find a way through, couldn't follow Metters through there on that move down at the first corner. But I think Jasmine Taylor's still going to be very happy with that result. As I mentioned, second place in the final at round 1 at Rowra. That's on another podium to her tally for this year. Third place in the final at round 6 at Clay Pigeon. Let's take you through the full results then for that one. Jarek Metters, Lucas Blanford and Jasmine Taylor, your provisional top 3. Morgan Hudson-Brown just missing out. Did well to battle back there to 4th, but was right in with a shot of the podium at the end there. Noah Hadley rounds out the top 5 with Archie Flint, Kieran Denyer, Jay Pearson, Callum Gosh and Max Chow in your top 10. Max Davies just missing out on the top 10 there in 11th. Izzy Lawton, Braden Donahue and Sky Frazier, your top 14. They will follow by Salvador Newman, Kian Eastick, and your winner in Rotax 177s, Jamie Salter. Tom Nottingham in behind, then Martin Jackson second in the 177s, then Matthew Kendall rounding out the top 10 team, followed by third in the 177s of Alfie Barron Oxbury, then Gino Cook, who I think did come in for his backpack at one point. Then Raul Christian Volanu, Tom Williams, Max Lorna-Belloc, Billy Edgecombe, Henry Swanson. We lost loads of drivers from that race. And same with Max Rowley, 28th driver. Lost, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers there from the senior Rotax final. Wow. What a race. That would have been our final race. And what a way to end it that would have been. We've changed the schedule though, and now Honda Cadets are after the seniors, where you've got a lot to live up to here, Hondas. Let's get ready to go for Honda Cadet GX200 final. Let's run you through the order for this one. Oh, I need a break. I need to lay down in a dark room, I think, after today. It's been so fantastic. Let's have a look at the grid then for race 25. The last race of the day here from round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series from Clay Pigeon Raceway. And it's Helmy Colborne alongside Riley Blakemore on the front row of the grid. Joshua Bailey and Ethan Pearson on row 2 with Jerry Duffersey and Archie Edgar on row 3. Joshua Carnaston Wade and Arthur Roberts are there on row 4 with Oliver Vickers and Kai Sari rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Then it's Reggie Duffersey and Alfie Hennell there on row number 6. They'll be followed by Finley Thompson, Jesse Bailey, Milo Taylor and Sarah James. Well, there we go then. There's a few drivers clear the circuit there. Sadly, that is the 33. Not making it to the end of the race there in the seniors. The dummy grid about to be empty for the foreseeable future as the Honda Cadets leave it and head out onto the black stuff. the final race in anger here from round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, and the Honda Cadets head out onto circuit. Let's see how this one plays out then. Top 3 coming into this race on identical points. Colborne, Blakemore and Bailey all on 66 points. Pole position only decided by the lap times that they set in qualifying earlier on. Of course, Colborne was fastest. A 40.144 puts him on pole. A 40.201 puts Blakemore second, and a 40.242 puts Bailey in third. The difference between pole position and the final and third place in the final was 1/10 of a second that you did at the start of the day. That's how close things can be in the SuperOne Series. But we are about ready to go racing here for the last race of the day for round number 6. To the line we go then. Can we get it done first time of asking? Yes, we can. We're racing here to finalise the day at Clay Pigeon. And off we go, down towards Billy's blind. And it looks as though all of the Honda Cadet drivers have made it through. But it's Riley Blakemore, I think, who's cut through to the lead. He's passed Henry Colborne. He is. Henry's down to second place. I do think that is still Joshua Bailey, who's with him in third. Of course, Archie Cannon, your championship leader, not with us here today. So this is an opportunity for a new driver to take the championship lead. Riley Blakemore is looking pretty good for it, to be fair. Came into today's running only 2 points behind. I've just noticed as Archie Cannon was racing yesterday, so clearly Archie had to do something today. He was here, moved for the lead attempt there. Down the inside, tried to get it done. Couldn't quite find the opening though, could the 75 of Henry Colborne. Has to rethink that one. An early little jab there at the apex, thought about it. Riley Blakemore gave him enough room there. Held it round the outside, holds on to the lead. But yeah, surprising one there. Archie Cannon scored loads of points yesterday, but he's not racing here today. Not sure why. Hopefully all is good with Archie Cannon, but he's going to lose quite a few points here, not racing at round number 6. Blakemore's in the lead. He was only 2 points behind going into today. We certainly gained those 2 points back. Looks as though Riley Blakemore might lead the championship as we leave Clay Pigeon. Plenty of opportunities for drivers in behind though. Hold on, we're going red flag. Red flag out on circuit. There is a red flag out. Now, I'm not quite sure why. I've not seen. There is a driver there stopped on the edge of the circuit, the number 55, that is of Zara James. But yeah, not sure why this one's come to a halt, ladies and gentlemen. As it looked as though we still had all the drivers running out there on circuit. I do believe we did, yeah. Only Zara off track at the end of that lap, but she looks to be all okay. I don't want to give any assumptions there, but we have gone to red flag conditions here for the final race of the day at Clay Pigeon. Of course, we never want to see a red flag. Of course, the team have done a fantastic job of dealing with them, though. So a big shout out to all of the marshals and everyone who's organising everything behind the scenes here at Clay Pigeon, and also, of course, the fantastic crew with SuperOne, getting everything organised and making sure that everyone has the most fun that they can possibly have at a national race weekend. Well then, red flag out on circuit again. I'm afraid I don't have much information to give to you, so I'm pretty useless being in your ears. So I'll go to a very quick break. I'll let you know any more information as soon as I have it, and hopefully we'll go for a full race start, or a full race restart, I should say, here in the Honda Cadet GX200 Final. Fantastic to see that. Milo Taylor up and out of the car then. So it was Milo Taylor and Zara James who had come together there into the horseshoe. Of course, didn't see any of it on the live stream, which is probably a good thing. Didn't sound like the nicest incident, but great to see that Milo Taylor is up and out of the car. Got a round of applause from everyone watching, showing his grit and determination. And big shout out to you, Milo. Sadly though, doesn't look like Milo or Zara will rejoin the race. We'll wait and see though as to what will end up happening here for the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Of course, we weren't very far into it, less than a minute and a half into the race, so I imagine, I imagine we'll go to single file restart, but it doesn't look like it. I think we might go to a full race restart here, as we've only, we've not had too many laps done in this race, so I'll wait and let you know. Well, I'm back. Hey, if all information came this quickly, I think we'd all be much happier. We're going for a full race restart, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, drivers pushing themselves back into their original grid spots. Now, for Henry Colborne, who'll be pretty happy about that. He gets the pole position back ahead of Riley Blakemore, who stole it away there early on. I think the person who's going to be most frustrated with that is probably Arthur Roberts. He'd gained 2 places on that race start, up from 8th place to 6th. But he'll be losing those immediately as he heads back to his original grid spot. Well, never nice to see a driver having quite a sizable incident, but fantastic that Milo Taylor, after a bit of being seen to by the medical professionals here at the Clay Pigeon Raceway, great to see him back up on his feet and walking back to the dummy grid, looking all okay. Like we say, this is the last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, here from round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series at Clay Pigeon. I hope you've all thoroughly enjoyed joining us for today's action. And if you have, make sure you drop a like on the live stream. And also make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel to not miss any future racing from the Rally Replay SuperOne Series later on this year. Sadly, I won't be joining you any further than today's action, which I'm very sad about because the racing here is so fantastic at the SuperOne Series. But the SuperOne Series will be continuing, so you don't want to miss any of those live streamed from the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Next up, it'll be round 7 and 8 at Fullbeck on the 5th and 6th of July. Then I'll be moving on to round 9 at Wilton Mill on the 2nd and 3rd of August. And then the season finale at Sheddington for rounds 11 and 12 on the 30th and 31st of August. Make sure you're getting those in your calendar. You don't want to miss any of the racing action coming throughout the rest of the season. Of course, after this race is done and dusted here for the Honda Cadet GX200 final, that'll be the halfway point of the season. And great to see there as well the sportsmanship from the drivers. Riley Blakemore giving a big thumbs up to all the drivers around him, making sure they're all happy, all ready and raring to go. As now they get word from the officials as to how we're going to get this race restarted. And it looks as though Riley Blakemore's a tad confused. Oh, now he's not. He's given the thumbs up. He feels much better about the situation now. But looks as though we might just about ready to get this race, I was about to say restarted. We are not getting this race restarted. We're doing a full race restart of this. We're not carrying on with the 7 minutes 33 that we had of that one. We're basically forgetting that that ever happened. And we're going to just do this whole race again. 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for a Honda Cadet GX200 final. Last race of the day here from Clay Pigeon. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed it, courtesy of Alpha Live and of course myself, Ratters Media, in the commentary box. Go and drop me a follow on Instagram. I'd really appreciate your support. Here we go, 2 by 2, round the final corner. Second opportunity here for Henry Colborne to try and hold on to this. They're going to go to the lights and we're going to get racing yet again. Down to Billy's Blimey go. Colborne with a great start. Holds that inside line. Trying to hang it around the outside though is Riley Blakemore. Can he do it? Round to the S's they go. They're still side by side. No. He'll be hung out to dry. And through goes Joshua Bailey. So not an ideal start this time for Riley Blakemore. Previously gaining a place. Now he loses a place on this new start to the race. It looks as though it's 8 minutes plus on that rather than the 9 for this last race of the day. As they head through to end this first lap of running. Still Henry Colborne leading the way ahead of Bailey and Blakemore. Those top three looking to try and scamper off and make a bit of a gap between them and their competitors. Chasing pack headed up by Jerry Duffy. It's been a good start in this one for the Irishman. His brother slightly further down the order, Reggie Duffy down in 14th place at the moment in this one, looking to gain a few positions as they head on through this final. Move in the middle of the pack. I think that was around 6th place, potentially Arthur Roberts and Joshua Caniston Wade battling it out. Top three stay as they were though. You hear that low rumbling of the GX200 engine as they power themselves round this Clay Pigeon Raceway once more. On to what is officially lap number 5 of this race, but actually 3 of this running. Down the inside late on the brakes from Riley Blakemore. He's got the inside line. Bailey's going to try and hang it round, but it's not going to work. Blakemore's got 2nd place. Great move there. Committed down the inside from Blakemore. And he takes 2nd place back from Joshua Bailey. It's a good race start from Bailey to steal it away. He hasn't been able to hold on to it. And now there's no one that Henry Colborne can relax with behind him. I mean, to be fair, he couldn't really relax with Joshua Bailey. Bailey was all over him. But now Riley Blakemore, the closest challengers from today, they are going at it down into Billy's blind. Of course, I can't count Bailey out like that. They've come into this race on identical points. All 3 of these drivers have been mightily impressive. But Riley Blakemore just look to have that slight edge every now and then in close combat. He's through into 2nd place. He has the fastest lap of this race so far, 40.728, and he's just gone within 2 thousandths of that fastest time that he set earlier on. 45 heading up that battle. That is Joshua Caniston Wade. He's got Archie Edgar and Jesse Bailey in behind. And I mean, the rest of the drivers pretty close as well. Move to the lead. There it is. Down at the first corner. Up and under goes Joshua Bailey as well. Follows him through. New race leader in this rerun of the Honda Cadet GX200 final. And it is once again Riley Blakemore. As there's a couple of manoeuvres going on down at the hairpin as well. That's Arthur Roberts still trying to find a way into 6th place. Past Joshua Caniston Wade. Can't do it though. Number 45 holds on to P6. We've got 2 more drivers looking to join this top 3 battle. Ethan Pearson and Jerry Duffy. And Jerry has just taken the fastest lap of the race and immediately gets stolen back by 2nd place driver Joshua Bailey. And now it goes to where Jesse Bailey. The Baileys are trading the fastest laps out there on circuit. What a lap for Jesse Bailey down in 9th place. These 2 though, they've got to work together. Pearson and Duffy need to press on and try and close this gap to the top 3. But really, like we've seen in finals earlier on today, they'll be hoping that these top 3 ahead start to battle a little bit more than they have been. The overtakes we've seen have been beautiful, lovely and committed moves, but that's not what Pearson and Duffy want to see. They want to see aggressive, awful moves that slows them all down. And they can then close that gap. It was 6/10 on the last lap. It's now 5/10 to come across the line. Not enough, really. Still 3.5 minutes left to go, though. One overtake here could hold everything up, and that might be what happens. There's a 75, trying to get involved. That's Colborne trying to find a way back through on Joshua Bailey. Didn't quite have enough of the overspeed to make that one work, though. And again, has to settle in behind. Well, that half a second is definitely less than that now between Colborne and Pearson. Super, super close, and they're side by side round the right-hander. Colborne choosing that outside line, and that turned out to be the incorrect one. Has to settle back into 3rd yet again. But once more, 4th and 5th continue to close in. Blakemore. The confidence of Riley Blakemore to not even feel the need to defend is mightily, mightily impressive. Side by side for 2nd place, though. An almost carbon copy of the attempt that Henry Colborne had on Joshua Bailey last lap. He tries it again on this lap, but again, it does not work. He's all over the back of Joshua Bailey, but he's got to be careful. If he starts putting on the pressure like this, he might waste both their time, and Riley Blakemore might say, cheers guys, I'm going to drive off into the sunset now, thank you very much. And that's not what we want to see, both from a neutral perspective here in the commentary box, and also for the drivers in behind who are trying to chase him down. Right then, across the line, top 5 separated by half a second here in the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Up and under, tries again Henry Colborne, but this time it works. Colborne's through into second place. Great move from Henry Colborne. This time he had enough overspeed. He got that inside line, he jumps over that curb on the apex, and he takes second place back. And already, he's right on that rear bumper of Riley Blakemore. It is Henry Colborne with that fastest lap. What can he do? Over these last few laps of the race then, a minute and a half just over left to go. And through they go, on to officially lap number 12 of this race. I wonder if Blakemore knows that that move's happened. Suddenly he's defending, up and under goes Colborne though. Side by side do the S's. Oh, super close between Blakemore and Colborne. And Blakemore holds on to it. Aggressive stuff from our leaders here in Honda Cadet. But all of them battle hardened in this Honda Cadet category. It's one that always opens up close battling. Colborne doing everything he can to force the door open. Looks for the up and under as they head through into the final corner there. It's not going to work though. It's not going to work, Henry. You have to rethink that one. Down to the first corner they go. Blakemore defending yet again. Holds that inside line. Up and under though goes Colborne. He sends it even more this time. They'll be side by side yet again through the S's. Squeezes the P1 kart to the outside, but again, the Project 1 racer of Riley Blakemore can't keep it there. He's left the door open. He's left the door open. Into the hairpin they go. And Colborne's through. Colborne's got the boots up and immediately tries to get back through. Does Riley Blakemore. They're side by side on the exit. Colborne can't keep it alongside, has to settle back in yet again, but he's got the inside line into the final corner. No, trots back across does Riley Blakemore. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad this is the final race. My voice is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, 10 seconds left to go. Penultimate lap of the race begins. Colborne's going to try it again. He is going to try it again. Side by side to the S's they go yet again. No space given yet again. Riley Blakemore holds on to it. I mean, Colborne, he's being crafty, but Blakemore is thinking 2 steps ahead. He knows that move's coming every time, and he knows how to deal with it. Retakes the place. The timer hits 0. Up towards the final couple of corners they go then. Blakemore versus Colborne. But we've still got Bailey, Duffy and Pearson waiting in the wings. Waiting in the wings, I should say. But who's going to win this one? Through we go on to the final lap then. It's Blakemore versus Colborne. Down into the first corner. Colborne's going to go for the up and under again. Can he get enough alongside? Just about. He's going to have to be really aggressive here to take the lead. He's super aggressive. They make contact. They both go wide. The 12 of Jerry Duffy is on the outside. Could the Irishman win this race? He goes for it. Round the outside. Up and under goes Henry Colborne. Henry Colborne's back to the lead, but they'll be side by side into the horseshoe. Continuing side by side. Round this final lap. Oh my goodness. What a grandstand finish this is to round number 6 here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. The crowds rise, round the final corner they go. Blakemore's trying to hold it round the outside. Side by side with Henry Colborne. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to get it? Oh my goodness, it's Riley Blakemore. What a finish to the day. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just over 2 tenths separating the top 5. And as you can hear, I've used the final allowance that my body was giving me on my voice on that race. Unbelievable. What a finish. And Riley Blakemore takes it. Fantastic end to the day there. I said, Honda Cadets, you've got a lot to live up for there. The seniors were amazing. And boy, did they live up to it. Brilliant race. And Riley Blakemore takes the win and leads the championship coming out of round number 6. Let's take you through the full finishing results then from the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Riley Blakemore finishes just ahead of Henry Colborne and Jerry Duffy. What a podium for Jerry Duffy. Top 3 separated by less than 0.04 of a second. Top 5 separated by less than 1/4 of a second. What a race in Honda Cadet. Certainly did not disappoint. Joshua Bailey and Ethan Pearson just missing out on that podium. Followed across the line by Jesse Bailey, Arthur Roberts, Reggie Duffy, Alfie Hennell, Archie Edgar, Kai Sari, Oliver Vickers, Finley Thompson, Joshua Canaston Wade. And that was the last few finishers. Zara James and Milo Taylor, of course, who lost that incident that caused the red flag earlier on in that race. Well, what an end to the day that was with the Honda Cadet GX200 final. That really sums up the SuperOne Series, that does. What brilliant, brilliant racing out there on this legendary kart circuit. Thank you all so much for joining us here for round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series from the Clay Pigeon Raceway. My name's been John Ratcliffe. It's been an absolute honour to guide you through all of the action from our track today, and we were treated to some serious action. Weren't we just? Make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel to not miss any of the future live streams for 2025 of the SuperOne Series. And a big shout out to all of the Alpha Live crew, of course my fantastic producer Rob, and all of the camera crews out there on circuit showing you this beautiful action. A big shout out to all the medical staff. Sadly, we did have to use them a couple of times this afternoon in the final. A massive shout out and thank you to them. Also a big shout out to all of the crew here at Clay Pigeon, and a thank you to them. And again, the same to all of the staff working for SuperOne. You put on an amazing series, and it's been an honour to join you on the commentary box for a couple of rounds. Well, that's the end of the day here at round number 6. We'll see you in about a month's time for round number 7 and 8. Could it be as exciting as that? Well, you have to wait and see. We'll see you soon.